My dermatologist recommended Nutrafol, and it's 100% drug-free and clinically tested.
Within 3 months, my hair is fuller.
It's longer, it's thicker.
Of course, the mic is muted. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? All right, going on over here. Go and check out YouTube. Okay, Pilled is running. Okay, X is running. Good morning. As you can see by the ticker below. Yes, I know I was muted. Thank you, 451. Thank you so much. It's a Hangout event. We'll be covering news and AI-assisted data scrapes and riding the wave and vibe. A big salute to y'all. Good morning. So, what's going on over here? I'm expecting Coffee Talk with Sandra in at some point this morning. Maybe 45-1 and Feisty will stop in. Who knows? Also, maybe Belushi. Belushi, I know that you're having breakfast with your son right now. But by all means, earlier today, here, let me show you what happened. Let me see. Share, stop, okay, replace screen sharing, and go over, where is this? What is that? That's a Pilled thing over there. Let me see if I can bring this up. Yes. All right, can we maybe get that up? Oh, that's right. You have to go over here. All right. So over here on Pilled, Belushi gifted a cookie. Thank you so much for the cookie. Yum. I don't have the graphics to go with it. So just know I really appreciate that cookie. So Belushi is like, shut the fuck up. Damn it. I'm streaming on YouTube and already I'm swearing in the first 10 minutes. Well, that's never going to be monetized, as if it ever would have been anyway. So, says, why am I not the special guest? Well, you can be the special guest, Belushi. All you have to do is follow this link right there where it says invite link to Restream, and it says studio.restream.io/DON-BESE-OYM. You can come on in, and then after you come in, we can add your stream to this stream, and you can simulcast on your channel at Belushi. So, by all means, please come on in if you feel so moved. All right. Let's see who's all coming in. So, yes, we've got Belushi. So, good morning, Belushi. And good morning, Feisty Mango. Good morning. And then, of course, 45-1 Actual over there on the Nose Prisoners podcast. We are broadcasting, let's see, to my YouTube, my X, and then to my Pilled account. So at the top of the hour, we won't be switching over to Pilled exclusive because I'm not beholden to that particular agreement. And plus, this isn't really a No Prisoners podcast production. Kind of is, but kind of not. The logo, as you can see, it's right back there. I am the co-host. So, of course, why wouldn't I? However, for all intents and purposes, this is a, what would you say? More of just a spur of the moment type. I mean, 45-1, just type in the chat. What is this thing like, really? It's a show. It's a show. It's a hangout show too. So by all means, if you want to come in and join, do. Okay. As I was saying earlier, I expect Coffee Talk with Sandra to be in here at some point. And then, yes, Belushi, if you want to come on in, definitely do. All right. So let's see what is going on. Let me go and replace my screen sharing. Go and take a look at, what is that? That one right over here. Don't really want that one. Do I want that one? It's a pop-up stream. Thank you. That's what it is. It's a pop-up stream. Share the X post. Thank you so much, Feisty. Thank you. Let's see. I want to actually do this one. I don't want to do that screen share. Oh, I know what I do want to do though. I want to go over here and say good morning to the people who are watching on other streams. So if anyone wants to come on over to Pilled, I'm going to type that in. Pilled.net. Oh shoot, what is my URL? I don't even know my own URL. Just look at the description. Oh wait, you can't. Oh, you can't because it'll direct you to No Prisoners Podcast. Okay, so if you want to watch this stream on Pilled, and good morning, Rye Guy for Life. Good morning. If you want to watch this stream on Pilled, let me see. To watch on Pilled, then you go to this particular link I have just put into the chat. Man, am I a streamer? Hell no. Hell no, I'm not a streamer. All right, let's see. Where was I going? I was going over here. I was going over to this other screen. Let's see. It is No Prisoners Podcast. Is that the one I want? I think that's the one I want. No, not that one. I want this one. Okay, and then I want to go to home and look at what's going on lately. Something about Nancy Pelosi dropped her maxi pad. She was like walking up to the podium at this event and something fell out of her pants and it might have been a maxi pad. But do you think I would have like that video ready? No. What in the hell is this? What nickname do you think his coworkers gave him? Oh my. Argyle socks, Payless shoes, possibly. Double peplum. What? Where? You have no hips. I don't know. Goodness gracious. What? I don't know. I don't know what. I imagine if they did give him a nickname, they would have been sued or something. That's terrible. Let's see. Getting out of that, because that's just tragic. That's tragic. Let's see. Spike Lee at the DNC. This is not history. This is her story. We've got to bring equity around this nation. Okay, let's
Here.
listen.
This is not history.
Okay, let's listen.
Here at the Democratic convention, what does it mean for you to be here to see Vice President Harris as the Democratic nominee?
I wanted to be here. This is not history. This is her story. She's going to be the first woman to be president of this United States of America. Blended family, the whole Howard University, HU, so this is a amazing moment in the history of these United States of America. And we got to go forward, not backwards. We got to go forward. We got to advance. We can bring equity around this nation where we will lead the world. So, I travel a lot of times outside the United States, and when this guy was president, people, total strangers, would pull me and say, "What the hell is going on?"
Donald Trump.
Yes. I try not to say his name.
Why?
But people, total strangers on planes, just walking around all over the world saying,
Are you telling me that you want equity and you won't say someone's name? Is that what you're saying? Who are you, Spike Lee? Is that who you are? You want equity. Spike Lee, do you know what equity means? Spike, were you on that Snakes in a Plane movie? Because let me tell you something. If you want equity, you don't get to fly around on a jet anymore. You don't get to have all these perks and all that. It's like you have to decrease your quality of life to the lowest common denominator, where your quality of life is exactly the same as the person who has the least privilege in life. Spike Lee, are you ready to do that? Are you ready to do that? And blended family, which one? Willie Brown's family wasn't very blended. His wife was not amused with Kamala. I don't know why you are promoting this, But here you are on the plantation for whatever reason. Am I being a bitch? Maybe a little bit. But I suspect that you were paid to be at this event. Spike Lee. So let me ask you something, Spike Lee. How much were you paid? How much were you paid? You know what, as a matter of fact, let me go and ask. Let me just go and ask. Because I'm curious. I am curious. Let me go and get my agent up. And I don't know if my agent's going to know this or not. But let me go and like just take a peek. Let me go and pull my agent over and ask, how much was Spike Lee paid? Let's see. Can I get down here? Expand that. Okay. How much is Spike Lee paid on average to attend events? Let's go see. And you know what? Maybe Spike Lee wasn't paid to be at this event. However, I'm just curious about like how much. Spike Lee's average payment for attending events such as speaking engagements is estimated to be between $100,000 and $200,000 per event. Well, I feel like I'm entitled to some of that through equity. It's like, aren't I? Aren't you? Everyone's sitting here. Who now? And this is what, you know what? I need to get this. I have this thing coming in the mail. It's for this new PC thing I have that's like really cute. It's like only like this big. It's such a small little PC, but you can only attach 2 monitors to it. So I have this external GPU docking system coming so I can attach the rest of my monitors, because right now, let me tell you, having a remote desktop to the downstairs computer to get in touch with the AI agent and only working on 2 monitors when doing this kind of stuff is a headache. So let me go back on over here and get these areas opened back up so I can see what the hell I'm doing. All right. $100,000 and $200,000 per event, Spike Lee? Really? 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 Okay. Well, let's go back over here. Let's see what else 100 to 2,000, 200,000 equity Spike Lee has to say. Let's continue.
What is wrong with America? How did that guy get elected? So those 4 years were, the world was looking at us like with the side eye, like WTF. And we know what that means.
Well, I don't know, Spike Lee. What does WTF mean? I mean, are you being vulgar? I think he's being a bit vulgar. Let's see. Notifications. Thank you, Feisty and 45-1 for increasing the signal on this. As you can see, we have the lovely, oh, that is not right. Damn it. I don't want that. The lovely, I don't know who that wife was, but on the thumbnail for this particular pilled event, I chose somebody's wife. I forget what her name is, but I don't think that she's a woman. Oh my, what is this? Would you pay to see Madonna do this at 66 years old? No. What is she doing? What is that? Disco ball on crack. Okay. Let's see. Walz is a dictator. I love rural Minnesota. They do not like Tim Walz at all, and they shouldn't. He is a authoritarian, a dictator, I don't know, socialist, communist, a Maoist. He is just not someone I would ever want to see as a vice president. Oh, this morning, let me show you something I made this morning, since, you know, people might be like rolling in and such. Brie. I'll be into help Brie. Well, my name is now Brie. I see that you corrected it to bro. That's great. But, you know, Brie, why not? Let's see. Where is my profile here? Let me play you guys something I made this morning. Let me see. Here we go. This one right here. Let's pull this up. Get the volume on.
Send it through.
I'll send it through to
like
Steve.
hours and
Hours of programming, you've come up with an edit.
That's
Oh my
all, just
gosh.
one. But Donnie, you know.
What? You want to act retarded all of a sudden? What? Are you serious? What, is everything throttling? Do I need to bring this back down? Okay, we're about to get into a part where they're talking about Donald Trump and Josh Shapiro. One moment.
The vice presidential pick. But man, I've been surprised by how good Tim Walz has
His
been.
time
I'm just
over.
really shocked, actually. What about you?
People don't realize that Joe fields a lot of hysterical calls from a lot of people, including me. And when they didn't pick
Why is he shaking? Why is he shaking like that? Why is he bouncing his leg?
Shapiro, I was like, he made a mistake. They didn't make a mistake. Waltz has been, Shapiro's amazing, but Waltz has been the right pick. And, you know, he talked about being a neighbor, and there's a great...
Walz is an authoritarian. Oh, my word. And when I lived in Minneapolis, he did practically nothing to assist the citizenry of Minneapolis during the George Floyd riots. Are we having another DDoS attack? Is that what's going on? Is this what's going on? Is this why I don't stream? Is because what? Build Back Better never built back better? It just got crappier and crappier? It's like the internet just cannot pray. Oh, here we go. The Minneapolis Council, the politicians at large did nothing of any positive value during that time frame. And then look at COVID, snitch lines and authoritarian just lockdowns and all that. It was ugly.
About being a neighbor, and there's a great slogan where, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Like a good neighbor.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Okay, you hear that, State Farm? You want that? You want that for your publicity? You want that kind of correlation? Oh my word. Lawsuit.
Tim Waltz is there.
Yeah.
He is that guy.
The whole plaid shirt thing.
He just,
Oh my
and I'll tell you
God.
that also the other.
Yeah, he's the neighbor you don't want in your business. You know, they have that thing about like mind your own business. Tim Walz did not. Bad neighbor. I would not want him as my neighbor.
The
So
other
good.
emotional moment for me when his son was standing crying and pointing and going, that's my dad up there. That's my, like, you.
Emotional moment? Is that what we're going to talk about? We're not going to talk about policy. We're not going to talk about where we're going to go. We're going to talk about feelings again. Great. That's what I want. I want the VP to be emotional.
Yeah, that's why, like, you just, if you're a son, if you're a father, if you're anybody, you could not react to that. But Tim Walz has been
I'm a son.
been a revelation. He is a rock star. I am just blown away by him.
Yeah, he really is. Following that speech, Trump attacked Shapiro on social media, referring to him as, quote, the high.
I can read. Okay, so Trump said, the highly overrated Jewish governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, made a really bad and poorly delivered speech talking about freedom and fighting for comrade Kamala Harris for president, yet she hates Israel. Well, it would be nice if they would have shown Shapiro doing the speech first and then had the reaction, but why do that? Okay, and then I guess this next one is Trump says, and will do nothing but make its journey through the complexities of survival as difficult as possible, hoping in the end that it will fail. Judge only by her actions. Well, isn't that the way we should do? Is like see who bears what fruit and decide whether it's sweet or bitter. I mean, hello.
As, quote, the highly overrated Jewish governor of Pennsylvania. He went on to add, quote, I have done more.
No, he went on to continue to say, apparently, yet Shapiro, for strictly... Okay, so you're serious. Like, if I expand this, it stops playing. For real? So you can only play when you're small? Is that what's going on? I'm not even using 17% of my CPU. This is nuts. Oh, Bruce, I wonder if he's downstairs watching something. I bet he's streaming. You know what I'm going to do someday while I'm waiting for this thing to like rebuffer and come back up? I am going to put a camera downstairs, like just to spy on him every once in a while. Yeah, because that's not creepy at all. But I thought it would be kind of fun just to throw up a camera from like downstairs and then have like a PA system. Bruce, what are you doing? You know, just like out of the blue. Just like, you know, it's like, why don't you get back to the office? Why are you working from home? Stop working from home. It's like you're interrupting everything. It's like Tuesdays and Wednesdays. He will be going back to work at the office on Thursdays after the 1st. But I swear, when he's here, he sucks up all the bandwidth. Come on, are we going to play or not? Okay, play. Political reasons. There we go. Refuse to acknowledge that. Is it an X thing? Is it an internet thing? Is it just buffering in general? What the world is going on? I am the best friend that Israel and the Jewish people ever had. I have done more for Israel than any president, and frankly, I have done more for Israel. You know what, though? You know what? I know how to do something. I know how to do something here. Hold on one moment,
Yeah,
please.
you do.
Yeah, because I know how to actually get around this. Because I actually saved these videos. So I will go and get this video right here. And I will drop it right on this. I will copy it right in. Copy it right into a browser tab. Because you know who taught me that? You know who taught me how to drop things right into a browser tab? 45-1 Actual taught me how to do that. So I can just drop it right into a damn browser tab. Now, let's restart. You know, it's early in the morning. Grab your coffee. Chill out. Okay? Good morning, Mr. Tizio. And good morning, 45-1. Good morning.
Morning.
So, let us begin again, this time without interruptions and without buffering, and go.
You can send it through.
I'll send it through to
Like
Steve.
hours and
State.
hours of programming, you've come up with an edit.
That's
Oh my
all, just one. But Donnie, you know.
Okay, we're about to get into a part where they're talking about Donald Trump and Josh Shapiro. One moment.
The vice presidential pick. But man, I've been surprised by how good Tim Walz has
His
been.
time
I'm
will
just
come.
really shocked.
You know,
actually. What about you?
people don't realize that Joe fields a lot of hysterical calls from a lot of people, including me. And when they didn't pick
Why is he shaking? Why is he shaking like that? Why is he bouncing his leg?
Shapiro, I was like, he made a mistake. They didn't make a mistake. Waltz has been, Shapiro's amazing, but Waltz has been the right pick. And, you know, he talked about being a neighbor, and there's a great.
Walz is an authoritarian. Oh, my word. And when I lived in Minneapolis, he did practically nothing to assist the citizenry of Minneapolis during the George Floyd riots. He, Mayor Frey, the Minneapolis Council, the politicians at large did nothing of any positive value during that time frame. And then look at COVID, snitch lines and authoritarian just lockdowns and all that. It was ugly.
About being a neighbor, and there's a great slogan where, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Like a good neighbor.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Okay, you hear that, State Farm? You want that? You want that for your publicity? You want that kind of correlation? Oh my word. Lawsuit.
Tim Waltz is there.
Yeah.
He is that guy.
The whole plaid shirt thing.
He just,
Oh my
and I'll tell you
God.
also the other.
Yeah, he's the neighbor you don't want in your business. You know, they have that thing about like mind your own business. Tim Walz did not. bad neighbor. I would not want him as my neighbor.
The
So
other
good.
emotional moment for me when his son was standing crying and
Yeah.
pointing and going, "That's my dad up there. That's my,"
Yeah.
like, you
Emotional moment? Is that what we're going to talk about? We're not going to talk about policy. We're not going to talk about where we're going to go. We're going to talk about feelings again. Great. That's what I want. I want the VP to be emotional.
there. That's
Yeah.
my, like, you just, if you're a son, if you're a father, if you're anybody, you could not react to that. But Tim Walz has been
I'm a son.
a revelation.
Yeah.
He is a rock star. I am just blown away by him.
Yeah, he really
Oh,
is.
my.
Following that speech, Trump attacked Shapiro on social media, referring to him as, quote, the highly
I can read. Okay, so Trump said, the highly overrated Jewish governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, made a really bad and poorly delivered speech talking about freedom and fighting for comrade Kamala Harris for president, yet she hates Israel. Well, it would be nice if they would have shown Shapiro doing the speech first and then had the reaction, but why do that? Okay, and then I guess this next one is Trump says, and will do nothing but make its journey through the complexities of survival as difficult as possible, hoping in the end that it will fail. Judge only by her actions. Well, isn't that the way we should do? Is like see who bears what fruit and decide whether it's sweet or bitter. I mean, hello.
as, quote, the highly overrated Jewish governor of Pennsylvania. He went on to add, quote, I have done more.
No, he went on to continue to say apparently, yet Shapiro, for strictly political reasons, refused to acknowledge that I am the best friend that Israel and the Jewish people ever had. I have done more for Israel than any president, and frankly, I have done more for Israel than any person. It's not even close. Shapiro has done nothing for Israel and never will. Let's see, Comrade Kamala Harris, the radical left Marxist who stole the nomination from Crooked Joe, will do even less. Israel is in big trouble. Mika, it would be nice if you presented on the screen that you actually read what's on the screen for those who are visually impaired. You're being rather ableist. That's terrible. Check your privilege.
For Israel than any person, and it's not even close. Shapiro has done nothing for Israel and never will. And Willie Geist, it's always helpful to your campaign when you attack the governor of a state you desperately need.
Yeah,
Oh, really? Well, let's go over here. Let's go find out something. Let's go take a peek-see. One moment, please. Let's see if I can get this thing up. Go on over here. Go back over here. Pull up my agent and ask. Here we go. Pull up my agent. Go over here. Get this thing nice and big. And then ask it. Let's see. Why did the DNC not choose Josh Shapiro as the VP pick for Harris? Let's question it. Okay, Josh Shapiro was not chosen as Kamala Harris's VP pick for several reasons. Personal and political fit. Harris sought a governing partner and felt Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was a better fit, being seen as more deferential compared to Shapiro, who was viewed as ambitious. So Kamala wanted a beta male, or a beta anyone. And apparently Josh Shapiro is too alpha for Kamala's tastes. Okay, let's see. Second point. Criticism and controversies. Shapiro faced criticism from various groups, including public education advocates and progressives, particularly regarding his support for private school vouchers and his stance on Israel. So apparently, Josh Shapiro's stance on Israel was a sour point for the DNC. Interesting tea. Okay, let's see. Internal party dynamics. There was significant lobbying against Shapiro by Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who warned Harris about Shapiro's focus on personal ambition. Oh, so he warned Harris about Shapiro's focus on personal ambition. That's interesting. That's hearsay. So you're telling me that John Fetterman went running to Kamala Harris and was like, he's ambitious. Watch out. And then additionally, a public push for Shapiro by Philadelphia Democratic Party leaders may have undercut his chance. Oh, so you're telling me that the DNC were being sneaky snakes? Color me surprised. Let's see. For more detailed insights, you can refer to articles from Vox, CNN, and NJ.com, like NewJersey.com, because yes, Jersey. All right, so let's go back on over here, and let's go and pull up the rest of this and see what else they have to say. Come on. Oh, that's right, I have to be over here.
Desperately need.
Yeah, by the way, and identify him as the highly overrated Jewish governor.
Yeah.
Jewish.
Yeah, this is one of these moments we talk about, guys, where people go, oh, there he goes again. No. Let's stop for a minute. The man who wants to be president again is calling Josh Shapiro a Jewish governor, sending up.
Yes, because he is a Jewish governor. Meanwhile, you guys aren't going to talk about what you guys did weeks ago. Hello? It was all in the news. Oh my word, the progressive left was just in a tizzy over having Josh Shapiro as a possible VP pick. Oh, he's not progressive enough. Oh my. Well. It's interesting what happens when you do a little digging and do some research, isn't it? Let's see what else I have to say.
Sending up smoke signals to some of his supporters. And I mean, he's lost his.
Okay, so Trump was sending smoke signals up to his supporters. We were fine with this, okay? If Josh Shapiro would have been the VP pick, we were fine with it. It's like that's just it. It's like I don't think any of us really care. I mean, some of us care a bit, but it's not about a person's religion. It's not about their skin color. It's not about their ethnicity. It's about their dedication to the United States of America and the citizenry within the United States of America. It's about their merits and their ability to be placed in a public servant role and serve the public to a positive end. Okay, that's what that's about. So, MSNBC, you can go on with your daydreaming that you believe that Trump is this big baddie and keep on doing this propaganda push and everything. The rest of us are going to do our own research. And I know that you guys hate that. You guys hate that so much. But I guess you're just going to have to hate it. All right. Okay, so that was the end of the video I made this morning. MSNBC, and it's not just MSNBC, several other news outlets, including CNN, Vox, and these other progressive areas, go and try to paint it as, Trump is anti-Semitic for going after Shapiro. I don't see it that way. Plus, as I pointed out in this video, when Mika was presenting the, I believe it's from Truth Social, these posts from Donald Trump, she's not even reading everything in these posts. They're just picking and choosing out, and do you guys already know this? I'm sure you guys already know this. They pick and they choose. So I was curious. I was like, well, why didn't the DNC choose Josh Shapiro? Well, we find out that he's too alpha. Kamala doesn't want a stallion in her stable. She wants someone that she can bend over and shove the dildo up into, which is appropriate. So she chose Tim Walz because, he's a bit of a soy boy, very mincing and prancing around. I mean, even I can see it. His kicks and his weird hand waves and all that stuff. Very animated for an elderly fella. A little sweet, a little light in the loafers, may I just say. She doesn't want a man. She wants a girly fella. A fella girly is what she wants. She wants someone that she can push around, who happens to be a bit of an authoritarian and maybe a little communist. Someone who won't question her. Very much a yes man. And tacky at that. Let's keep in mind, Tim Walz went and spilled his own wife's tea. Gwen Walz probably did not want her tea spilled about the IVF treatment, which turned out not to even be IVF treatment. So not only do we have to consider possibly a sperm and an egg in a test tube conjoining and then being shoved up through her vaginal canal into her uterus to implant upon the uterine wall. No, now we get to imagine a freaking syringe of semen getting inserted into his wife's vagina in order to squirt this past her cervix because his sperm are so freaking lazy. And it might not even have been his semen. I mean, we don't know. And Conservative Chris, I see over, he's a horse whisperer. Now, I hear that that's a lie. I hear that that was a rumor. Now, do I know it or fact? You know what? No, I'm not going to waste the pennies because, and Belushi, good morning again. Good morning, Belushi. I'm not going to waste the pennies because every time I use my agent, it actually costs me money to use that agent. And it's only pennies per query, but every query, those pennies start to add up. And then before you know it, they turn to dollars. And before you know it, I've blown $20 to $40 on an afternoon of asking crazy questions because this agent's nuts. It just provides so much more information than doing your own searches or using large language models because it's running on current information and it doesn't hallucinate because it doesn't rely on its own data sets. It goes out and it asks the internet for everything at that very moment. It's nuts how that thing works, but it costs me money to run it. So I'm not going to go ask my AI agent, did Tim Walz actually swallow a bunch of horse semen? Because that's a waste of money, even though I am curious. Maybe some other time. But yeah, MSNBC over here talking about Trump and making it out to be like Trump is a big anti-Semite, completely disregarding that not just a few weeks ago, they were anti-Shapiro themselves. It's funny how that works. It's very curious how that works. 45 Juan, do you have any opinions on that?
Nope, I'm just riding this ride along with you, man.
All right. Well, I did make another video.
Let's go. I'm ready.
There's something wrong with this. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if we're under another DDoS or what it is, but I recorded these videos this morning on Restream. And was the quality coming through perfect for you, or did it sound choppy at times?
After you put it in the browser?
Yeah, after I put it in the browser.
No, it was fine.
Okay, well then I'm really, really hoping that this external GPU dock arrives soon because although these mini PCs are super cute and they only run on 72 watts, I mean, they're super low energy. I need to break out my video card that's sitting in my cupboard right now over here. What's up?
I said one, video card.
Yeah, the NVIDIA one that I upgraded. Let's see. The one that was in my old box that I used to run productions on, I need to get that one attached to this mini PC because I know what's causing the lags. It's It's because it's processing a lot of video on an AMD 9 CPU. And although the AMD 9s are a pretty darn good CPU, when you do streaming for people who stream, you guys know it taxes your CPU if you don't have a graphics processing unit alongside it. So that is arriving from Shanghai, China in like maybe a week. We'll see. Anyway, because it's going to go to Chicago, unless the plane lands in Chicago. What's up?
It's gonna get stolen.
Tyrone, leave my eGPU alone. And your girlfriend, who probably wouldn't even. You know what? I give Tyrone. I don't give
Tranisha?
Tyrone's girlfriend. Well, I don't think. I think her name will be Tanya, because I'm pretty sure she's either light Hispanic or Caucasian, because Tanya doesn't make the best decisions. So, and Tyrone goes by Pookie, from what I understand. So Pookie and Tanya, leave my eGPU alone. Go grab someone's medication. You'll make more money with the medication. That'll last you longer. Anyway, dropping the next one, I called it Economy and Crime, because MSNBC wanted us to believe that crime is at an all-time low. Well, I had something else to say. So here we go. And of course, can't just overlay one video on top of the other. Of course not. Why would it be easy? All right, here we go. Copy and paste and go. Here we go.
Down 20. They tilt their heads. They go, what?
Yeah.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
What? Like they
dis-
literally.
When you tell people crime is down, they tilt their heads. Like, why? Because maybe they're watching crimes happen in their communities at a much more increased rate than what it was, say, 4 years ago.
Misinformation.
Tilt their heads.
You look at a certain network, they will have crime going 24 hours a day, just like the New York Post. Crime day in, day out, day in.
They tilt their heads. It just dawned on me what Mika said. They tilt their heads, kind of like a dog when it's trying to comprehend you. Oh my. Okay, let's see what else I have to say.
Day in, day out. The fact is that right now we're on than they had in 1950.
Yeah.
But again, it's just it's.
What did you just say? I felt a glitch. What did you say?
Crime going 24 hours a day, just like the New York Post. Crime day in, day out, day in, day out. The fact is that right now we're on track this year to have less violent crimes than they had in 1950.
Yeah.
But again,
Well, let's go find that out. I mean, let's go do some research, shall we? Let's go look at crime statistics in the United States. One moment. Let me go and pull up my... Here, let's go over here. Let's go over here. Let's go grab the agent. And let's go take a look-see, shall we? I'm going to go and pull the agent over here so I can read it. Okay, crime statistics. Okay, give me crime statistics from 1950s. Okay, from the whole, let's say from, let's see. Give me the crime statistics summary in the United States from 1950 to 1960 and compare to current day. Let's see what it says. It'll just take a moment. I'm sure it's got a lot to think about like right now. By the way, guys, if you're not using AI agents, well, am I promoting AI agents? Maybe, maybe not. They're so much better than large language models. Okay, let's see. Crime statistics summary in the United States, 1950 to 1960 in comparison to current day. crime rates. In 1960, the violent crime rate included murders at 9,000, around 9,000, rapes around 17,000, robberies around 107,000, aggravated assaults around 154,000. Property crimes included burglaries 912,000, larcenies around 1,855,000, and motor vehicle thefts around 328,000. Population and crime. The U.S. population in 1960 was approximately 179 million, with overall crime rates per 1,000 being lower than peak rates seen in later decades. Let's see, current day crime statistics. So violent crimes. Let's see. Homicide, 6.3 per 100,000. Rape, 40 per 100,000. Robbery. Okay, so let's see. 66.1 per 100,000. Aggravated assaults, 268.2 per 100,000. Property crime. In 2022, the property crime rate per 100,000 people was 1,954, which includes burglary at 269.8 per 100,000. This summary highlights the significant increase in both violent and property crime rates from the 1950s to present.
Now it's being choppy, Kevin.
Day. So the AI agents
it was running smooth there for a second.
Are rather unbiased. Let me ask for the sources. Which source? Okay, I'm just gonna like pause it for a bit to let it like buffer up just a little bit. So it's giving me crime statistics from the 1950s to the 1960, okay? It's about to do a comparison to current day is what's going on here. Sources were used to collect this data. Let's see. It used the crime statistics data was collected from the following. Okay, hold on here. We're at 5 minutes and 25 seconds. So let me go back on over to X, because maybe, just maybe, technology will be my friend. Who knows? Let's see. 5 minutes and 25. So profile. And go over here. Let's see. Is this the one? Crime. Yes.
Yeah.
525. Of course it's not. Of course. Why would it? Let's see if I can get this thing to play. It used the crime statistics data was just you know what? We'll do it live. We will do it live. Okay, I will recreate what I was doing. Or will I? I'll put it like this. Oh, but the video was good. The video was actually good. Let me go and look at something here with like hardware acceleration. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe that is what is happening. What is that thing I need to turn on and off? Let's see. Search engines, extensions, Shields content appearance, system. Here we go. Use WireGuard, no. Memory saver, let's just turn that off. And let's see. Use graphics acceleration when available. Let's turn that off. And if I relaunch this, oh, please, no! No. Then it wants to restart everything. Okay, let's not do that.
Oh, you
Let's
messed
go back
yourself
over
up now.
here.
It was all messed up.
Now my audio's all messed up?
It was, yeah. Is there a now?
Is it?
1,000, 2, 1,000. Okay.
What?
It might be
Is it messed
restream.
up?
I'm just at the fluidity of it.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back into my settings here. Really? Just, can we just not have these issues? Memory saver, turn that back on. Okay, how's that? Are we back to normal?
Yeah, okay. Now your mouth and your audio are the same.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me try to pull this thing back in. Let me see if I can do this. This is so stupid.
It's down 20. They
Okay, here we
tilt their
go.
heads. They go, what?
Yeah.
What?
All right, so if I go back over to 5 minutes,
They're not
some
a
odd
large.
seconds.
Need help with anything, dude? Okay.
5 minute, 25-second mark.
Oh no.
What? It used the crime statistics data was collected from the following sources. Disaster Center provided historical crime rates from the year 1960. Statista offered insights into crime statistics and trends in the United States. Jeff Asher's Substack included data on crime counts from 1960 to 2022. And then it says various articles discussing violent crime rates and property crime statistics in the US from 1990 to 2022. And so I'll ask, what is everything frozen? Is this just not working?
Yeah, it's frozen, but I mean, I can see you. Everything seems to be working fine. It just doesn't seem to want to play this video for you.
In the end, MSNBC is talking about, you guys can go and see this on X. If you want to go to my account on X, you can view the whole thing. MSNBC is trying to tell us that the crime has decreased since the 1950s, and that turns out to be not true at all. In fact, crime has increased from anywhere from 300 to 400% from 2022 to present day versus the 1950s on through 1960. So they're telling a bold-faced lie, which anyone can step outside of their home and take a look at their communities and see that there is a definite increase in crimes across the board, whether that be car theft, whether that be rape, whether that be larceny, whether that be arson, property damages, all those things have increased while our population has increased. So it took into account per capita crimes, and per capita would be for every 100,000 people in populations. And those numbers have also increased, which would make sense if when you consider that the population increases, yes, there would be an increase in crime. However, when you put it per capita and you look at per 100,000 people, those numbers should line up. They should still be approximately the same. And by the mainstream media's accounts, those numbers are lower. However, when you look at reality, you see that the percentages have increased dramatically per capita. And then you look at an even larger picture and you go beyond just populations and you see that crimes have shifted. Certain areas have been decimated by crime. So their crime statistics have decreased because their populations have decreased because people have moved out of those areas. It's what they call white flight. So when you have areas which are inundated with crime, you lose populations, which means that you lose statistical numbers. They decrease because the population decreases. The news does not talk about COVID. They do not talk about the George Floyd riots. They do not talk about defunding of the police. They don't talk about the socioeconomic factors of, let's see, increases in domestic violence during the lockdowns. They don't talk about increased drug and alcohol use by people who were directly affected. They don't talk about people using tranq. They don't talk about people using fentanyl. They don't talk about people using opioids in general. They don't address any of that. Well, a lot of that's been decriminalized anyway. I mean, what is the definition of a crime these days? If you take something which has historically been a crime and then designate it as not a crime, well, sure, you can get a decrease in your statistical numbers. But that's not accurate reporting by any means. But the mainstream media will go ahead and report on this as if it is fact and as if it is truth. And it is not. Because if I break into your home and I take your possessions, am I not committing a crime? Well, maybe to you I am. But maybe to a revised letter of the law, perhaps I am not. So how do you count that? I don't want to go and break into anyone's home. I don't want anyone breaking into my home. But as we've heard from several accounts, most on social media, some you may have heard in person, people are having crimes committed against them, and the police can do nothing. So there you go with that. And then we get it. They started talking about Joe Scarborough was saying something about people driving around in their Maserati, saying that the economy it was so much better under Joe Biden. And he said something to the effect of, when you speak to your friends who are driving their Maseratis and going to the country club, and to play golf, it's like, how can you tell me the economy has decreased? Well, I don't think the average person in the United States is driving a Maserati, Joe. I don't think the average person has a membership to a country club. Nor do I believe that the average person is out there playing golf. I'm sure average people can play golf. That is contained within the video, which apparently I can't play because of whatever technical issues. But like I said, you can go and you can find it on X under my account. Now, what they also don't talk about, because they started talking about the economy, they said it was around the lines of you have more to spend today than you did under Trump. They don't talk about the increase in insurance premiums. You know, the insurance companies who have to pay out for all this property damage being committed, perpetrated against society, they don't talk about that. They don't talk about the increase in property taxes. And they definitely don't want to talk about groceries. They don't want to talk about banks closing. They don't want to talk about medical bills being incurred due to mental health issues. They don't want to talk about any of that. But sure, you have more money. Their wages have increased. However, most people's debt has increased well beyond their wage earning capacity. But we're not going to talk about that. So just listen to the news. Let the television tell you what to think. And don't think for yourself. I mean, definitely don't bring it up. That's bigoted. How dare you be a fascist? How dare you watch out for your ability to create generational wealth to pass on to your offspring. How dare you? Let people like Wesley Snipes go and fly around in their jets to be paid $100,000 to $200,000 per event on average. Tell you how to live your life for an equitable future. Yes, quite interesting, I must say. All right, let me go move back on over here. Let's see, just refugees, doctors, and scientists, right, Gray Man? No crime here, just peaceful, entire apartment complex. I know, the Venezuelan gangs in Colorado. The news tells you it's okay. Yes, yes. Okay, so just the video was bad. You know, I am going to, I really, really need that, that video card doc, and that'll be coming soon. So let's see, what's going on over here? Describe Kamala Harris in one word. You know what? I'm going to go over to my list. I'm going to go over to my list because I have a do not feed list over here on X. It just means do not feed me their information. It's like I will go there when I want to see what they're doing. But when I see a bunch of bullshit coming through my stream, my feed, I just put them on my do not feed list. But let's see what's going on. With a never, okay, you know what? Are they all buffering? Is something just going on right now? Let me go and like look over here. DDoS attacks. DDoS attacks current. Let's just go and take a peek. Live DDoS and cyber attack map. Let's see what's going on. Okay, give me it. Where are we DDoSing? Come on. Full interactive map. Okay, show me. Next. Close. Okay, event values. Let's see. Event categories. Let's do TCP connections. Come on. What, you can't click? Let's go to sources. Countries. These are just people who don't have anything better to do with their time. Oh, but you know who these people are? They're probably governments. I mean, more than likely, these are government agencies trying to, what do you call it? Interfere with bandwidth, interfere with information. Let's see, what do we have going on over here? Philippines gone crazy. Sweden's going crazy. The US and Sweden, I wonder what's happening between the US and Sweden right now. Let me go and find out. Oh, damn it, I wasn't sharing that tab with you guys. I'm sorry. Let's see. United States, Sweden news. Let's see what's going on over there. News and practical guides in English. Sweden, latest news, breaking stories. Daily Mail. Let's see. Somebody says goodbye. So Sven Goran Eriksson says goodbye message. As terminally ill ex-England boss reveals he wants 3 Lions fans to remember. What? 3 Lions fans? That must be something of a family emblem or something like that. 10 TP kill. Okay, heavy periods for millions. Okay, so they're talking about menstruation in Sweden. Got monkeypox going crazy. UK stockpiles of Mpox vaccine as cases spread across the world. So you're telling me that the United Kingdom is stockpiling monkeypox vaccines as cases spread across the world and Britain gears up to tackle deadly strain? Why? What happened? I thought you could only get that from skin to skin contact. Let's see. Britain has urgently stockpiled monkeypox vaccines as the menacing new virus hits British shores. NHS staff has also received guidance from the UK Health Security Agency to ensure they recognize symptoms of the Clade 1 monkeypox variant. The disease, which experts say spreads faster and has a higher mortality rate than previous outbreak 2 years ago. So, first identified in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the latest monkeypox variant is thought to be the most dangerous thus far. And then it talks about, like, it has symptoms of flu and then a rash, and the rash starts on the face and then spreads around the body. Okay. The World Health Organization declared mutant monkeypox a global health emergency after it spread to at least 13 countries. Studies suggest up to 10% of infected children and 5% of adults have died due to the new strain in Central and Southern Africa, where porous borders have assisted transmission. Oh, you mean borders keep people safe? That's interesting. More than 500 are thought to have died in the Democratic Republic of the Congo alone. Well, when you consider the population, 500 is not a very large number at all when you consider the whole population. But yet it's a global emergency. Huh, that's interesting. So you can give people HIV, and that's not a problem in many jurisdictions right now. You can willfully give someone without telling them, you can infect them with HIV, but this is a health emergency right here. Okay. So Danish biotech firm Bavarian Nordic said on Saturday it plans to ramp up production of its monkeypox vaccine and work with international health organizations to ensure fair access to the disease has been declared by the public health emergency. The company, one of the few drug firms that have a monkeypox vaccine, said it has informed the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that it can manufacture 10 million doses of the vaccine by the end of 2025. But you only had 500 people die of it in all of Africa. So why do you need 10 million doses of it? And could already supply up to 2 million doses this year. So let's see. Zeal Rosenberg, the executive vice president of Tonix Pharmaceuticals. By the way, these are these pharmaceutical companies. If they're on the dip right now, very evil of me to say this, but buy their stock because after this, they're going to see an increase in their dividends. So if you're feeling a little sketch, go ahead, buy on the dip. What's going on over here? Pronouns are immune deficient. Haha. Yes, Gray Man. So true. Okay, so the president over here of Tonix Pharmaceuticals, a company currently developing a monkeypox vaccine, told Mail Online that the disease is now spreading to regions where historically it has not been endemic, driving concern of a repeat of the deadly 2022 outbreak that infected nearly 100,000 people. Okay, so it infected 100,000 people. How many people died? It's like, oh boy, you got an infection. Let's see. The Democratic Republic of Congo remains the center of the unchecked explosion of cases, with 11,000 cases reported this year alone and showing no signs of slowing. Well, why not? Why won't it slow? Are these people like snogging? Do they not have the ability to maybe, I don't know, if your neighbor has like a bunch of bumps all over the skin, maybe not rub up on them or something like that? It's like, do they have no common sense in the Congo? Is this not a thing? Like, maybe don't rub up against the person infected with monkeypox? Okay. He explained that there are two clade of monkeypox currently in circulation. The first carries more severe symptoms and a mortality rate of up to 10%. The second, responsible for the 2022 outbreak, is less lethal but has been able to thrive outside of Africa in the past. Can we talk about how this is transmitted? Okay, what is monkeypox? Blah, it's a virus. Okay, how deadly is it? It's usually mild. Is there a cure? They don't even talk about transmission. You'd think that would be something that you might want to know is like, how is it being transmitted Okay, let's see. Okay, it is usually spread through direct contact with animals, such as squirrels, which are known to harbor the virus. So stay the hell away from squirrels. However, it can be transmitted through very close contact with an infected person. So you literally, you need to be like rubbing squirrels on your body or have very close contact with somebody who has sores. But yet somehow this is a world health, emergency. And you need to make millions upon millions of vaccines for this to go and inject into people. You know what? Did I not just see something about this earlier? Let's see. Teens given Mpox vaccine. Let's see. I think I heard that there's a study going on about this. Vaccines, Mpox. Let's see. 2023 news. That's 2023. Let me see if I can get any videos. Mpox outbreak. Can I have something more recent? 5 days ago. 4 days ago. Health for teens regarding COVID. Europe, okay, so let's see. 1 minute, 52 seconds long. Let's see what they have to say.
What does the ECDC actually do at the moment to understand also these new variations, for example, of Clade 1b?
Well, we are constantly, for the past months, monitoring the situation, of course, in Europe, but also beyond. We are in constant coordination and contact.
Really? Really? So, no information. So we're just going to buffer the hell out of that stuff. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. This is what it's like living in the United States. This is what it's like. Meanwhile, in other countries with much less technology, they have blazing fast internet speeds, but we had 81 million votes putting some geriatric dementia patient in charge who taxed us to death to promising us an infrastructure which was never delivered. And now we have buffery, stuttery videos and the inability to actually get the information out there, which is probably what they want. I mean, who knows? Maybe this is intentional too. Go and get it so people can't even properly communicate, share information, or anything like that. Because why would they want that? They don't want us really talking to each other. They don't want us actually getting out like the proper news or anything like that. No, that costs thousands of dollars. No. You need to have like some crazy ass fiber or something like that. It's like the equity. It's like out here in the rural area, it doesn't matter that I have like a 300 down with like a 20 up. It should be able to run just fine on even 10 megabits on an upstream. But no, I'll bet Bruce is doing something downstairs. This is so... Am I upset? Not really. I feel like I might be wasting people's time though by going and like having this stream and then not have it able to be properly produced. That bothers me just a bit. Maybe if I killed this thing in the background. Hold on, let's see what's going on back here. Let's see. Let's get you guys up.
The speech, just introducing herself to people. I talked to some of her policy advisors yesterday, and I think that she'll emphasize things like working at McDonald's and just to try to really bring home the idea that she understands people's economic plight.
Margaret, what are you hearing about the Vice President's speech tonight, and what can we expect, you think?
I do think it's going to be sort of a few distinct parts. There will be the biographical introduction, right? And the idea that Donald Trump has sort of cast this idea of Kamala Harris as a San Francisco liberal or...
You know, let me back that up just a bit because I swear she said something about McDonald's. Like somehow that is how that plays into people's lives. Let's see. Go back over here. Come on. All right.
And I think that she'll emphasize things like working at McDonald's and just to try to really bring home the idea that she understands people's economic plight.
Let's back that up just
Margaret,
one more
what are you
time.
hearing about?
Sorry.
Moment, and they're aware that people are not, hugely familiar with her. And so they're viewing this as a moment to really talk about her upbringing, her mother, her sister, her middle-class upbringing. I think that will be a huge chunk of the speech, just introducing herself to people. I talked to some of her policy advisors yesterday, and I think that she'll emphasize things like working at McDonald's and just to try to really bring home the idea that she understands people's economic plight.
Back then, working at McDonald's was different. Okay, so let me get this correct. So she's going to talk about working at McDonald's as a young adult, maybe a late child, maybe a pre-adult. You know, McDonald's back then in her day, elderly people didn't tend to work at McDonald's. Okay, and Kamala is an elderly person now. So to go and say, I worked at McDonald's, well, that was a different time, Kamala. And you were much younger. Okay? Why don't you talk about what you did after McDonald's? Why don't you talk about how you got into politics? Why don't you talk about Willie Brown, how Willie Brown got you up and, how you gained position by dropping to your knees? Why don't you talk about that? Is that relatable? Is that relatable? Can we talk about that, Kamala? Not that I want to hear about it. I just want to hear the truth. I just want to hear the truth about how did you get to the position you're in? Because it wasn't McDonald's. It wasn't McDonald's. You can't just go and tell your biography, your autobiography.
She took a couple of Whoppers.
Took a couple of Whoppers. It's like your success story is not something I would advise my children to do. Your success story, it's just kind of a horror, is what you were. So let me re-break it down. So you were a whore working at McDonald's, handling other people's food as a whore. And you decided to go and suck some dick for position while working at McDonald's. And now you want to come out on the stage and give a speech talking about how your mother and your father, who probably didn't want their daughter being a cocksucking whore working at McDonald's, became just that and pimped yourself off to a politician who was married and had a family, and he was how many decades older than you? So you had no problems and no qualms and no ethical issues of hooking up with an older married man to jockey for position. Is that the story you're going to tell us tonight, Kamala? Is that the story? See, I don't need a proper internet to talk to do that part. I need a proper internet when I'm trying to play videos, apparently, from YouTube or X, or just trying to show something off my hard drive or something like that. But apparently I can get a clear feed straight from MSNBC about some person there trying to prop up as some sort of superhero for diversity and for everything that has almost nothing to do with the average American citizen. Because the average American citizen does not fall into the intersections of what is Kamala Harris's vision for the citizens of the United States. I wonder. I'm going to do something right now. We're going to make a Venn diagram. Okay, you ready? 45-1?
Yes.
We're going to take Kamala Harris.
Sorry, I was making steak and eggs for Feisty.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's make a Venn diagram about 3 of Kamala Harris's let's say what do you call them? Qualities, not aesthetic qualities, but what is the word I'm looking for if I'm trying to deduce someone's political status?
Ideology?
Okay, 3 of Kamala Harris's ideologies, and show the intersections between each pair of ideologies.
How's about
with the
How's about open borders, abortion, and killing babies?
Well, that might be it. That might
And
be
human
it. Let's see.
trafficking.
Okay, those might come up, but let's see what the AI agent says. So far I have, let's make a Venn diagram about 3 of Kamala Harris's ideologies and show the intersection between each pair of ideologies, with the center being the political expression of her ideologies. Only use her most apparent qualities. What do you think of that?
I like it.
Okay, let's see what the agent does. Is the agent transmitting on Restream? Because I'm not looking at that screen right now.
Hold on just a second, dude. I'm also not looking at it. Yes, it is.
Okay, good. All right, so it's pulling from social justice, it's pulling from criminal justice, it's pulling from healthcare reform, it's pulling from social justice and criminal justice, it's pulling from health and more healthcare reform, criminal justice, it's pulling from all sorts of things right now. Okay, now it's installing.
Uh-oh, you lost it.
Oh, it's coming back.
Yeah.
Did it come back?
Not yet.
Okay, it's OBS is freaking out right now on that side. I am doing that through an RTP, by the way.
There it goes. You're good.
Okay, did it come back?
Yep.
All right. Oops. Damn it.
Be back one more time.
Okay. So right now, it's putting all that information together. It's looking for her 3 qualities. Sipping with Sean, good morning. All right, so now it's doing a plot command, and it is trying to put together the Venn diagram that we're looking for. It's got its plot tables setting up. It's got it's pulling in programs and different Linux code in order to make this diagram, and soon it should give me an output file. Okay, it says what does it say here? Let's see. I am currently unable to generate the Venn diagram of Kamala Harris's ideologies due to limitations in the execution environment that prevent visual outputs. If you have other requests, well, can't you just make it into an image file? Just make it into an image file. I think it was actually trying to show it to me on the screen, and it can't do that. So now I'm asking for it to make a file, and then I can show that.
Nice.
Okay, it's making something called Kamala Harris PNG. Okay, the Venn diagram of Kamala Harris's ideology has been successfully saved as an image file named Venn diagram Kamala Harris PNG. And now I need to go to my directory. Is my directory showing up?
Yeah, the AI is up there.
Okay, the AI is up here. Okay, one moment. All right, let's see. I want users, my name, agent, work directory. Okay, what did it call it? Venn diagram. Okay. And open. All right, let's see what that comes up as on the other screen. And why can't I get it? hold on, I'm coming back over to OBS so I can see what's going on over here. All right, so it brought up the Venn diagram. Let me see if I can read this to you. So her three things are social justice, criminal justice reform, and healthcare reform. In healthcare reform, she wants access for all. Oh gosh, can I need that redone. Here, I need that redone. The text is too jumbled. Please, what is the word I'm looking for? Reformat and output. Okay, the Venn diagram of Kamala Harris ideologies has been successfully created and saved as an image file. Here are the details. All right, let me see if it gives me something I can actually look at. Not really, but I'm going to try to make sense of what I'm looking at here. So for social justice, it says focus on, let me get out my magnifying glass. Focus on, I don't know what that says. Fair, I think it says focus on fair equity in healthcare reform. In criminal justice reform, it talks about reform policies. So between social justice and criminal, it says that there needs to be health equity between those, but it doesn't explain how those would be related. Let's see. I'm just going to ask it. Right here. If you were to give Kamala Harris a political label, how would you label her? And it's thinking. It's compiling data. What political label best describes Kamala Harris? Hey, Maven, good morning. Okay, Kamala Harris can be described with the following political labels. Liberal orientation. She was categorized as a mostly political left senator in the 116th Congress, indicating a strong liberal orientation. Pragmatic moderate. Despite her liberal leanings, she has been described as a pragmatic moderate, suggesting she can work within the moderate wing of the Democratic Party. Progressive policies. Harris supports several progressive policies, including Medicare for All and the Green New Deal, but has shown a willingness to adjust her position. Oh, so she's shown a willingness, but does she actually? All right, and let's see. Complexity. Her past actions as a prosecutor have drawn criticism from both liberals and conservatives, reflecting the complexity of her political stance. And then it says, overall, while she is generally seen as a liberal, her pragmatic approach makes her a nuanced figure in American politics. Let me just ask, like, flat out. Could she be... I can't believe I'm spending my pennies on this. Okay. Could she be considered communist, Marxist, or Maoist? And if so, how? Gray Man, I wish I could zoom into it. The thing is that right now, this this remote desktop is coming off of an 8K screen downstairs, and I don't have the ability to reformat it to what is it, a 2160 or whatever whatever we use on PCs. So it's trying to read from an 8K display downstairs. So I wish I could. Okay. So let's see. Kamala Harris is not considered a communist, Marxist, or Maoist. Here are the key points. Okay, I'm going to ask it something. Okay, after this, I'm going to ask it something else. Criticism of labels. Many sources, including supporters of actual socialist candidates, refute claims that Harris is a communist or socialist. Her policies do not align with socialist or communist ideologies. Number 2, policy positions. While she initially supported progressive policies like Medicare for All and the Green New Deal, she has since moderated her stance, aligning more closely with moderate democratic policies. Economic policies. The current administration has not implemented policies considered socialist or communist, with corporate profits and the stock market booming, contradicting the dismantling of capitalism. And that's something we should consider here. Okay, maybe not we should. Well, no, we should consider. I'm going to consider it. At the end of the day, she needs those corporations. I mean, she wants to, she sucked dick for position. She's not done sucking dick. She still wants power. And she can't bite the hand that feeds her. And we might actually get up to the point where I show you some of the things of the hand which feeds her. Let's see. Expert opinions. Progressive voices acknowledge that Harris does not fit the profile of a socialist or communist, with notable figures stating that her appointment did not appease pro-socialist sentiments. That might be true, considering the what do you call it, protests we've seen. Overall, while she supports some progressive policies, her approach and alignment with moderate democratic values do not support labeling her as a communist, Marxist, or Maoist. So okay, just entertaining. We're just entertaining. I'm not prescribing and I'm not subscribing. I'm just entertaining a thought here. What if she's just a bold-faced liar and she'll say anything to get a vote and then not follow through with anything at all? And maybe that's why we haven't heard that much from her.
I mean,
Because
maybe
any
like how
policy-
her. Sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like her accent changes when she's in a room full of black people.
Right, like she has some sort of like faux empathetic ability to what do you call it? Oh, just she tries using charisma, but it's not there.
2024.
I'm asking it which sources it used to draw this information. And it says articles and opinions from various sources that refute claims for her. What's going on? What happened?
I don't know. I didn't touch anything.
Okay, but we're back. Okay, so it says it's using, the information regarding Kamala Harris of not being, all those things, the communist, Marxist, Maoist, and everything like that. It says articles and opinions from various sources that refute claims of her being a socialist or communist include statements from supporters of Bernie Sanders. Okay, so analysis of her policy positions, including her initial support for Medicare for All and the Green New Deal, which have since been moderated. All right. And then let's see. Observation about the current administration's economic policies, which have not aligned with socialist or communist ideologies. Observations about the current administration's economic policies. Really? Expert opinion from progressive voices acknowledging that Harris does not fit the profile of the socialist. Okay. And it says, for more detailed insights, you can refer to articles from sources like National Interest, AP News, and Reuters. I've got a question though. But wait, isn't Kamala Harris suggesting? Let's see, what is it called when she's trying to go against the price gougers?
He's like, can I just go chill?
Welcome back, Belushi.
Go explore. So I've killed the scorpion.
Okay, so I'm like, but wait, isn't Kamala Harris suggesting
Avoiding brown
price control on various commodities?
Watching the dog watch him.
Is that not
Mistakes
a
were made.
form
Yeah, now he's not crying. He thinks he's
or an execution of
They won't see me if I don't
communism?
move.
Okay, let's see. So I'm asking it that question.
Cold room. Win-win. Brownie wants to watch something. Win-win-win. Manny wants to chill. Double win. Quadruple win.
Okay, I can hear Tom in the background. Does Tom want to be part of the show?
No, sorry,
Hey,
I meant to
Sven.
mute myself.
It's fine. It's fine. So let's see. Yes, Belushi, I'm fine. And yes, I am taunting Skynet a bit. Okay, so I'm asking it's like, but wait, isn't Kamala Harris with her price fixing? Isn't that like one of the executions of communism? And it's saying Kamala Harris has proposed a policy to prohibit price gouging on groceries, which has sparked debate about its implication. And it's like proposal details. The plan aims to ban price gouging in the food and grocery sectors, with the Federal Trade Commission imposing fines on companies that violate the ban. Okay, so she's getting the Federal Trade Commission involved. I don't want that, because if you're trying to sell because your community has a demand for the products or services you provide, I don't want the Federal Trade Commission dictating the price I can charge for my goods and services, because they're probably not going to consider my overhead. Like, how much energy does it take for me to provide this good or service? How many people do I have to pay to assist me in facilitating this? What is my infrastructure cost beyond personnel, beyond energy? It's like, what is my lease on my land to, or do I own my land, or any of those factors? What am I on a floodplain? What's my insurance liability? It's like, are those all being considered? Because I don't think Kamala Harris can possibly consider all that, and the FTC has shown that it is incapable of actually adjusting for that. I mean, look at Janet Yellen. I mean, I'm not saying that Janet Yellen is part of the FTC. I'm just saying, look at Janet Yellen. Can I hear from Janet Yellen? Okay, I guess I can't hear from Janet.
The prices aren't coming down.
Oh, thank you, Janet. Okay, so like over here, number 2, criticism and comparison. Critics, particularly from the Republican side, have labeled this proposal a communist or similar to Soviet-style price controls, drawing parallels to past price control measures that were deemed ineffective. You know, this is what I love about AI agents. With a language model, like a large language model, it would then go and add on, and it's like, but it's totally not communist.
Good man.
Because what's up?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
All right. Who is that?
Yo,
It's
you
Belushi.
invited me on. It's Belushi.
Oh, hey, Belushi. I'm not looking at that.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just giving 451 a thumbs up because he saw me backstage. I was just giving him just a little nod. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Welcome to the show. Because I was hoping that you would get on earlier.
Yeah, no,
so
I'm listening to you, and I'll dive in whenever, but I want to listen a little bit and just get acclimated to the environment. Thank you. Hello, good morning, boys.
Good morning.
Yes, Kevin.
Good morning.
Kevin, we're
Yes.
finally on together. Yes, we'll do it.
Yes. Okay, so I like this with the AI agent is that it's not going to give you a bias like large language models do. Large language models are programmed by certain companies, and they almost always contain a bias. Where an AI agent doesn't care about your feelings. It just comes back with the information that's available on the web, whether it's trusted, untrusted, unvetted. It doesn't care. It's going to try to get you the best information it can. Like if you want things about like crime, it's going to go to the center of crime statistics. It's going to go scrape for, like, let's say if you want to look at the crime statistics in Minneapolis, it's going to go to those databases and search for it. It's not going to go to Vox and say, oh, well, some, double ungood gay at Vox is
Did you just say a double ungood gay?
Yes.
You just said that's pretty good.
It's a 1984 reference. Yes. Okay, so moving on then. Economic concerns. And again, the question posited was Kamala Harris has proposed a policy to prohibit price gouging on groceries, which has been sparked debate about its implication. And in this case, we're trying to figure out, is she a Marxist, Maoist, or a communist? Okay. Point number 3, economic concerns. Opponents argue that such price controls could lead to shortages and disrupt market dynamics, potentially resulting
Can
in
I
higher
pause you real
prices.
quick, Kevin? So this is
Yeah.
where I might jump in. So
Yeah.
on that list, does it talk about so there's an unearned capital gains tax that they're proposing, that she's proposing. It's 25%.
Keep that in mind. Keep that in
Okay.
mind. Keep that in mind. Because
I'll put it in your pipe.
We'll go and scrape for that. Right after this, we'll go and do a scrape. Okay, so let's see. Shortages to disrupt the market dynamics, potentially resulting in higher prices in the long term. And it would, because if you're fixing prices, and then let's say that you have goods which spoil, or let's say you have your prices fixed so you can no longer pay your provider.
No, it's
Your
not even that. It
farmers-
just kills the entire private market of how supply and demand works.
Yes,
you
it's
can't
antithetical to-
price fix a free market, and the free market
Right.
exists, and it's global now because we export all of our fucking food or import a lot of our food for some reason, which is fucking retarded. Our food, the food in this country is so bad. The way we are one thing that I want Trump to address, I'm not even going to take over right now. I want to, though, that we got to address the food. Continue, Kevin. I'm so sorry.
No, you are invited, and you will talk. Speak, Belushi.
I mean, it's a big problem. It's a big problem, and if you're really wondering why the centers that they're attacking it is Minnesota, Wisconsin, California, and Florida, and Texas. There's a reason for that. Oil and food, oil and food,
Idaho,
natural gas in
potatoes.
Pennsylvania, all the things that Trump's highlighting around our country domestically right now when he says drill baby drill, these are the things that he wants to free up. So they are proposing straight communism, the exact opposite of that. And what they want to do, and if you don't think what they're about to try to do to the housing market is crazy, it will topple over to a degree that you will never see. Our country will be done. Anyway, 451, go ahead. Sorry. Sorry.
I was gonna say, they hit Idaho too with the whole water thing for the farmers for the potatoes, and they've had a huge problem with their potato crops. So that's another one. And then the housing thing, like what they're fixing to do, is gonna make 2008 look like a cakewalk. And man, it's pretty severe. And we've been telling people, like, you make America agrarian again. Like, if you don't know how to go out in the most extreme situation and find food that is just around, like go out into a tree line and figure out what you can forage. If you don't know how to grow sprouts to just give yourself your body the basic nutrients,
the microgreens,
yeah, dude, it's like 10-day turnaround on a thing of microgreens, on a tray of microgreens, 7 to 10 days depending on what you're growing.
I like what you guys got. Sorry, with the hydroponics over there.
Dude, the aquaponics system, we just planted our first sprouts in it 2 days ago, and they're already, like, the beans that I put in there are like, you ready to go up to the giants and go and visit
they're stoked, you're saying. Like they're loving it.
Yeah,
they like
dude.
the ecosystem.
Yes.
So that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. You got a thumb, dude. That's what it's about. Yeah, I got a thumb too. I've never dipped into that realm though, so I'm curious about it.
It's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna do a full showcase on it once we have the fish in it. We've actually got a camera, an underwater camera in the fish tank. So once the fish are in there, we're gonna go live with a 24/7 fish cam and let people just kind of ask questions about the system, and that's what it's going to be dedicated to. It's going to be awesome.
Cool, man.
Yep. Get people interested in it. Because you can do something as small as like a single IBC container. You know what I'm talking about? Like the big bulk like square
All I
containers that
know
they
about
put
is
stuff
I
in?
had some homies that were growing hydroponic weed with the fish poop system, and I was like, "You're growing fish poop weed?" And they're like, "Yeah, dude, smoke this fish poop weed." And I was like, "Yeah, it was really good fish poop weed." So I was like, "Yeah, it's fucking legit." But like, I've always grown soil in pot and like primarily
Me too.
outdoor, but
Mhm.
indoor too. But I'm primarily outdoor. And like
Yeah.
when I left LA, dude, like literally, like my roommates fucking all the farms in Malibu got fucking burned down, dude, when
Right.
all that shit happened. And like I literally
Yep.
left there with my back on fire. So it's like all my growing shit and like coming up here is like not really conducive to it. So it's like all my things that would, anyways, that's a separate conversation. But growing up here is more like actual like food. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? But we've had such a wet season. Everything is molded, bro. Wisconsin's having the same problem. Like, what are they dumping on us? I don't know. It
Right.
felt like the weather came back, but I haven't. I mean, I've been up here. What? This is my 6th season now. Um, haven't experienced, and I'm from the Midwest. Haven't had a one this wet, and I can't remember. And I don't know about you guys. I know it's dry and hot in a lot of places and humid in a lot of places, but it's been real wet in the Midwest this summer, which is you would think that'd be a good thing, but it's not the Pacific Northwest. Like no,
Yeah.
we need we need drying out because it's pretty flat for the most part overall if you look at it as a body. So you know it fucking hurts crops, dude. Everything's hurting.
Yeah.
Everything's
Yeah.
hurting. Like the last scrap of anything we have left is hurting.
Yep. Yeah.
Farming's a hard business, dude, and like people don't realize like what it means in this country to grow the food, and that's why we're importing it all, and it's fucked up, and we shouldn't be doing that. We don't need to do that. We have all the resources, we have all the wealth, we have all the know-how, we have all the fucking equipment, we have all the people, we have all the land. Guess what? We don't have access to all the things I just said. Because of regulations and bureaucracy and bullshit and government who are in the middle of us doing those things. And that's the biggest problem to me is how I see it. And that trickles out to the economy in all sorts of ways. And that's a magnitude that's like something that I think needs to be addressed. And I don't see it being addressed. I'm going to shut up because my son is going to make a noise.
He's not wrong.
Yep. We got a lot of rain this year too in Texas. I mean, we went from the lake that's behind me went from 61% capacity to 11 feet over in just 2 months. So yeah, that was a lot of rain. So anyway, go ahead, Kevin.
It is saying, I was asking it about policies which Kamala Harris wants to put into place, which they're not talking about too much in the news. They seem very, very heavy when it comes to things like abortion. And when they talk about things like the price fixing and such, that seems to be like a hot topic right about now. What they're not talking about very much at this time, let me go back on over to my agent because I had the list. They talk about like the abortion aspects of things. They're not talking about how she wants to really put a focus on Black women. It's like not all women, but just in particular Black women. Like she has a very background agenda to move, and I think we've heard like snippets of this where Black people would get preferential treatment in the medical system. Like they'd be moved to the top because you want to talk about like equity, or people want to talk about equity, but they don't want to address that Kamala Harris wants to make it so that Black people get first dibs on almost all things when it comes to medicine. Criminal justice reform. And despite her past tough on crime attorney general aspects, Harris proposed initiatives to, let me expand this, reform the criminal justice system, including eliminating private prisons and mandatory minimum sentences. Specific bills on these topics during her Senate tenure are not widely detailed. So that would be something that we would need to look into because as vice president, or as president, I should say, she would be able to take more action on some of her historical bill representations, which she's had before. Currently, I'm seeing that Kamala is just trying to get her way in to the position. So she'll do whatever it takes to snake her way in. But once in there, she'll resurrect some of her old desires from not too long ago. She has a very big bent on the environmental protection portion. She a lot of her anger appears to be coming from some failed oil pipeline, which happened in California.
You're gonna go back in time. All right.
Welcome back.
My son unplugged my entire computer and the whole studio. He unplugged apparently I have a single point of failure I need to address because yeah, that happened. So hey, yeah, what's up?
Welcome back. So
We're doing
Kamala experienced this moment in California where apparently an oil pipeline polluted a bunch of beaches. Okay? Granted, that's an ecological disaster. However, you don't just shut down all the oil lines. Like, you don't just stop production of oil because you had a bad time when you were living in California and it upset the beaches. I get it. That's terrible. How about instead of what did it happen again? Okay, there he is. He's back.
I'm just here. It just keeps bouncing out. I don't know.
Okay. So I would not say shut down all of the oil production over that. How about improve the structures which are there? Because her old bills do not have any backup plans. So you're talking about heating, you're talking about transportation, you're talking about manufacture, all that stuff, and clothing. I mean, and you can say goodbye to pharmaceuticals, because think about how many pharmaceuticals are, even though they're poison, even though they're toxic, how many pharmaceuticals are petroleum based? A lot of things are petroleum based. So where are you going to get your plastics from? And maybe they want to do away with plastics. The thing is, like, they've conditioned people into living with all these things. So how do you remove that? And that's part of what
Force
her
it.
agenda would be. Or what?
Force it.
Force it. Well, that would be probably a bit, I don't know, authoritarian, maybe a little, maybe, I don't even know if that's communist at that point. I mean, that's just what do you call that? Is it fascist? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Would that be
Sounds
fascist?
Like agree with me or else.
Is that the definition of fascism? I wonder. I'm going to get to this fourth point on here. Her other thing is immigration reform. Now, while she talks about immigration reform right now, she's not talking about it as she has historically presented it in bill form. And the part I'm talking about, let me see if I can expand on this. Harris co-sponsored a bill to expedite the reunification of separated immigrant families and promote humane alternatives for asylum-seeking families. Now, let me ask this thing. It's like, what are the humane alternatives? Because on the face surface, I mean, that doesn't seem like a bad deal. It seems like she actually cares. I just have a feeling that there's more to it. So what are the humane alternatives Harris is seeking regarding migrants? So it's thinking, what humane alternatives is Kamala Harris seeking for migrants? And now it's going through a bunch of different news sources right now. And it's going through a bunch of bills. It's like it's sifting through all the government files. It's like pulling all that stuff. It's pulling up a bunch of bills presented in the past. Hopefully it'll summarize for us. Okay, so Kamala Harris is advocating for several humane alternatives for migrants, which include path to citizenship, prioritizing immigration reform that includes a path to citizenship for longtime residents, especially those under DACA. So historically, that's what she wanted. She wanted the DACA recipients to get residency. We have had our issues with DACA. However, when it comes to crime, I mean, we'd really have to look into it. Did DACA increase crime? Human trafficking, drug trafficking, all that? Or did DACA create doctors, productive individuals? What did DACA actually, what kind of fruit did DACA actually provide? We should look into that. Restoring asylum access, aiming to restore access to asylum and end anti-asylum policies, while balancing the right to asylum with improved border management. Well, she hasn't done that. It's like while she was in charge of the border, she didn't act on that. So she's got a strike against her, a big strike against her on that one, because she had the ability and chose not to. And everyone got to see it. And then they blamed the Republicans for not wanting to sign a bill which actually doesn't address the issue, because it doesn't say to these migrants, we can see that you've been country shopping and you've been shopping for welfare benefits because you come from many lands over. And instead of stopping at the next land over where you could have sought asylum, no, you came all the way here from a variety of countries. And Kamala Harris was, if memory serves me correctly, she was supposed to be the one to kind of turn that spigot off. And she instead, I don't know if she like turned it on full blast.
Forced it wide open.
I will say she didn't stem the tide, so she failed. Addressing root causes, focusing on improving economic, security, and political conditions in Central America to reduce the need for migration. Well, then go run for freaking president. Go become the president of Central America, Kamala. If that's what you want to do, why don't you go run for office in Central? Oh, that's right. You'd probably be beheaded. So instead, you come to civil insane North America and mess this part of the world up so it can become more like Central America. Great job. Anyway, ending detention and harsh enforcement. Because, you know, if you want to address the roots, then go. And who's going to take her seriously? Which leaders are going to take her seriously when she's not even a serious person? Giving us anecdotes about her mother talking about her falling out of a coconut tree. Her followers and fans are using coconut emojis, and they're just all feeling the vibe. And then you've got somebody twerking, and then you've got like freaking rappers and all that stuff. It's like, you're not a serious candidate. You're not at an international level. No one at an international stage is going to take you seriously. So miss me with your dreams and your desires. You don't put in the work because you're a cocksucking whore. That's why. Because you don't know what it is to actually work. You know what it is to, the only job you, guttural thoughts going through my guttural mind right about now. Blowjob queen. Whatever.
Blowjob queen. What? That was a good time to tune in.
Yes, talking about Kamala. Okay, so ending detention and harsh enforcement, advocating for the end of federal collaboration with state and local anti-immigrant programs, protecting communities from abusive policies, and ending prolonged immigration detention. You're just invading, but you want to make the punishment not fit the crime. So, oh, you came here, and oh, yeah, that was wrong. But instead of punishing you for being a burden on a society which was not expecting your arrival, let's just treat you with kid gloves. It doesn't matter that you've actually caused direct harm to the communities you're trying to come into, not to mention those who won't even assimilate. And we're not saying that you have to adopt every culture. What we're saying is don't attack us for having the culture we have. It's like, it's the United States culture. It's like maybe don't eat our dogs or go and freaking machete our kids or things like that. Or maybe don't become a blight. Maybe pick up your trash. You know, clean up. If you move into a place, maybe don't trash it like you're whatever you came from. Because I know a lot of you people, yes, you people, did not come from utter trash. I know a lot of you come with pretty big bank accounts. So don't act like a pauper. It's like, please. You have your own generational wealth. Now maybe some of your governments have destroyed what you had, then you'd be like the valid asylum seekers. But don't come here wearing some, I don't know, Gucci with your hand out. If your shoes are in the upper double to like, lower triple digits, especially, God forbid, you're wearing Balenciaga or something like that, just get the fuck out. Okay? All right, so expanding legal pathways is like the last thing on Kamala's list. Working to create more legal pathways for migrants seeking entry into the U.S. Well, what would that be? What would those legal pathways be? I mean, would indentured servitude be one of those legal pathways? I mean, when it comes down to it, are we looking to just build a slave class? Is that what we want? Is that what we want? Do we just want like new slaves? Because it seems like that's what we're going to get. Is we're just going to get a brand new slave class out here in the United States, and then within a generation or two, we're going to have a bunch of people crying for reparations because their ancestors from not too long ago were being treated like slaves, even though at this current rate, we currently have slaves at this very moment. And we've got child slaves, which under this administration, they're not too interested in going out and, taking care of, which has become more than evident. So really, what are we doing here? No, we're talking about abortion, and we're talking about feelings. I'm sure that right now there are probably many kids who have feelings right about now, and they're in the shittiest of environments in our country, and this administration doesn't seem to care one damn bit about them. So there's that. Even though they say they might, it's not top of mind. It's definitely not being brought up at the DNC. It's definitely not. No. What do we get? We get Wesley Snipes, who gets paid about $100,000 to $200,000 per event to show up and tell us about equity. Yeah. No, I thought Coffee Talk with Sandra was going to be joining us today, but maybe she's still sleeping. Who knows? All right. What are you guys doing over there? Smoking weed. Good. Survival tip from Gray Man. If you don't know how to buy physical books to guide you along the way. Right? Physical books. Very important. Take care of those books. Sven, not all cars are plastic. Some are made of cardboard now, too. Let me go see if I can find you cardboard cars from China. They fall apart. Let's see. Is the internet even going to play it, though, even if I pull it up? Cardboard car. China. Video. Where is it? I had just seen it yesterday. Okay. Oh, look, here's China's deadly... oh, that's from 2022. That's old news. But you know what? This might be kind of cute. Who knows? Let's see. Oh, wrong screen. Let's see, where is it? There it is.
But it's got a speed camera inside. pretty good.
Awesome. Yeah, he's got a fairly stony expression now. It's made out of fiberglass.
Fake policeman. I want you guys to see this. See this? Here's a fake cop. Hey, Seamilk.
Hey,
What's going on there?
I just learned that we should not cut electrical wires for their copper because it's very illegal and dangerous.
Yeah.
So China has an army of cardboard.
Are you serious? Because I think that that's something that's happening right now in the United States. One moment, please. Let me go and cross-reference on that. Copper power line theft. Copper theft from October 1st, 2013. People died doing that from 2023. Can I have a recent? I want a recent. April 2019, June 21st, Fort Worth man catches thieves trying to steal copper wire from utility pole. Oh my. Let's go see.
A nosy neighbor,
just be vigilant,
is sometimes what you want.
Something told me this isn't right.
And in this Fort Worth neighborhood, Jerry Halbert got that uneasy feeling Wednesday afternoon when he got back home. A white truck was sitting outside.
That bucket truck didn't have any decals on it or anything.
And it turns out his gut feeling was right. He tells me he noticed a group of men pull out a chainsaw, get up in the back of the pickup, and start cutting the utility lines. Jerry says when his wife went to call the police, she couldn't.
I came out and told these guys, hey, you cut my landline. And they said, we didn't cut anything. And so when I turned to walk back in the house to see if my wife was on the phone with the police, they took off.
Jerry says his provider AT&T warned customers about thieves trying to cut lines to get the copper inside. And they almost took this entire line until police were called.
This is the cable that this suspends from.
And they didn't just try this once. No, they tried several more times.
All this has copper all in here, and they get a lot of money on this.
Fort Worth police tell me the truck was occupied by 3 men, but they haven't arrested anyone yet. It might seem like a petty theft, but it's happening elsewhere. Just last month in North Dallas, neighbors say their area was hit 4 times in 3 weeks.
With this kind of hard work and you're dedicated to try to get this down this many times, just go get a job and get paid for it.
Jerry knows this will probably happen again and again. That's why he suggests folks just be a little more curious.
If it looks suspicious and you think like, hey, this just isn't right, just go ahead and call the police.
In Fort Worth, I'm Richard Solomon.
I wonder if that's going to work. I wonder if you can just go ahead and just call the police and let them know. Well, you'd think that they would take that seriously. You would think that if the infrastructure was actually being impacted, that they would take that seriously. One would hope. Let me go and take a look at something here. I'm going to ask X something. Let's see, Grok. I'm going to ask you something. What's trending right now? Just asking Grok. Grok is different. Grok is like a large language model with like a very high bias. So I'm just curious. Okay, political figures and events, of course. Donald Trump and issues related to 2024 U.S. presidential election are trending, with discussions and verbal exchanges between Republican and Democratic camps, including comments from Michelle Obama, because everyone wants to know what the hell Michael has to say. Of course, you know, the very important words of Michelle Obama. Oh yes, yes. Tim Walz accepting the vice president nomination is also a point of interest. Well, that's old news. Social and cultural issues. Epstein Island has come up, focusing on the political implications and associations. Oh, that might be an interesting search. Okay. There's chatter about societal simulations and behavior, referencing terms like demure and discussions about people acting like sheep or clones. People acting like sheep or clones. Really, that's trending right now? Okay. Entertainment and pop culture. Amanda Gorman's appearance in the Democratic National Convention where she delivered a new poem. Well, what was the poem about? Maybe we like copy that one later. Copy that and ask what the poem was. All right. A new Wizarding World cookbook creating buzz among fans of fantasy and culinary arts. Really? So what is that, a Harry Potter cookbook? I guess some people need that little extra. Are we really to that point where people need a little fantasy when they're just going about mundane tasks, such as making meals? I mean, some of us have a passion for cooking. Maybe mundane is too harsh of a word. However, it's like when you know how to cook, it's just like second nature. You don't need any magic. It's like the magic is already there. You have your own magic. I'm curious. I want to go and like look at this. Tell me more about, and I don't think this is going to work like an AI, but we'll see. Okay, so it doesn't actually give me the poem, so I'm going to like look. Poem title. Her new poem was titled The Sacred Scene. This piece was specifically written for the occasion, focusing on themes of unity, hope, and the reclamation of terms like freedom, liberty, and patriot for a vision of pluralism and empathy. Let's see if we can get that. Let's see, can we get this? Okay.
At this hallowed place, because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall, for a people that cannot stand together cannot stand at all. We redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream, let us be worthy of it. We gather.
Okay. What is your vision though? That was so vague. I would say that was much more prose than it was poetry, but it did have some poetic, implications to it. Some qualities, yes, I see that. However, it's so open for interpretation. It doesn't really express what your desires are within your article. It leaves it very open, so one could interpret this into their own personal, which actually doesn't bring anything together. It does bring a certain diversity of thought. However, I don't believe that what you're looking for, I don't believe it. I'd have to ask you personally, Amanda, what your views are on this. However, I am imagining that they don't quite align with what I'm looking for, because I'm thinking that maybe you're okay with having children be mutilated on operating tables because their parents believe that their offspring are gender confused. I believe that you might be okay with that. Let's go and let me look at your profile a little bit here. Okay, I can't. Because, of course, this doesn't come directly from you. No, it's filtered through the Associated Press. So the Associated Press is acting as your gatekeeper. Instead of actually providing a link to your social media, no, you're gatekept, which tells me that you might be an agent at this. Let's see. Amanda Gorman. Let me see if I can even find you. Because, you'd think that they would give a black woman her own platform and not, what do you call? Okay, let's see. Amanda Gorman. The Amanda Gorman. Let's see. When were you? June 2014. Okay, so you've been around a while. Okay. Our community is gathering for a celebration and book giveaway of books recently challenged in our schools. Okay, so she appears to be for the books like Genderqueer. I imagine those are the books that she's talking about. The pornographic books, which teach kids how to perform some pretty kinky shit with each other. And adults, mind you, because that's in those books. So let's see, the sanctuary for banned books inside the choral, or maybe it has something to do with the books that they believe have been banned, even though they haven't been banned. You can still buy them from anywhere. You can still find them in public libraries. They're just not age appropriate for the schools. So they consider that banned. I mean, who knows? This right here doesn't actually tell me anything other than the ACLU is involved. And if the ACLU is involved, there's probably a problem there. Let's see, the National Coalition Against Censorship. There's a reason why we have censorship. So if you have a national coalition against censorship, you might have some groomers in that group. Just saying. All right. So let's see. Can I actually get your thoughts? Oh, let's see. Your profile is very scant. There's really nothing to your profile. Let's see. Let's see. Do you have any thoughts of your own? See you soon with a blue heart. Okay. Presenting a new poem for the nation. Okay. Loves Michelle Obama, apparently. Let's see. Black, bold, beautiful, brilliant boss for Jasmine Crockett, I guess. Oh, that's wonderful because Jasmine Crockett is a definite role model. Okay. Extremists are coming for our contraception. She's very concerned about women's rights when it comes to reproduction, even though it hasn't been, it's like women's rights in reproduction are given back to the states. Maybe that's a little inconvenient. I'm just thinking, it's just, I wouldn't want the federal branch of the government, I wouldn't want the federal agencies in the government deciding my reproduction rights, though. See, because I don't think people understand how contracts work and how law is a contract. It may benefit you in the short term. What happens when the law is revised at a federal level and it dictates when you may or may not conceive? That's the problem. When you don't have 50 states and 50 flavors of healthcare when it comes to reproduction, and you have no options, but instead you've given all of your options to one state agency, which can turn around and say by decree, you can't have more than one child. I mean, we've seen it happen before in other countries. So why would you want to give up 50 flavors of parenting and settle for one flavor prescribed by one government? That just doesn't make any sense to me. I'd rather have options. Okay. Let's see. So it turns out, yes, this
Hey
poem.
Kevin, real quick, dude. I got doing like bath time and shit over here. I got all sorts of problems over here, dude. I gotta bounce, dude. I love you guys. Thank you, Kev, and hopefully we get you over on our side of things soon, brother. I gotta get out.
That.
Yeah, I got parent duty to attend to right now, dude.
All right, parent on.
Yeah, much love, dude.
Yep. So yeah, I'm thinking that Miss Amanda over here, as pretty and as flowery as her poem was, I don't think that her poem actually is being honest in what the intent of this is. So Amanda, I'm going to give you a C- on what you call a poem. It doesn't satisfy other qualities of poetry. It doesn't actually paint an image for me. See, I've taken classes in poetry. It doesn't. It allows too much interpretation, which is fine. Which is fine if you're going for interpretive. But I think you were trying to give a message, and that's where it falls flat. Is there was no content to your message. And because there was no content to your message, it feels kind of phoned in. Because anyone can put together what you put together. The bones of that structure are basic. Amanda, that was very basic. And really, because you claimed no stance on anything, you show that you're not able to be approached with controversy, that you don't want to be challenged because you actually didn't put any of your own thought, like who you are. An artist should put in this, are these my rules? I don't think so. I think these are the rules I was taught by real artists, whether of dance, of music, or the written word. You put yourself into your art to be considered a true artist. Like when you look at a Van Gogh, you know what you're looking at. When you see a particular ballet style, you know where that came from. When you hear notes from musical instruments, you can peg the composer. You know who was the progenitor of that art. With what you put forth, Amanda, was so derivative in general. I am giving you a scale. You now have earned a D. I guess I was being a bit gracious with a C minus, but now that I've had time to actually think about this and dissect it a bit, you get a D. You don't even get a check mark in satisfactory. You get that little, not quite a hyphen, just more of a tick mark saying there was some effort put in there. And could I even give you an E for effort? No, because what you put together required almost no thought. There was some rhythm to it. I'll give you that. There was some rhythm. You still don't get high marks though. And I'm not being an ass. I'm saying that the merits of your work do not merit a national applause. I'm saying that if you were to expect that the nation should rise on its feet to applaud your poem, that you are not thinking very highly of the American people. Maybe you think very highly of yourself. Maybe. And I like that you wore nice things. But let's just take a look at this. Oh, so Amanda, this is from Prada. For people, I think people are familiar with what Prada is. Prada is a fashion and entity. Their shoes start in the low four figures. I can only imagine how much this dress cost, Amanda. But you were hand selected to wear this powder baby blue with the blush pink straps with the, what is this? You've got the matching powder blue, I guess that's a faux tiara. One would call that a headband, but they're going more for a tiara look without the bedazzlements. Oh, look, you've even got the bow on your ass. How nice, with your bustle. Let's see. Was there a bag with this one? Did you get a bag? No, there's no bag. You have a ball gown from Prada. Oh, for the Met Gala. Oh, at the Met Museum. Isn't that nice? Okay, so Prada ambassador. Oh, you were the Prada ambassador. Amanda Gorman's brocade Prada dress recalls an era of elegance and adornment. In keeping with the 2024 Met Gala's theme, the Garden of Time. So, you have 48,000 views with 476 hearts, with 85 reposts and 18 comments. Let's see what the comments say. Because your poem, now that I think about it, earned a solid D at this point. Your poem, yes, that's all it is a solid D. With no E for effort or anything. It was very derivative. Let's just find out though. I love the shape of this dress. but a lighter fabric could have been matched with your words and fluidity of movement as your walk. Vibrant yellow and vibrant green best complement your skin tone from what I've seen. Well, yes, because you're a winter. Most people with your melanin are a winter. Okay, you look beautiful because you are fabulous, regal, fabulous. You look like a Disney princess. That's great because she's not a child. So let's aspire to look like something a child would love, even though we're talking about a grown woman who was on a national stage at the DNC, where people rose to their feet to applaud a mediocre piece of literature. That's what they think of us. The bare minimum. While parading, while talking about equity, while having Wesley Snipes give us a lecture while he's being paid $100,000 to $200,000 to be there. As Amanda Borman is invited to the Met Gala to wear a dress which probably cost probably $3,700. No, I'm sorry, not 3,700. 37,000. I'm sorry, I forgot it was Prada. It probably cost around 37,000 with a fabric tiara. But yes, we should listen to these people while being delivered derivative, mediocre prose. I'm just saying. Ugh. Was I triggered? Did that trigger me? I think I was a little triggered.
I think you were triggered.
I think I was triggered. It just disgusts me, 45, that these people come out here to the DNC to not talk about policy, to not talk about the future of where we're going as an actual outcome of international ideas when it comes to goods and services, when it comes to commodities, when it comes to actual humanitarian crises, when it comes to the infrastructure of how we're going to take care of what has been wrought upon us, the drug addictions, the child trafficking, child slave labor, the current slave industry, all of these heavy topics which we should be looking at and actual addressing. And when I say we the people who elect these public servants to serve on our behest for the betterment of our society and civilization, and instead we are served with individuals who are overpaid, over-celebrated, and have done nothing of substance.
Underqualified.
And underqualified. And given platforms because someone's having a pity party for some ancestor who was mistreated by someone who is an asshole without even regarding that the blood of their ancestors helped build the very foundations of which they're standing on. They would want to be compensated in full and not even consider that other people also worked with those people. Whether it was to produce a city, a town, what have you, and then people who stood with those people to get them out of the bondage of slavery were killed or hunted or had their livelihoods taken from them as they fought to free people from bondage. But we don't want to address that. Let's just look at the skin color, feel sorry for Black people, for Jewish people, for gay people, for people who call themselves transgenders when what they actually are just queers with kinky queers. Let's give space to the kinky queers that are who are into talking to kids about sex. Why did I land on that? I don't know. Maybe it's just a little personal. It's just I don't like being spoken down to, and I don't appreciate the DNC providing this kind of low intelligence diet and using a promotional vehicle which I would put akin to a kindergarten decor is what I see. I see something that is not meant for adult consumption. I see this as the diet of a person who lacks critical intellect. And on a very, what is the word I'm looking for here? It might be part of my German, Bavarian, and Greek heritage. I don't believe that these people should have the capability to vote if they do not take their surroundings seriously and to feel the actual weight of what their decision-making process gives other people. If they cannot think beyond their feelings, they should not get a vote. Go vote at a feelings caucus. Go vote about feelings. The rest of us have work to do. The rest of us live in the real world where feelings are not always good, where reality exists and actions have real consequences. And you don't just get to walk away because you made an uninformed vote or you voted for somebody because you just absolutely hated the other person, but you can't articulate why by policy. You can articulate, I just don't like him or her.
Yeah, so
but you
could
can't
say, oh, hold on, go ahead. Sorry, Kevin.
You heard me?
Oh, yeah, hold on.
What's up? Oh, let's see. Okay. So in the end, I would appreciate if these people are going to be paid hundreds of thousands of dollars of our taxpayer money, I would like the menu to improve considerably. I'm just saying. I have to switch headphones.
Hey, thanks to everybody that's watching. So make sure you guys hit the repost button and the red pill.
Thank you, 45.
Kevin is.
Oh,
I'm
Sandra.
just along for the ride.
Oh, thank you. Who are you responding to? Did someone ask a question?
Tweak. Yeah, he said, you're streaming? I said, no, Kevin is.
Yeah, I am. As best I can.
I'm just chilling like a villain.
Good. I'm saying though, that having a graphical processing unit makes all the difference when you're doing this stuff.
Yes.
It is nearly impossible to run a clean stream without a side processor. I am not going to do this again until I get a side processor. That was way too herky and jerky. Okay, let's see what multi-billion Oprah Winfrey has to say. Because if you guys remember,
From the red
Oprah, remember the Maui fires? Remember Oprah and The Rock?
Okay, what is it?
Well, I think Oprah.
Oh, nice.
I think Oprah wants us to forget about that, but I haven't forgotten about that. So let's see what Oprah's been up to.
From the redwood forest, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters, I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. from the redwood forest.
Yes, I'm sure, Oprah. I'm sure you have been on the receiving end of it. With all your millions upon millions upon millions, and even before that, when you were living in Chicago and you were actually a human being back then, and you were actually likable before you became a very hoity-toity bitch, and then you became very corrupted. But I remember your histories and your beginnings back in small town where you were. You had a thing going. You actually had a heart back then. Oprah, whatever racist, whatever you perceive as racism towards yourself, you've earned it. You've earned every single bit of it. But in the end, it's not me who will judge you. But I will say this. In my human existence and having watched your work, you're a terrible person. Oprah, you are a terrible person. All right, let's see. Europe invasion. Oh my. London Mayor Sadiq Khan. I fear for my family's safety as Trump is reelected. Why? Why? What? So, when I was traveling abroad, I often heard from Europeans that they did not like the United States, especially after Trump was put into power. And they felt that, or put into, is that what they said? They did say that, didn't they? Put into power. And the Canadians in particular, now I'm not saying I was traveling to Canada, but Canadians tend to travel quite a bit. So I'd often run into Canadians. I'm not saying Canadians are bad people, but I am saying that between the Germans, the Canadians, and was it the Germans and the Canadians? It was mostly the Germans and Canadians. America needs to be knocked on its ass and put back in its place. That seemed to be a common theme back around, what was it? 2019 and a few years before that. A lot of American hate around that time for some reason. Don't quite understand why. Now, we have these countries where, like, for instance, where Sadiq Khan is, where their indigenous populations are very upset with their politicians because they've let their countries be overrun by migrants who do not want to assimilate, who are causing all sorts of trouble, which are going underreported, yet people are being attacked. Blood flows down the streets in some cases, animals being abused, and markets being disrupted, shops being closed, and businesses having to relocate due to violence and damage. But Sadiq Khan fears for his family's safety if Trump is reelected. I wonder why. Why would that be? Sadiq Khan doesn't seem to have a problem with the current influx of migrants. And I wonder why. I wonder what safety is Sadiq Khan feeling with the migrants, which he doesn't get from the local indigenous population. I wonder. And why is Trump such a threat? Because if America, the United States, were to begin exporting the illegals and they're successful, other communities maybe might take notice? Am I onto something or am I just talking shit?
No, you're onto something.
So, Sadiq Khan, you have time. How about this? How about take care of the populations which built the country and stop crapping down their throats? But it's too late for that. You've already done that, Sadiq. You see, you've already shit in their mouths.
Yeah, he told them they were non-essential. You know, these are the people that said non-essential. And we're also gonna put all these emissions cameras all over London, so we can tax the crap out of you for just driving your car if your car is too loud or putting out too many emissions. And we already saw how that went. I mean, the right protests, like the right-wing protests and all that stuff, like these people have been forced into desperation. You know what I mean? Like they've taken relatively the same amount of migrants as the United States has, like I said, relative to size. But think about the limited amount of space that the UK has. You know what I'm saying? Like they are getting inundated, and the crime is right up in their face. You know, same things happening in Paris. Same things happen. You know, and you saw how they stole the election out in France and kept the communist leaders, the Marxist leaders, the importers in charge there, right? Marine Le Pen was fixing to win, and Macron shifted around a bunch of rules to keep himself in power, a bunch of Hail Marys to just try to keep the status quo going. Like, this is happening to everyone everywhere, and it's ran by the same group of people. And so, of course, they're
Joining
scared.
us now is NBC's Vaughn Hilliard.
They should be.
on.
Look at you
Go
up
on.
there. There you go. Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, they should have a little bit of fear. Because when the status quo ends, that means accountability for, well, why did this have to happen? What do you mean it didn't have to happen this way? Well, someone should be held accountable. That's people like Sadiq Khan.
Very much. Absolutely. Sadiq, I understand you. I understand you. You should be afraid. Yes, absolutely. Sadiq, just there's no nah. I wonder what people say. I was gonna say just say you're sorry, but that's not gonna help. Let's see. Compared to what exactly? Stabbed several people, sexually assaulted young girls, criticized immigrants on Facebook. Oh yes, that's the door the police
There it
is
is.
gonna bust into.
Yep.
I fear for my
Well, that's
family's
literally what
safety.
the UK is doing.
Oh, and then this one. Hakeem says, I fear for my family's safety if Kamala is elected. And then another one says, because Trump is in charge of the UK? Question mark. Bob says, what a weird thing to say. So Sadiq, do you even read your
You
own?
come in, bro.
Yeah, why don't
We're
you
just
come in,
hanging out.
Tweak? Yeah.
Come in here.
So let's find out what's going on over here. So resist the mainstream. Oh my, resist the mainstream. Michigan AG, you can pry this wedding band from my cold, dead gay hands. Does this sound normal to you? I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah, don't you know we're all killing gays out here?
What's that?
I said, don't you know that we're all killing gays out here?
This is the Michigan Attorney General.
I know. Well, you see all the right-wingers killing gays in Michigan right now.
Oh, I don't see the right-wingers doing it unless the right-wingers come in a new flying carpet flavor.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I was being facetious.
Well, I just had to question it. Good morning, morning flower. Here, I'm just gonna give you like a little red pill because I think that your sticker is cute. I'm gonna add that to my favorites. What's up, Tweak?
Didn't Nazis pull gold out of teeth? Yeah, I'm just
Yes.
saying. You're gonna pry this from my cold dead. That won't be hard if they're Nazis.
Well, let's listen
Piles of
one
shoes.
more time.
Need piles of shoes to sell it.
Piles of shoes. We're gonna adjust that volume on you. You're coming through so hot. Okay. All right, there we go. What? Do you mute himself now?
Yes.
I have a mute button.
You're fine now. Yeah, you're fine now. You're fine.
See,
I just wanted to.
You remember Ace Ventura?
Yes. Never watched Ace Ventura. Never watched Ace
Really?
Ventura.
What is wrong with you?
I was busy in a war. I'm sorry. I was fucking busy.
You know what? That's my excuse for not watching Lost season 2.
Right?
I was all in Lost season 1. I'm like, this is a great show. And then they're like, hey, you got combat orders. And then I'm like, what happened to Lost? Then it went off the air. Didn't watch season 2 or any of the other ones.
Well, go ahead and catch up because it ended quite well. I'm not going to tell you the ending if you don't know.
Well, you go watch Ace Ventura.
Well, maybe I will tonight.
There you go.
All right.
No, you won't.
You'll laugh.
45-1. 45-1.
You let me last week.
How many movies have you said no you won't? And I'm like, okay, well watch me. And I give you a report on the movie the
Yeah,
following
why
day.
do you think I keep doing that? I know how it works with my military brothers. If all I say is I bet you won't, then that's just like the ultimate challenge. It's like the double dog dare in military speak.
Okay. Well, Ace Ventura. Is it
I'm
Pet
downloading
Detective?
it now.
It's the first one.
Shut. Don't say that. I am not.
Oh, I know. Trust me. Spectrum sent me an email the other day because allegedly there was a torrent being used using my internet.
Hey.
And at the same time, they're like, oopsies, there seems to be an outage in your area. So your internet is shut off. I was like, oh my God, dude.
I just want to point out that it is completely legal to download movies. You cannot give them out for money. That's why because I've had this conversation with mine before, because I download a movie and they're like, well, you can't do that. And I'm like, no. I bought this movie on DVD back in the 90s or whenever it came out. And I'm just getting a digital copy of it for backup. And then they're just like,
backup.
yeah, for digital backup. That's all you got to say. I'm not selling this movie. I'm not making any money off it. That's illegal. If you were to take a movie, download it, and then do what the Hodges did over in Iraq, put it on a disc and then sell it for $2, you should go to jail. I don't do that.
Okay, so it's Ace Ventura. I see Pet Detective. I see When Nature Calls, and I see, oh my gosh, Pet Detective
don't do a third one.
Junior.
Don't do that one. Just the first two.
Okay, so Pet Detective. One moment.
And then When Nature Calls, that's the one where he's in Africa and he's fucking hilarious.
1080p Blu-ray. Hold on.
Chitty bang bang.
All right,
look at that. I just came in here to hear it instead of on that delay.
What?
The show. Because when I watch you guys on Pilled, I look at this guy right in my vision and I see him talking, and then 10 minutes later it comes through Pilled and I'm like, okay, so like maybe 15 seconds.
Right.
So what, I exaggerate a little.
Okay, so Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls as well.
Yeah, that one's funny too.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it's the one where he crawls out of the rhino, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
The bat poop.
Oh my gosh, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this?
Guano.
Bats. You never said anything about bats.
Let's go ahead and put this.
They're so hideous.
This is what my evening is going. Wait a minute. Tonight, what am I actually doing? Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't watch movies tonight because what am I going to be busy doing? I'm going to be busy going through Feedly.
You can do both.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Well, I'll do Feedly, Kevin. Take the night off. All right.
Okay. All right. Well, then I won't know anything. I'm all fresh tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's Fun Friend Friday anyway.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Laura DeGaddis, are you there? Okay, Laura DeGaddis isn't there right now.
I was gonna say you don't have to plan on Fun Friend Friday. Somebody will just take up all the time talking.
Oh, Kevin.
Okay.
All right.
Buy this wedding band from my cold, dead, gay hand.
Okay.
Nobody wants
Isn't
to
she
do
married
that,
to a guy?
sweetie, because she's got my wedding ring and no one that I know of. Now, maybe if you're close to Dearborn, Michigan, maybe you are stupid. And this is the lesson. This is the takeaway, kids. You too can be a fucking retard and become the attorney general of any state.
See, that's what pisses me off, though. Everybody always thinks that these people are smart. Like, I've gone into courts, like all throughout my life, all right? And I always thought that these people in there are the smartest that we have to offer. And then you just, at 42, I'm like, God, these people are morons. I don't have a law degree. All right. I didn't go to some fancy ass school, but I could beat their heads in on a fucking court of law. Jessica Bove, who 451 met, she was the assistant state's attorney or the assistant federal, federal prosecutor. She was a federal prosecutor that was trying to prosecute me and put me away for 25 years. And I beat her ass. And I'm telling you, man, like, none of these people are smart. Dana Nessle's not smart. They don't hire the best people. They just hire the most sycophants, the best sycophants. Do you know what I mean?
Fake the funk.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Go to school because it'll make you smart. No, it doesn't.
I don't want to be mean, so I'm not going to be mean.
Do it.
I'm going to be truthful. When Marty McFly went back in time and has sex with his mother and became his own father, okay, there was a kind of effect which happened in the time stream, which means that in parallel, he kept going back. As each iteration occurred, each inbred iteration back and also had sex with his mother. And eventually, this happened. And I do not know the age of this child, but I will say this. Tim Walz is quite old. And I'm going to close this OBS down. I swear, on the other side, on this RDP, for some reason, OBS does not want to stay on. Okay, it's back. I don't think that this is a minor.
That's kind of touching.
That's my dad. That's Tim Walz's kid. But Tim Walz is quite old, as is Gwen. And I don't care if this child is, or this person has a mental deficiency. I don't care. That is a result of parenting, of whatever this child's background is with his father. That is interesting. And I see something very peculiar about this offspring's presentation.
What did he say to him that set him off?
He was just on stage and he's like, that's my dad. That's my dad. It's like, at the same time, it's like, I understand if you're proud of your father. However, why are you proud of your father? And why? What is wrong with you? Because I can tell that there's something organically wrong with you. Or is there something wrong with me? Maybe there's something
not talking
wrong
like
with
that.
me.
He's just a boy.
Is that boy dumb retarded?
I think that there's something going on here, and I think it's like, what is this? Is this the result of Gwen's in utero insemination? Is this what
Probably.
you got? Is this what you fucking
test tube
paid
baby.
for? Yeah. Is this what you paid for, Tim? Is this what you and Gwen paid for? You didn't even what? This is the fruit of your scientifically induced loins. Is this?
I mean,
I don't trust you. I already didn't trust you due to your policies and due to your authoritarian lockdown. I didn't trust you because of the way you've governed and the lack thereof. But now that I've met your progeny, oh hell no. Oh hell no.
What is it God says about for people who don't believe in him, that he takes it out on their children and their children's children?
Well, this child's been smacked.
Yep.
This child's been smacked.
That's what he told the Romans.
Okay, let's see. Governor Shapiro. It's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. It's not freedom to tell what?
Children what books they're allowed to read. It's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read.
Bing bango.
You know what? I grew up in the 90s, and I'm just going to say that my parents and the store owners of every gas station told me that I wasn't allowed to read those books in the closed off section.
Yeah, let's
And how
get some
dare them.
lawsuits going.
Yeah. My freedom.
You're not allowed back there. You're not 18. Well, yeah. Not according to Tim Walz.
I'd say the pair. By the way, Music Man, thank you so much, Music Man, and hello to Empress bitch to you, Music Man, of course. Good morning, Zortan PR. Hey, Mail My Bail.
Morning, everybody.
46. Good morning, and Old Salty Dog. Hey, hi guys. Don't put the porn in the school's libraries. Don't make the porn part of the curriculum. How about that? It is, the parents should definitely be given a list of, I think that parents should be much more involved in the scholastic system. I think that you should tell the parents what's in the books. I think that you should give parents the information they need to help their kids, because parents these days tend to be very busy with their jobs and occupations and may not have time to go through the literature the schools are giving them, especially when some of that literature is being fed through electronic devices, especially when they had that whole remote learning.
Oh, God, that was such a fucking joke.
I just don't see the DNC as being purveyors of common sense nor critical thought.
No, it's about the vibe. How many times I gotta tell you? It's about the vibe.
I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling their vibe. I'm not feeling it.
Well, that's because you didn't listen to Little John when he went, yeah.
That's right. You better start listening to Little John. You know, he's the pinnacle of thought.
He doesn't appear to be.
No! I'm surprised they didn't sing that one.
He did. He said "From the Window to Kamala" or some shit along those lines.
Oh
I'm not even
God.
fucking shitting you.
You gotta be.
Yeah, he fucking did it.
Can't believe it.
Yeah, he tried to fucking freestyle.
Is he hitting on her?
I don't know.
Must have been. Hey, let me get a cabinet position.
Let me get some of that Indian, some of that curry. Let me get some of that curry given to those white men.
Hold on, we're gonna find out. It's time
Fair queen.
Race trader.
It's time for education with this individual right here.
There's a black lady talking. I better shut up and listen.
That's right. Don't you dare interrupt. God forbid you interrupt them.
Listen,
the white women for Harris said.
You know what? The next time, if I'm ever in that situation where a woman says that, I'll be like, listen, all right, I will not interrupt you and listen to you and be smarter if you promise the next time you go to the movies, you shut the fuck up and let me watch it.
All right, let's find out, because I don't know 10 ways to say the N-word without saying the N-word.
10 ways you say the N-word without saying the N-word. If you use any of these terms or phrases in reference to black people, you are just as racist as the person that actually uses the N-word. Here are the words: thug, ghetto, welfare queen, lazy, race baiter, race grifter, threatening, angry, dangerous. Or you say that we're playing the victim or we are a diversity hire. What you actually mean to say is the N-word. Just
No,
That's what you actually meant to say.
What I actually say is, like, when I observe an individual based on their merits and I call them lazy or a DEI hire or ghetto or a thug or any of the things that you mentioned, it's because they espouse the qualities which bring forth that word and also invoke their definition. I'm not racist. I'm educated. Maybe you should get you some.
Right.
Ooh, that sounds racist.
How dare you be educated? That sounds like a white man thing. That sounds like an institutional white man thing. Totally racist.
Yes. Oh my gosh, a ship? Old Salty Dog, thank you so much for the ship. Thank you so much.
Nice.
What? You
Old
read
salty
books,
dog.
Kevin? Racist.
I
Reading's
do.
racist.
I do. And you know what? Because of the way I can tell that her weave is installed and the way that her clothing is put together with her horizontal hot stripes and her earrings matching those hot stripes and the chain and the accessories that she has chosen, along with her makeup application, even though it's a bit blotchy on her cheeks and her chin, which is pretty masculine, I must say. I will say this. Her contour makes her passable as a real female, as does her voice. And her education is there. It's intact. She is playing a false victim because in this one, she's acting as a black knight for a society which needs to do better. Congratulations to her. Congratulations to her on aspiring to wherever she wanted to be in life. How about she help her brothers and sisters get up? Just like I want to help my brothers and sisters get up. If I didn't want to get up, I'd still be in Blaine, Minnesota at the Four Seasons Trailer Court. So there's that.
Bastards.
Yeah, how do you spend your time online just bitching about an entire race of people? Oh, you guys oppressed us. Bitch, I thought you guys were from the... Oh, man, I'm going to have to share it with you. I'm going to have to go on Twitter. I found one of the most... It's racist. It's not racist. It's funny. It's a funny...
What the we was... Does it go beyond we was Kangs?
No, it's 2,000 years later.
Oh.
I'm gonna find it, dude, because I laugh so fucking hard. It's not racist. It's hilarious. Profile.
Chris, you're terrible. Chris, not our Chris, this other Chris. Ariel, my dad isn't home. And then whoever this guy is, Ariel's boyfriend. Well, you can see what's happening right there. Chris is terrible. Okay, so what's he on? I don't know. See, now I have to ask.
DA.
How old is Tim Wall's son? How old is Tim Wall's son? Question mark. As of 2024, Tim Wall's son Gus Walls would be around 22 years old. He was born in 2002.
If you're 22 and you cry on a national stage, you're gay. I mean,
Gus retarded? I'm just asking.
Yeah, I was
the term retard. Yes, go on.
I what was his name? The Kenosha kid, the guy who shot Kyle
Rittenhouse.
Kyle Rittenhouse. When he was crying on stand, I thought that was pretty fucking gay. I was like, dude, why the fuck would you do that? Don't do that. Don't cry. If you're gonna get sentenced to 30 years, take your punishment like a man. Don't cry. Just be like, I get out, bitches. All right, go ahead.
Okay, because we live in a post-COVID world, somehow people's private medical information is not even safe. You know, it's completely our business to go and ask. And apparently X delivers. Your information is just out there if you're a public figure. His son is not a public figure, but get a load of this. Is Gus retarded? The term retarded is considered offensive and outdated when referring to individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities.
But yes,
according
he's
to
retarded.
Information shared. Yes, but let's go into it.
You know what? Brock
Gus
is
Walls.
Gay. I'm retarded.
Gus Walls, the son of Minnesota Governor Tim Walls, product of in utero insemination, mind you. Sorry, Gwen, but your husband kind of spilled your beans.
Yep, we can.
Tim Walls has been diagnosed with a nonverbal learning disorder, NVLD, which is the nonverbal learning disorder, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, and an anxiety disorder.
Freak, huh?
Nonverbal, yep, and he was stimming. We probably caught him. They caught him on the national stage, like stimming. Okay. About to take off like a bird or something. Give him wings and he would have like
rockets in flight.
I mean,
And-
look how
and
his
you're right.
dad look how his dad fucking comes out and does shit. You don't think that you put a little Tim Walz in a test tube, right? The little embryos already fucking just wiggling around the
Spazzing
entire
out.
time. Of course, it's gonna happen. You
And
shouldn't
now
have
Tom's
expected
getting
anything
material.
else.
I see that Tom's getting material for his next set.
All of those are things. All of those are results from vaccines. When you get ADHD,
They gave Walls way too many.
Yeah, you get that from the shots they give you as a baby.
Oh, dude, Gus Walls just got molested into being retarded. He's not actually retarded.
That's what we were
He
just
got molested
researching.
so bad that he's like scarred into retardedism.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He's like a
Ooh, did
Yeah.
you just see that?
He's,
Did you
he's
see how
Stockholm.
Tim just look at this? Look at how Tim like wrenches his son's arm.
Get over here, you little bastard.
Watch this. Did you see that?
Where are you going?
Did you see that? Look at
Yes,
this.
I did.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at this. Look at that.
Get over here.
Watch.
Look at that. Look at this. Get over here, little fuck.
Did you see his lips? Did you see his lips? Here, let me lower the volume just a little bit. Tim Walz is fucking abusive to his own kid. Let's turn the volume off. And let's bring this back.
Every
Watch.
Democrat
Look
that
at-
I've ever met is a control freak, man.
Look at this.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at this.
He abuses his kid.
That's why his kid cried. Maybe Tom was right that he does bang his little kid. I mean, there's that story about him as a high school history teacher creating a gay club for boys. So I mean, look at
the guy who invents.
look at that. He's got an autistic look,
Yeah.
right?
And look
skilled
at
at this.
Gwen. Look at Gwen. Gwen can sense that her child's just been abused.
Yeah, you're good.
Look at Gwen turn.
Appreciate you.
I figured that's what my invite was for.
Did you guys see Gwen? She
we need to
turned
get you
and
right back here.
grimaced.
We need a 3D printing station.
She's a grimace.
And get this back to being straight up.
He's talking to Tom.
Yeah, I understand
Listen,
he's talking to Tom.
that little kid, all his little fucking problems and shit that they said he has. That's like I have ADHD, I have OCD, I have I'm autistic in a way, and
Yeah.
I'm at least smart enough to understand that it came from the
Let
shots.
me mute real quick. Hold on.
I have a high enough metabolism to where my body filters out like toxins quite well. Weight, like when I went to the dentist and they give me shots to numb me, my body
Yes.
processes that shit super fast. Like they gave me 12 different shots, 12 inside to just to pull one tooth, right? And waited a half an hour, and we got 5 minutes into the thing, and it was already wearing off. So they had to give me 3 more shots, 1, 2, and then they got one really high, and it went into my it numbed my optical nerve. So my entire
Oh,
whole
God.
fucking head, my entire whole head was all fucking numb, right? This eye would not blink at all. It was just stuck open. And then this eye was having some kind of fucking spaz. So it was blinking nonstop. And I rode my motorcycle to the dentist office. And I'm like, I can't fucking go home like this. I had to sit there for half an hour.
That sounds awful.
Yeah,
Is
I know, right?
Feisty around?
No. She took off to go get the rest of her stuff.
I really could have appreciated her here. I don't think that this person under this lacy dress number,
Who?
her, I don't think that she's wearing much other than a bra and perhaps panties.
Oh, the daughter?
Under this, I'm looking through her dress.
Who is it?
I don't know who it is. Let's
It's
see.
his daughter, right?
I don't know. Kids and teens like Gus might struggle with controlling their feelings in social situations.
Where did you find that at?
It's in the same video. It's in the same video. I don't think that this person's properly dressed. There's something so improper about everything that's happening in this.
is neurodivergent. What the fuck does neurodivergent mean? Did someone just watch that movie Divergent and just be like, hey, let's make some fucking shit about neurodivergent? No, you know what he is? He's fucking vaccine fucking injured. That's what it is. He's neurodivergent. No, you're naming a side effect, a fucking superpower. What are you fucking doing, people? Oh, these kids just have autism. Autism. Listen, autism, I think, is a next step towards being more intelligent, but it's a vaccine injury. That's what it's the cause of.
Yeah. Do you also notice that they're like really going in on the hugs this time after the media went and pointed out how he did that weird thing with his wife? Like he actually didn't hug her. He more like, what did he do? Shake her hand or something like that? And so now they're trying to make him look like a family man.
I don't know. I just assume that they issued everybody in the Democrat Party families and stuff like that. I figured
and they have these signs that say Coach Walls. What? They're not.
Did you watch Did you watch every day? Like when before Jill come out, they all had these green signs that go Jill. That all said Jill, and it's like, what? How the fuck are you guys? I tagged you in something that was just I found this hilarious. It has nothing to do with that subject. It might be slightly construed as racist, but I just find stuff funny.
Okay. Let's see. Fuck you, it's funny. Wakanda Forever, 2,000 years challenge. White people 2,000 years ago, black people 2,000 years ago. Yes. White people today, black people today. Plus AIDS.
Plus AIDS.
Oh, plus AIDS. It's not untrue.
Well, I know, that's what I'm fucking... I would have shot the guy.
Okay.
That's what I would have done. To the video above.
I would have shot the guy. Hold on. Let me open it. Hold on.
Look what's in his right hand.
Hold on. He's got a weapon.
Yeah. I'd have had a gun right there and put it right in his chest and pulled the trigger.
In St. Lucie, Florida. Wow. Lucier. Is that even nice? Oh, it looks like a
You see that?
bunch of blocks. Yes, I see it.
As soon as I seen that guy coming back with the handgun, I'd have pulled mine out. I'd been like, nope, you're not coming back here. Because it's as simple as someone being like just losing their fucking cool that day. Nope. No, I want none of that.
It shouldn't be
I
approaching.
think they're talking about.
Well, unless what the hell happened? Did he get hit or something?
I don't know.
Hold on. Okay. Well, maybe
video
I'm
just came
curious
in
now.
afterwards.
Hold on. Maybe I'm curious now. Damn it.
2,000 year challenge is squared.
Oh, we're not actually going to get verbal. We're going to get like a bunch of like freaking bad electronic music over it. Okay, well then there's nothing there. Okay, so they think a bag of cocaine fell out of Nancy Pelosi's slacks. I can almost guarantee it's. Oh,
Where is it?
So Feisty is there.
No.
I thought I heard Feisty.
No.
Okay.
Hey, Mugatu down there. Hey, you know, LensCrafters is 1-800 call away. You can get an adult pair any day.
Oh, listen here.
Oh, now look at that. Now he's funny. You should be a comedian now, Tom.
Yeah. Listen, on Tuesdays and or Thursdays, if I decide to do these, I am not putting in contacts, nor am I going to get myself.
No, but you don't have to put on hubcaps.
This is how I Jew it. Okay.
My God, looks
This
like
is
you're going to
how-
go edit the Times.
I might. I hear they need help. I hear they need a lot of help.
Looks like your last name could be Braunstein.
I am an audience member now. I understand now. Oh, okay. Let me go get a cocktail so I can heckle you back. One moment, please.
God, I'm holding this mic like you hold your husband.
My husband's dead.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. You don't
What?
have a comment. You better work on that one, Tom. You better work on that one.
Wait, that's not true.
I was like, wait a minute, what?
I'm taking. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've taken on the part of an audience member in Tom's nightclub, where he's doing a stand-up act right now, a routine, if you will. He's doing his comedy, and I am helping him practice. This is good.
No, none of this is my comedy. I'm just looking at your face and taking note, and then taking a shot. Somebody's got to look at your glasses. You look like you're trying to be half Batman. Are you wearing a cowl?
Listen, dude. You know, it is not fair that you stand in the dark.
I'm sorry, Catwoman. Excuse me.
Oh, fuck you. Because I will tell you something.
He said,
the lights. Well, I was doing it playfully, I must say.
I love it. No,
I know. I thought that was a compliment. Kevin, you look fantastic. I would say even fabulous.
You know,
is he being facetious?
I am deciding right now whether or not he's being facetious, because as the audience member, it is my decision on whether or not I'm offended, and so far I am not.
I know. You start getting offended. When it
Oh,
gets
well, I can bow out before you get there. Kevin, it's nice to see you. Are you wearing an Afflicted t-shirt, or is it just in your DNA? I'll see you guys later.
That's 451.
That's my shirt.
It's a glitch drip tee. He just dissed your merch.
I know he
totally
did.
just dissed your merch.
I know he did. That was after I'd already told him it was mine.
Well, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed Tom's interaction. I'm not Trump. Where the hell? How did I get 1,908 gold pills? Who the hell?
Woo!
How much is a ship worth?
16.
Oh. Well, thank you everyone who's donated this morning. This will all go towards the NPP fund. Yeah, this will all go towards the NPP fund. Because we buy equipment and such. Mr. Tizio, why are your ears bleeding? Why are your ears bleeding?
Because Tom isn't funny.
Oh, please.
He said comedy with ellipses. It's awesome.
Oh.
Yeah. I love it.
Toilet paper money, and I'll go get it.
Okay, I will.
Oh,
my goodness.
My word. So Raygun continued to do whatever that is. That's the one from the Olympics. What do you want?
No.
Rolling papers? Oh my gosh.
Kevin, did you
Why was
did you see the individual they had at the DNC last night saying if you're not at the table, you're on the menu? And she's like 6,000 pounds.
Oh my God. That was fucking.
If you're not on the table, you're on the menu?
Yeah, have you seen that video yet? I actually think it might be this lady. They look exactly.
Okay, let me see.
You're on the menu.
Right?
Americans may be divided on a lot of issues, but the issue that they are not divided on is abortion. Regardless of where you're from or where you're going, the truth is that abortion is one of the most unifying issues in the country. Americans may.
I would not call it one of the most unifying issues in the country. I do not know where
Here we
live
go,
or where
brother.
you get your
I got you.
information from. Okay, I'm pulling it in. I do not know where this woman hails from, but she does not speak to me.
Could be the same. I don't know. You tell me.
Oh dear, that's not even a woman.
If you're not at.
Oh dear.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Oh,
Holy
she's got
shit.
the chicken, and she's got the chicken. Well, that gets a heart right off the bat for the KFC. All right.
As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Why did they have her say that?
Because they're all black.
They're
and these are the
satanic. No, dude, this is the devil. Listen to me. This is the satanic motherfuckers that are in charge of this, showing everybody that they can get the fat NPC that they've programmed to come out and talk about food. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is like a showcase. Like, go out and mock yourself, clown. And then they when they get hit with the reaction, like somebody put a KFC bucket in her arm, they act like they had no idea this was coming and they're such the victim, but they get set up for this. They get set up for this. It's insane. And everybody just nods their head and smiles. You know? Fuck. It's fucked up, dude.
You're correct. Don't even be surprised when you, yes, you in the blue tablecloths, feel like the
You're turning violet, Violet. You know?
You did this to yourself. There.
Like you could feed a family of 3 off of just her cheek meat.
Well, they're jowls. The cheeks need definition to be called cheeks. No, these are just simply go from her forehead and
right. So it's like
it's a
cankles, but of the face.
It's cankles of the face. Yeah. If you took her face and, well, no, it's just no. She's just one large jowl. There's nothing here.
That's the same.
There's, I mean, yeah. There's yeah. There's no
There's
definition.
A jelly bean with a face.
Yeah, it's like I want to say that that's a cheek, but what I know that is that's highlighting contour. There's no actual bone. Like if you touched your face, it would just feel like squish. Like there's no.
Yeah, they actually put a solar panel on each side. Yeah,
you could.
To help.
You could.
No, they did. That's how they're powering the whole building.
Oh. These women all back here are very happy that they're
and all the white guilt too. They have a white guilt generator. So all the white people in there that feel guilty about their whiteness generates electricity. It's renewable energy. All you have to do is get them to come out being 300 or 400 pounds and say, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Ugh. Well, I guess I'm on the menu then, but I'm not for you. I am not what you want. No. Ugh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my word, is that real? The new aesthetic trend has dropped. The bunny nose.
No way.
Are you for real? That can't be real. I don't see the scar unless... You know what that is? That's a cleft palate. I bet that's a cleft palate.
I think it's AI.
All right, let's see. Democrat Governor Jared Polis at the DNC. We're not weirdos.
Welcome weird, but we're not weirdos. Democrats welcome weird, but we're not weirdos.
We welcome weird, but we're not weirdos.
You know what? Here's what I think. I think that politicians should go back to being fucking nerds. Quit thinking you're a fucking rock star. If you're a politician, you need to not walk out on the stage going, yeah, hey, look at me. No. You walk across and just act all fucking...
They need to be business owners, small business owners and farmers again, not fucking bankers and lawyers.
Go back to soldiers and shit like that.
Yeah,
and it's critical for the people at this convention.
I hate this guy.
I just want to hear something here. No, it's fine. I want to go back over to opera quickly and make sure I'm caught up here.
I can't stand those one what are they? What's the word for them? I'm not trying to step on myself or whatever. But that's the guy on the plantation who told on all the other slaves. That guy right there, Clyburn. He's the guy who, no, listen, the Democrats. You sit there and lie about to try to sell them because you're getting all this money that nobody else is going to get. And you would sell out your entire race. You would sell out your entire area you hold as your people for the Democrat Party. And that's just those people I find soulless. The same way as like, and you're going to try to sell Republicans or, you come do this. You're going to sell your entire race to a party. Nah, you should try to sell individualism and freedom. But yeah, that guy's he helps enslave his fellow man. He's a piece of shit. Can't stand him. All politicians.
Here, let's take a listen.
South Asian Americans are having a moment in politics. We'll talk about that next. You're watching special coverage right here on MSNBC.
Well, that didn't last long before they moved right into commercials.
South Asian Americans, like, what? How many is that? You know what I mean?
So few that it matters.
South Asian. Well, what about East Asian Americans? How many of those do we have? Do we have West Asian Americans? And what is the difference?
It's just more labels, bro. That's all it is. It's the labels game. That's all they want. It's just more labels to separate yourself, and then it gets more extreme because, well, that label's not specific enough. I'm a bird therian. I think I'm a fucking vulture, but you're not going to catch me eating roadkill, but I'm going to definitely demand that I get all these special considerations when I'm getting hired or when I sit on a fucking airplane. If I'm as wide as 2 seats, I'd better be able to have 2 seats to myself. Like, give me a fucking break with these people, dude. It's just more labels, more airtime chewed up by saying some descriptor that has no fucking meaning at all. You're proud of your heritage? That's great, but you're a fucking American. Either you're an American or you have some kind of duality, which our system says you cannot have. So no more dual citizenship in fucking politics, period, unless you fucking in front of the entire population, right out in public, on film, fucking recorded, unedited, live, renounce your other citizenry, and you say, you know what, when I swear this oath, I know that I am rejecting any type of favor or partisanship for this other country, which I may have a dual citizenry in. Like, that should be a non-negotiable thing, because this is what happens: is these people make all these little excuses to not actually represent the people who are voting them in, and then have some kind of special interest and more lobbyists come in for East Asians. Like, shut the fuck up. Sorry.
Yeah. East Asians. These South Asian Americans. I'm like, I don't fucking know. Why? Where do the South Asian Americans live? Do they live in South Asia, America? You know? Where what the fuck am I then?
Didn't see that on our road trip,
Right? Where the fuck was that on the map? Careful in Southeast Asia, America. Sounds like someplace Biden visits. You know what I mean? Southeast Asia, America. Fucking, I don't know, man. These fucking people. Where'd you go, Kevin? I was waiting for someone to walk back in the room.
But shit, did I rant him out of the room? My bad.
No, he said he had to go do it. Well, he said, be right back. And now it's just you and I.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad we gave Kevin a break.
Yeah. Get his singing voice back.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're in a commercial.
Heyo.
Yeah, there's all these descriptors with Americans. I don't know. I've been watching the descriptor for the Census Bureau for race for I don't know, for some years now. Because that's what the entire government bases their I wanted to see, this was years ago, probably I forget when I first started doing research and stuff like that. I wanted to see what the definition of these things were. What am I? Am I considered Caucasian or what? And then why are Latinos getting away with being called white? And then you go in there and you read that everything goes off of what the Census Bureau defines the races as, and they only have 5. And they just keep changing the definitions over the years. Like the whole Jamaican thing. I'm like, where the fuck does that come from? America is one spot. Or no, and then on the DNC said the other day about how these people being gatekeepers for America. America should be open for the world. I think I shared that on Twitter. Let me go and see if I can't find that. That's absolutely retarded. Why would you say something like that? Morons. and watch all this stuff come out.
Have you guys ever wondered who donated to the Biden-Harris campaign?
The hundreds of millions.
What's up?
Well, it's Act Blue.
Well, it was more than that, actually. I sent a note to 45-1 yesterday. Start off with this one here. I said, tell me which organizations... Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on.
Ah.
Yes, it's a constant struggle for me. Tell me which organizations donated to the Biden-Harris campaign fund and how much each donated. Moving on. Future Forward USA Action, over $9 million. Greylock Partners, over $9 million. Sequoia Capital, over $7 million. NewsWeb Corp, over $5 million. Democracy PAC, almost $5 million, but it was $4.8 million. American Bridge 21st Century, $3.5 million. Arista Networks, $2.6 million. Euclidean Capital, $2.5 million.
Sounds like a
Laborers
disease.
Union. What's up?
He said
the last one sounded like a disease.
It does kind of, or it sounds very Greek. Laborers Union, 2 million around. I'm going to give you like approximations. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, 1.6 million.
Damn the IBU, huh?
Yeah, American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees, 1.3 million.
Do you guys know what that is? Hold on, do you know what that is?
Tell me.
The American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees. That's the all of those local local governments. That's their union. So
well, sounds like a conflict of interest.
Yes, right.
It sounds like a conflict. Yes,
they shouldn't be fucking given any money whatsoever.
Well, they
that's
did.
just insane. Yeah, that should be everybody. Go ahead.
Priorities USA, 1.3 million. National Education Association, 1.1 million. Amalgamated Transit Union, about 1 million. I think this is Wonderco. I don't know what this is, but they gave about a million. The Paloma Partners gave around $1 million. Fuzzy Door Productions. Are you guys familiar with Fuzzy Door Productions?
I am not. I actually found that name interesting earlier, though, when I read it the first time.
I think so.
Yeah,
It's their movie. They do movies, right?
They do media, yeah. So
I think
that
I've
one
seen
gave
them.
around $1 million. JMB Realty. Oh, gee. A realtor company gave around $1 million. Worth Real Estate Group gave a flat $1 million. And the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union gave around $800,000. That represents the contributions from organizations, PACs, and their individual members, employees, owners, and immediate families, as well as direct contributions from the organizations themselves were applicable. So I found that interesting. Now, what did I follow up? Over a period of time, which began when and ended when, because I was wondering, when did the first donation come in and when did they end? And it said, well, could you please clarify? It needed clarification for the time period. I said, the donations. When was the first donation made? Where did it come from? And when was the last donation made? And where did it come from? Said, unfortunately, specific dates for individual donations made to the Biden-Harris campaign or by organizations are not readily available. However, here are some key fundraising highlights. June fundraising. The Biden campaign reported a record-breaking fundraising month in June, amassing $127 million, including significant events around a debate that generated $38 million. Quarterly fundraising. From April to June, the campaign raised a total of $264 million, with a substantial portion from donations under $200. That was part of the Act Blue. Campaign cash reserves. As of July, the Biden-Harris campaign had $240 million available across various committees. Then it says, For specific dates of donations, detailed financial reports filed with the Federal Election Commission, the FEC, would need to be consulted, which may be available through their website and other campaign finance databases. So I said, okay, fine. If that's the case, would you go check those websites for me? I'm asking the agent to go do all this stuff for me.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I make my chat do, my GPT.
And I said, it said you can find the detailed. It didn't want to give me the thing. It just gave me the link to the website. I said, can you not cross-reference the report to the data you provided and tell me?
That's the same shit I do to my AI.
Yeah. It says currently there is no detailed list of specific organizations, individuals that have donated to the Harris Walls campaign along with their donation. Oh wait, I missed something. Oh, it says I cannot directly access the FEC reports to cross-reference the donation data. And then it says you're going to need to go to this website to go and look for yourself. I'm like, can you tell me who has donated to the Harris Walls campaign? Because now I'm shifting gears. Because now I want to know who is funding the Harris Walls campaign. Currently, there is no detailed list of specific organizations and individuals that have donated to the Harris Walls campaign, along with their donation amounts. Here are some key points. General fundraising. The Harris Walls campaign raised $36 million in the first 24 hours after announcing Governor Tim Walz as a running mate. The campaign raised $310 million in July. Historical donors in the 2020 cycle, top contributors to Kamala Harris' campaign included organizations like the University of California, law firms such as Paul Weiss and others, and Kirkland and Ellis, and corporations like Alphabet Inc., you know, the people who own Google, and Walt Disney. However, they are not specific in the 2024 Harris Walls campaign. And the pay-to-play rules. The selection of Governor Tim Walz as a running mate implicates federal pay-to-play rules, which restrict contributions from certain financial industry participants. I said, please list the donors and the amounts donated for each donor. Let's see, what did it say? Okay, that was the one I just did. I currently do not have a specific list of donors and the amounts they donated to the Harris Walls campaign. You can go to the FEC. I was like, how is it possible that the Harris Walls campaign has no donors? It said, while the Harris Walls campaign has raised significant funds, detailed donor information may not yet be publicly available or reported. Campaign finance data can take time to be compiled and disclosed. It is possible that specific donor lists and amounts are still being processed. And then it says to go to the FEC. I said, who has donated to the Trump-Vance campaign and how much? And it spit out, Timothy Mellon, over $100 million to Trump's May super PAC, with $50 million donated on May 31st. Elizabeth and Richard Uihlein, $10 million to Make America Great Again, Incorporated. Kelsey Warren gave $5 million to America First Action. Linda McMahon, more than $10 million to MAGA Inc. And Isaac and Laura. What's up?
Linda McMahon is Vince McMahon's wife. She owns
WWE
the world,
now?
WWE or whatever it is.
Yeah,
she was.
I don't know what survived.
She was also the small business. She was in the Trump administration for small business or whatever.
Well, they had a pretty successful time, so I kind of want her back then. Isaac and Laura Perlmutter, more than $10 million to Right for America, a pro-Trump fundraising super PAC. It's like these donations highlight the significant financial support Trump is receiving from a handful of mega-rich donors, which has been crucial in narrowing the funding gap between his campaign and that of President Joe Biden. Except that we don't have that. That is not currently what's happening, though.
But take a look at those. But take a look at those two lists side by side, and what you'll see is that I'm just noticing this right now. But is that like his list is of actual people? People are giving him money. Rich people, sure. but the people that are funding her are corporations and businesses and big old more than just Timothy Mellon
The
is one
people
person.
that she's trying to tax the crap out of, right? Like she's trying to continue on their, but it's weird. What do they know that nobody else seems to know?
Yeah, that's what I was like coming to, and that's why I mentioned earlier is like follow the money on that, because for the people who are saying that Trump is all pro corporate and everything, well, go take a look at your candidate in Walz and Harris, and you'll find something very interesting, and that is that they're backed by major corporations. Why would that be? If Trump is going to be giving all these tax breaks to the corporations, why aren't these corporations backing Trump?
Well, I can tell you that it's not because of the DEI initiative, like trying to fund the candidate that's going to keep the wokeness going, because a lot of these companies have axed their DEI positions. And I'm not mean like asking them a question. I mean like they no longer work there. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't think it's because of that.
And I follow that up. I'm like, have any of these people, organizations, or subsidiaries donated to the Biden-Harris or Harris-Walz campaign? Because now I'm curious. Did anyone from Trump's side donate over to the other side? There is no indication that major donors for the Trump-Vance campaign have also donated to the Biden-Harris or Harris-Walz campaigns. While some donors, such as David Sachs, have previously supported Democratic candidates, there is no current evidence suggesting that they have contributed to the Biden-Harris or Harris-Walz campaigns. And I left it at that. So you've got all these like major donations coming in from corporations for Harris, for Biden-Harris, and then which became the Harris-Walz campaign. And you can see that, or I can see, I don't know what you can see, maybe you have opinions on this, that what they say on stage does not line up to reality of what's happening behind the scenes with where the money's going. So that's not very transparent, nor is it honest.
No, it is not.
Right. So let's see, what is next? It looks like this woman is trending a little bit. Oh my gosh, what the hell? This tree is shooting sap. That's interesting. I wonder if that's maple. Man, let's see what's trending right now.
Is that real?
What?
King
Grok?
Charles is on his deathbed?
Where? Where did you see that?
Isaac's Army, Return of Cappy, posted King Charles is on his deathbed. And then there's a thing that says King Charles' funeral plans underway. Death is a possibility for ailing royal amid cancer. Who said posted in here?
Interesting.
Is King Charles okay? Is King Charles dying?
Damn, they're gonna lose 2 royals in like a year? Wow.
King Charles III has been diagnosed with cancer, but the specifics of his condition, including the type of cancer and his prognosis, have not been publicly disclosed in detail. Here's what we know. Do we not have HIPAA anywhere anymore? Everyone's medical information just out there.
All of our socials just got stolen, dude.
You know what? Listen, man. Here's what I don't understand. When I was young and I got my social security number, they said, don't tell anybody your social security number. I am 42 years old and the fucking everybody asked me for my social security number. And I'm like, I thought this is supposed to be private. I have fucking people calling me. It's just like, hey, listen, we're a bill collector. Can we get your social security number? No, you fucking can't. Now China has it because they just hacked everything the other day. Do you remember that shit when we're not supposed to tell anybody our social security number?
Yep.
Yes, you're supposed to keep it. Yeah.
And now they ask you on every fucking form. Of course, everybody knows what the fuck is going on with everything because doctors do TikTok dances instead of protecting your documents, man.
Yep.
So this account called The
Yeah.
General, which is at General MC News, which has around 76,000 followers. Breaking: King Charles' funeral plans reportedly being updated regularly after cancer diagnosis. He is really very unwell. Could you imagine? What kind of cancer diagnosis, and then what a thing to be dealing with.
Turbo.
My funeral. Yes, well, a turbo funeral to go with it, because we have to update your funeral plans continuously. It's like, what is being talked about? What would that be like? You have
How many
cancer.
horses?
They're trying to
many
hide all the dead children. Don't
That's
die yet.
like-
We still have 1,000,000 more children bodies to fucking hide.
We will put your monument where we're digging a very large hectare, very deep hole to throw the children's bodies into to cap it off with your monument. How large should this hole be?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What
my
drug?
word.
What drug do you do that blows all the blood vessels in your the whites of your eyes and makes your
Well-
skin and your cheeks so fucking rosy and pale like that? What drug?
Embalming fluid? Freaking embalming fluid.
Quick, he's limp and old. Make him stiff. Throw some embalming fluid in him.
Embalming fluid and constipation. These are the signs of embalming and embalmed constipation. This is a man who lacks fiber in his diet, strained too hard, blew his vessels, his ocular vessels are destroyed.
Right?
Pick one of them double flushers. Better put that in the museum of poo. You know what I mean?
Sir, put the adrenochrome down.
Let me see. Does King Charles III
Way more than a
have an exhibit? I'm wondering in the museum, because I'm wondering, do you think that maybe they collected a poo sample from King Charles III to put in the museum?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, based on information available up to August 22nd, being today, there is no mention or evidence of King Charles III having an exhibit specifically in the museum, which is known for its focus on coprolites, fossilized feces. Oh, it would have to be fossilized first. The information
well,
available.
he's old enough.
Well, let's ask that then. As like, has any institution or business collected a stool sample from King Charles III? There is no public information or credible reports confirming that the institution or business has collected a stool sample from King Charles III. Discussions or posts on platforms like X might speculate or make claims, but as of the latest information available today, there has been no verified or official statement regarding this specific matter. If such an event had occurred and was made public, it would be likely related to medical procedures or health checks, which are typically kept private for members of the royal family, except when you go and bust out that King Charles III is apparently having cancer and having his funeral plans updated on the regular. It's just amazing the world we live in.
I'm just curious why for one there is such a thing as a museum, and two, how the fuck do you know about this weird ass thing? There's
They
a
come up
fucking
on
museum
Feedly.
to people's
We did a
shit.
we did a story on it yesterday. No, it wasn't people's poop. It's allegedly dinosaur poop.
Yeah, and
it's allegedly
gnats.
just dinosaur poop. So there's a
And gnats.
museum dedicated just to shit.
And gnats. And a gnat's
Gnats.
poo. There was a petrified gnat poo in there too.
Yes.
A gnat.
Gnat. Yeah, it's real tiny. You got to really stand at the exhibit for a minute to see it.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with whatever happened to Sodom and Gomorrah just happening.
Let me ask this question.
We're fucking, hey, listen, we got fossilized poop that we like to fucking go and get. Why?
Why is it that AI cannot tell me specific information about people, yet AI in, say, a grocery store can identify me.
Got it down.
The discrepancy you're noticing stems from different applications and constraints of AI technology. Privacy law and regulations. AI systems used in public or commercial spaces like grocery stores for facial recognition are often designed to operate within the bounds of current privacy laws, which might be less restrictive in terms of surveillance for security or marketing purposes. Do you see that? It's like, well, if it's for marketing, why, absolutely, we can know your business. Okay. In private properties, however, these systems typically don't need to share or disclose personal information in a way that identifies you individually to the public. They might just need to recognize you as a returning customer or match you against a database for security reasons. Okay, so the state has a right to invade our privacy.
Mm-hmm.
Or marketing firms. If the marketing agency
Well,
pays
that's the
enough,
same thing.
they can. Okay. Let's see, purposes and design. Okay, it talks about facial recognition in stores, and then it talks about general AI inquiry systems. Okay, so let's see, facial recognition in stores. The AI in a grocery store uses facial recognition, might be designed for specific purposes like loss prevention, personalized marketing, or streamlining the checkout process. This technology identifies you in real time for these purposes, but doesn't necessarily need to know or tell others your name or detailed personal information unless linked to a loyalty program or similar database where you've consented to such use. So read the fine print in your contracts when you're signing up for these things. All right. General AI inquiry systems. When you ask an AI like me about specific information on individuals, the system is designed to respect privacy by not accessing or disclosing personal data due to ethical considerations, privacy policies, and regulations like GDPR, CCPA, etc. These systems are built with privacy by design, avoiding the storage or retrieval of personal data without explicit consent. So I'm going to ask, did King Charles III consent to having his cancer diagnosis
publicized?
Yes. King Charles III consented to having his cancer diagnosis publicized. Buckingham Palace announced that King Charles chose to share his diagnosis with the public. This decision was made public when the palace released a statement detailing that the king had begun treatment for a form of cancer discovered during a recent hospital procedure. Okay, so if this is true, which outfit will Meghan Markle be wearing to the funeral? Because you know that whore is going to be there. Okay, let's find out. Based on information provided, Meghan Markle wore a black Stella McCartney cape dress to Queen Elizabeth's funeral. This outfit was a black version of a dress she had previously worn to a navy blue to celebrate the Queen's 92nd birthday. So get this. So Meghan Markle took the same designer, Stella McCartney, took the exact same dress in blue, wore it to her 92nd birthday, and then wore that same style in black to her funeral. A wide-brimmed black hat, similar to the one she wore to the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, but in black, pearl and diamond earrings gifted to her by Queen Elizabeth II, and black gloves and a short kitten heels. This choice of outfit was described as a tribute to Queen Elizabeth II. So it's not telling us which outfit Meghan Markle is going to wear to King Charles III's funeral. However, I assure you, Meghan Markle will be there, and she will be an attention whore. I absolutely guarantee it. You hear me, Megan?
I guarantee it.
I guarantee it. Okay. Why is Meghan Markle? I'm sorry. I just have to know. Why is Meghan Markle an attention whore?
Because she's an actress, and that's what actresses are, attention
I misspelled
whores.
it. The term attention whore, often considered derogatory, implies that someone seeks excessive attention or validation from others. Okay. So media presence. Before marrying Prince Harry, Meghan was an actress on the TV show Suits, and she ran a lifestyle blog called the TIG, whatever, Public Actions and Initiatives. Post-royal life, I thought she still considers herself a royal. Meghan and Harry have engaged in various high-profile activities, like interviews, notably with Oprah Winfrey, who, with The Rock, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, tried to put together a fundraising campaign for the victims of the Maui fire, which went nowhere. That's a point of interest, because we have to remember the Maui fires every now and again, lest they be forgotten, because that also happened. All right, so I'm done with Meghan Markle. Meghan Markle is probably going to be at the funeral. Meghan Markle is probably at Lloyd's of London right now shopping. Oh, now I have to ask. Is Lloyd's of London still open? Or maybe she's at Harrods. Okay, good. So it's still open. The rest of the businesses are shutting down around the world. Even the dollar stores are going out of business. But thankfully, we have places like Prada, Lloyd's of London, and Balenciaga to meet all of your shopping needs. Equity. Equity.
Or else.
Yeah, or else. All right. I'm wondering if we should go to... Yeah, Megan does kind of look like a dude. A bit. I'm wondering if we should go all the way to 1. The grass isn't quite dry yet. I was outside. I was checking on the grass because I have to mow the lawn today. It's still a bit damp, so I don't want the mower getting clogged up. Oh my gosh.
Hey, whenever
Look at this.
Whenever you're ready to call it, man, you just let me know. What's up?
Music Man. Okay, so Music Man rated the stream a while back, okay? DB
nice.
Productions. Well, yeah, but that happened like almost an hour ago. DB Productions is just now coming in from Music Man's stream. Welcome, if you're still there, DB Productions. And you know, Sandra said that she was going to be here, or at least maybe she was expecting my call. But I sent her a note on X, letting her know that we were doing this morning. I haven't heard back from her. Oh well. Sandra, if you're out there, hope you're doing well. What is this? King Charles funeral plan. Okay, thank you, Tweak. I just got that. All right. Let's go back over here and see what's going on. Over on MSNBC. Oh my gosh, what the hell is that? Is that a hearing device?
Participants will try these hearing aids for 30 days. Now, to take part in this event, you must call. So please, get a pencil and...
By the way, our volume control on Restream doesn't work anymore.
Oh, nice.
So
That's great.
when you slide the volume controller up and down...
Challenge.
Here, I'll slide it like down to 20%.
56 past the hour.
And you're looking live there at the Democratic National Convention, where we see preparations for tonight, the final night of the convention. And there go the Chicks, the group that will be performing apparently later this evening.
And meanwhile, we're watching for an expected shakeup of the 2024 presidential race. Sources tell NBC News Robert F. Kennedy Jr. intends to end his campaign and endorse Donald Trump.
And joining us now is national politics reporter for the New York Times.
I can't believe they're reporting it.
And she's been closely following RFK Jr.'s
They're going to
campaign.
report this.
Good to have you with us, Rebecca. Where do things stand this morning?
Thanks so much for having me. As of this morning, what we know is that there are plans in place for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to drop out of the race at an event in Arizona on Friday and endorse former President Trump. And while people close to him have publicly and privately reminded me that things could still change, he is known to be a little bit iconoclastic and make up his own mind. And there are still conversations going on behind the scenes to urge him against an endorsement of Mr. Trump. He currently
or what? They'll shoot him.
Trump.
Don't do it.
Trump has already talked about whether he'd give RFK Jr. a role in a potential Trump administration. Listen to this.
Listen to this.
Would you also consider putting him in the administration?
You're asking me a very unusual question. I haven't been asked that question yet. I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would if something like that would happen.
Where would you think RFK Jr. fit into a possible Trump administration?
Well, we know that he has had, he and some of his closest advisors and aides have spoken with people in the Trump camp about a possible role in health and human services, either as a formal cabinet post or in kind of an advisory guru way.
HHS.
Probably the most advanced of the
That has a lot more power than you think.
Yeah, this
well,
has been
I
a
mean,
conversation going on
Roper
for
Bright
weeks,
Enterprises
so
kind
I
of
think that-
knocked the legs off of it.
Sorry,
But
you can hear the rehearsal going on behind me, but probably something close to sort of the vaccine and public health issues.
Oh. Who's in charge of Health and Human Services right now?
Theory history there.
Kevin.
We've followed some eye-popping headlines certainly about RFK Jr. throughout his campaign. From
You should
learning
know, man.
doctors found a dead worm in his brain to his admission.
Oh, now they're going to blame the worm. They're going to blame the worm on him endorsing Trump.
Is there any
Brainworms.
downside to having someone with such a bizarre campaign
It's Xavier
join
Becerra.
the Trump Vance ticket?
Oh, now they're calling him weird. They're hooking him up with the weird. They called him bizarre.
Do you expect Trump to
He's
welcome
bizarre.
him in with open arms?
How bizarre. How
No,
bizarre.
I'm not an expert on the Trump campaign or on sort of how they're thinking about this, but
Who's
you don't say?
caterwauling? Who
able
are those
to
people
draw
caterwauling in the background?
good and bad, mostly kind of bizarre over the last few months, and I think that there's definitely a risk of more unexpected surprises coming up. But I think from the Trump administration's perspective, or the Trump campaign's perspective, sorry, he poses a.
Do you know how pissed I would be? You know how pissed off I get when I'm talking and then something else gets shoved in my face?
So you can hear the.
Okay, my bad. So it's Javier Becerra, which was the Attorney General for took over for Kamala Harris. Who's the assistant? Who's his assistant?
Those are just rehearsals
For the Secretary for the
national
Health.
anthem later
Okay.
this evening. And thank you.
This is
for
who I was
joining
referring
us
to.
On this busy Thursday
Yes.
morning, I'm Ana Cabrera.
I'm Jose Diaz-Balart. Thank you for the privilege of your time. Andrew Mitchell picks up with more coverage of the DNC from Chicago right now.
Admiral Rachel Levine.
Right now on Andrea Mitchell Report.
So Richard.
Live from the Democratic National
Richard
Convention
Levine.
in Chicago, where
Now
the
you only
chicks
know
have been just
about
rehearsing their
him
rendition of the national
because of
anthem.
all the power that
And
he
tonight,
wielded.
Kamala
He
Harris
wielded
will
throughout the
deliver her
whole little
acceptance speech
process
just
of
a
the
month
COVID
after
shit.
replacing
Now
Joe
imagine
Biden as the
you put
Democratic
replace
standard-bearer.
Javier Becerra,
fired
which
up the party
they're using
faithful
Rachel
all
Levine
week,
for the
her
scapegoat
campaign
for
now has to
Javier, so he
translate
can
all
continue
that
his career.
enthusiasm into votes,
Now
especially
imagine giving all
from
that
those
power to
undecided
RFK.
voters in battleground states, not yet
Oh.
sold on whether she has
Oh,
the experience to
things
be
might get back to
president.
normal.
Harris's
Right?
big speech tonight follows his Tim
Yeah, Health and
Walz's
Human Services,
widely
they get
praised
to
introduction to the nation last night,
control
using his football coaching experience to pump up the DNC
what's that,
crowd.
CDC and everything like that.
We're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready.
My guest this
All I
hour
see
is
when I
former
see that guy
American
is that
Nancy
fucking
Pelosi after
retarded
her speech
dude
last
at the
night, holding
Institute
former
for
President
Gifted
Trump directly
People,
responsible
and he's trying to
for the
push the
attack on
door
the
open.
Capitol to overturn the
That
Yes.
says pull. That's
Yes.
who Tim Walz reminded me of, or the fucking guy in the football team who's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking score, run the wrong way on the football field, knocking everybody down, including his teammates. That's how excited he is.
Yes.
We're gonna win. No, no.
And the Trump team, hoping for a campaign boost,
She
as
needs
sources
Polly
say
then.
RFK Jr. could drop out and endorse the Republican nominee as soon as tomorrow.
They are really loving
Good
this.
day, everyone. I'm Andrea Mitchell in Chicago for the fourth and
Yeah, they
final
are.
day of what has been an electric Democratic convention. Tonight, Vice President Harris delivering the biggest speech of her political career with the
Why is she
elections
still a
75
thing?
days away. Last night, her running mate,
How old
Governor
is she?
Tim Walz's powerful
As
speech,
old as the
framing
Dark
him as
Crystal
everyone's
is.
favorite teacher, favorite football coach, and loving family man with his
She's
17-year-old
Agra's
son,
mo-
Gus,
she's like
stealing
the mother of Agra.
That's
You are
1986.
my entire world, and I love
83.
you.
1983, I think.
Product of in utero
1982.
insemination.
Damn.
brought to tears, proudly shouted,
I was
"Now
1 year
that's
off.
my
Dark
dad."
Crystal was 1982.
In his 16-minute speech, short by convention standards, Walz leaned heavily into his
Short by
small-town
convention
roots.
standards.
That family down the road, they may not think like you do.
No, they
They
don't.
may not pray like you do.
No, they don't.
They may
You
not
don't pray.
love like you do.
They
But
they
they're
definitely
your
don't.
neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. We respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make.
No, you don't.
You call them Nazis
Even if we
and shoot at them.
wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
He never did.
Mind your own damn business.
Also celebrated by members of
You hear me?
Minnesota's Mankato West
Son of a
High School
bitch.
team, the team he guided to the state championship back in
Get over here, you little retard. Rub my feet.
erupting in cheers when they took the stage, including the family.
Oh my God.
Earlier in the evening,
People
former
living out their
President
glory
Bill Clinton
days.
passing the torch to
Oh,
the
this fucking
Harris
guy.
Walls.
Glory day.
Someone come over here and touch me.
On Monday,
See it in the young retards' eyes. Glory days.
Donald Trump.
The only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
You sound like shit.
Right?
I'm younger than Donald Trump, and I sound like I'm about to freaking die.
Yamichi, this bitch is so fucking. Ugh.
Tonight. Tonight's her biggest yet.
Listen, you're not supposed to take the fucking blue one.
That's right. And good afternoon.
Oh
from
my
the convention
God.
Floor. Over my right shoulder is where the stage is.
Holy
This is
shit.
where
She
Vice
got a
President
man's
Harris
voice.
delivers the biggest speech of her political career. It's also where the chicks were just rehearsing. And on the left, there's a box where social media influencers and non-traditional
Is that a
content
man?
creators are going to be standing and sitting, taking in all of today's events. There's also, of course, the convention floor where all of the different delegates are going to be gathered. They're not here right now because it's early in the morning, but they are expected to, of course, flood in with all of that energy and enthusiasm. Of course, Andrea, the big question is, what is Vice President Harris going to say tonight in this huge speech? And in talking to
In this
multiple
huge-
sources, she really has three big goals. The first is
You can
she
say
wants to talk
huge.
about her background, her personal background and her professional background. She's going to be talking, I'm told, about her
Cassandra,
mother who taught her you might be the
come on
first.
in.
Certainly make sure you're not the last. Talking about the fact that she needs to help other people, but she also wants to talk about her background as a prosecutor.
Thank you for the
talk about
can.
cases she took on and how that really impacted the way that she sees the world. She's also going to be talking about wanting to contrast her view of America and what her vision for the future of this country is to that of her opponent, former President Donald Trump, talking about the fact that he's wrong for America. Of course, as
Now they're
Senator
starting to
Pierre,
say
we
his
expect to
name.
hear we won't go back, something that she said on the campaign trail.
You remember
over
for
and
the
over
longest time
again.
they wouldn't say
There's
his
also
name.
this idea that she wants to, in this
Yes.
third
Or they wouldn't call him
root her
president.
vision in
Now you look at
patriotism.
Yamichi,
She wants to
president,
make it
former
clear
President
that she wants
Trump.
to be a president for
Ah.
all Americans. That's really important because, of course, she is in this history-making role as the first black woman and first South Asian
Oh my
woman
God.
to be at the top of a major party's ticket.
How can you
But
be
her
for?
team
How
is
can you be
being very
black
cautious
and
about
South
race and
Asian?
gender. They want to mark the moment. They understand it's big, but they also want to lean
Liberal,
in on the idea that
progressive
she is
identity
qualified,
politics.
that she earned this, that she is there with a vision that is really rooted in her experience. And I've also been talking to people about sort of how is she approaching this. I'm told she's been meticulously going through every comment, every word, going over it to make sure that it really reflects her and really is authentic to her vision. Andrea?
Andrea.
Misha, thank you so much for all your great reporting on this campaign.
Like, how do they not
so
replace her
far
with a
and
better
going
looking
forward.
person?
And here with me now is Michael Tyler,
Do
Communications
you know what I mean?
Director.
She
I
looks like
don't
a
know.
fucking skeleton with
Michael, thanks for
skin
being
loosely
here.
laid over
Congratulations,
it.
because by all accounts, this has been
That I don't
Look at
know.
her.
brilliantly
But
produced.
I do look at
The
her.
roll call was wow.
Mad Hat, that's
There's
just
certain
it.
resorts
It's
like
not
that.
it's not the American people's vision. It's not the will of the
Yeah,
American
the
people.
state of Georgia was
It's
the
the
best in
will
the
of
world.
Kamala and her
Let's
handlers.
start on the messaging. It's
Exactly.
clear that this is historic. In
What's
all
that
of the
chick's
ways
name?
we
Dana.
counted. But
Dana
for
Nash.
Kamala Harris,
Gash?
in a way, Hillary
Dana-
Clinton
I thought it was
yeah.
Gash.
helped make it possible, as did a lot of women who tried
Dana
before her.
Gash? I don't know who she is.
I'm just saying,
The
it looks
first to
like
try to
when
be
she
the
has a
first
meal,
woman accepted
like
by the
after somebody
American
cooks her
people
a
as
meal, the
president.
first thing she
It's
does
not
is
that
attacks its
important
eyes
for her to do
and
it.
soft spots.
It's so implicit in her candidacy.
Oh my
And
gosh.
Michelle Obama.
You see that fucking beak on her nose?
Telling
A beak on her
Democrats
face.
don't take anything for granted that's going to be vicious.
Yes, I know.
They're
She's like a
already making
Skeksis.
racist attacks.
For anybody who doesn't get
Barack
that,
and I got
it's
used to that.
birds
And in
birds
a
of
way
prey.
that
The first thing they
liberates
attack is
Kamala
the eyes
Harris
and the
to talk about
soft
her resume
spots.
and her
They go
experience
for
and her qualifications.
Yep, and I think that's what you're going to see
to bleed them out.
tonight. And obviously, she understands she's running with the opportunity to be the first, but as she always says, be the first, but certainly not the last. It's about what you leave behind. But as it relates to her life story, like you'll hear her talk about being the daughter of a working mom, right? And how that.
This is why you should elect me president, because I was the daughter of a mom.
For working people, for middle class.
daughter of a mom.
I've been fighting for workers all my life. Hey, what have you done? Where have you worked your entire life? Oh, it's not the private sector. You never actually had a job. You've always been in government your entire life and sucking Willie Brown's dick and Montel Williams' dick. It doesn't count as a job.
That we lead with for the duration of this campaign. So
that doesn't
we're
count
obviously
as
very
work
excited
experience.
about the vice president's speech tonight, her ability to tell her
My
story,
microphone
to lay
looks a
out
little
the
limp.
contrast, to talk about
There
her
we go.
vision for where she wants to take this country. We're excited about the energy and enthusiasm that you have seen on full display.
Kamala was
throughout the
talking
week.
and my
We're
mic
excited
went
about
limp.
the work that we get to do coming off of Chicago, continuing to engage the voters that are going to decide the pathway to 270 electoral votes. For us, this is all about
So
channeling the
how
energy and
are they
enthusiasm that
engaging
we've
the
seen
voters?
here, into action over the course of the last 75 days of this campaign.
And that means the
Digitally.
volunteers, the money, building on
But
the
are they
infrastructure
engaging
that
them with
Joe Biden
policy
and Kamala
or
Harris already
just
were coming into this
vibes?
before the switchover. So you've unified the party.
Once you know it's
certainly the
propaganda,
delegates,
all
and
you
this
see
is
is
nothing like
propaganda.
2016 when the Bernie Bros, really broke it up and there were a lot of unpleasant moments. That said, there's still 30 uncommitted delegates in Minnesota, and they are they're frankly upset. They tried to negotiate for a role for a Palestinian speaker. They
Oh my God.
They distinguish themselves from
This
the
is
protesters and some of
important.
the really radical protesters.
We
that
need
minority outside.
somebody from a different country to
I
represent
did an interview
us
on
in
Freud the other night
no.
with Dan Engelhardt, and here's the way he framed it.
Man, please listen.
You have to see
Vote
a
for me if I
policy
ever
change.
run,
It's
and I
obvious
will.
that the two words
I will
together,
be
arms
gladly
embargo, seem
take
like a
care of everything.
non-starter. But as long as we keep sending the actual bombs and the actual money and the actual fire, we won't see a ceasefire. When nearly 800,000 people voted uncommitted, that's enough to win or lose this election in November.
Kamala Harris was very tough with Benjamin Netanyahu when they met in Washington. But
No, she
beyond
wasn't.
empathy and emphasis. Why not give the
She was
She was very tough.
delegates and bring
Tell me in details how she was so tough. This is what I fucking hate. People just. I'm supposed to take you at your word. You describe something, and you're supposed to be right. No, okay. Tell me how she was tough.
Campaign leadership has met with the uncommitted delegation throughout the convention. The vice president herself.
But this
in
is
Detroit met
okay.
with,
90% of
leaders
those
the uncommitted
NPCs throughout the
movement.
world
And I think
just
what they've
or
seen,
the people who
what
listen
the
to this
American
shit just
people
buy into
continue
it.
to see is
They
somebody
don't be
in
like, wait a
Kamala
minute,
Harris,
how?
Who is focused on actually ending the violence,
They
ending
take
the war,
people at their
getting
word.
to a permanent ceasefire, making sure.
Okay,
Israel
so
absolutely
we're
can
being
live
told
safely
that
and
the people
securely.
who started the
People of
war are the
Gaza,
people who are
can live
interested
and
in
can
ending the
thrive
war.
moving forward. That's the end result here. What she is committed fighting
the
for.
Biden
Yes.
policy of continuing
Hey, the
violence?
people who
Listen, she's
who made
committed
all the
to ending
groceries go
violence.
really
She's
high in
committed to
prices
making sure
are
that we have a
day
just and
one
lasting
gonna
peace
fix
in
it
the Middle
if
East.
you
I
vote for
think she's
them
been abundantly
again.
clear about that, and I think it
Yeah, I
stands
don't buy
frankly
that.
in stark contrast.
Listen,
to
we
our
broke
opponent,
it the
Donald Trump,
first time,
has
so
not
that way you'd
approached
have
this
to
issue or
vote
any
for
other
us the
issue,
second
with what's
time
in the best
so we
interest
could
of
fix what
national
we
global
broke.
security, he approaches
Because
these
we
with
broke it and we
what's
hid
his
the
own
pieces that we
personal,
broke.
self-interest. And I think
Nobody
the
knows
American
where they
people
are
gonna see
except for
that
us, so
fundamental
you have to
choice
vote
as we
for
move
us.
forward in this campaign.
Well, fortunately, we had
Pretty
3D
concerned
printers.
about
We'll make
what
new
we've
pieces.
Right.
We've confirmed is going to happen, which is RFK Jr. dropping out probably tomorrow.
And that
likely
was a,
endorsing
I'm sure you
Donald
guys know,
Trump,
that
and
was
all the
a
polling indicates it would
euphemism.
help Donald Trump.
Well, listen,
I don't literally
throughout this
mean we're going to
campaign,
get out 3D
RFK has
printers
been propped
and
up by
print the
MAGA
missing
donors. He's
pieces of the
parroted MAGA
economy.
talking points. I don't
Yeah,
think it
we're
would
gonna
be
get
a
a 3D
surprise
scanner
if he were to
first,
drop
and
out
then
and
scan the
endorse,
missing parts,
Donald
and then
Trump. I
3D
think,
print them.
Our
Yeah.
message really isn't for RFK. It's for the voters who are looking for a place to go in this campaign. I think what him dropping out fully cements is that this election is going to be a choice between Vice President Harris, who's fighting for the American
House
people, between Donald
Negro.
Trump, who, as I said earlier,
That's
is
what
simply
that
fighting for
guy
himself.
is.
And so for the voters
That's
who
how bad you
understand
are.
the
And
threat
they call
that's
these
been
people
posed by
Uncle
Donald Trump,
Toms
for
and
the
shit like
voters who are
that, who
looking
just
for a
try
new
to
way forward,
be,
somebody who's
help
actually gonna
people be
fight,
free.
for more
And then you got
opportunity for
these
them,
people who try
for
to
the
go in
voters
there
who
and
want
sell
government to get the hell out of the way of their
people
own personal
into more
decisions.
slavery.
There's a home for you in Kamala Harris's campaign. So that's going to be our message to those voters as we move forward here.
Michael,
I'm allowed to say
big
Negro,
challenge,
right?
but a
Of course,
successful convention by all
it's
accounts,
absolutely a word.
We're excited. 75 days ago, we got a lot of work
I
to do.
saved the
Thank you.
the other word for
And in 90
the
seconds, we're
sand
back with
people.
Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah,
Because I don't
save it
have
for
to
that.
like you sons of bitches who tried to kill me.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Yes.
Her expectations for this evening and her thoughts about Joe Biden. But first, Oprah snagging the spotlight in her signature fashion Wednesday night.
Okay.
Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And
Truce?
let us choose joy.
Oh my word, your glue down is terrible. No, Oprah, no. And what joy? What? Where is this joy you speak of? Who's experiencing joy?
It's because Kamala just always goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How's that
yeah,
joyful? Hey, listen, can we talk about why grocery prices are so? I'm gonna fix that. Ha ha! Oh, she's laughing. She's joyful. She's joyful as the entire world suffers. As the entire United States and everybody else is suffering, except for the illegals who get $15,000 for fucking groceries and rent. They're joyful, but if you're not, it's because you're a bigot.
I'm watching people lose their livelihoods around me. I am not joyful about that. Of course, we have the people on MSNBC earlier who are saying that the economy is not bad as they're watching their friends drive around in Maseratis, going to the country club and playing golf while having cocktails. Because out of Joe Scarborough's own mouth, that's what came forth, showing just how disconnected he is
He
from
said
the
that?
average. Yeah, it's like it's on a video that I have on my X account from earlier when I was doing recordings, which did not play back properly over the stream, but they're on my X account.
Damn.
From
Driving
this morning.
Maseratis going to golf. I make money. My friends make money. Oh, this dude, Hakeem Jeffries.
Who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block,
trying to get back into a relationship with the American people.
Why is your voice fucked up?
We broke up with you for a reason. But there's no
Is he?
Why does he always try to act black?
Get back together.
You know what I really hate?
Done that, we're not
Go on.
going back.
Is his voice raising in pitch like he's on helium?
He's hip hopper, House Democratic leader
I think it's
Hakeem Jeffries, possibly the next
your
speaker.
playback
The
speed.
Democrats flip the House in November.
But I didn't.
Speaker Merida is saying next to me, yes, yes, with one of the standout lines here at the
Refresh
DNC
or something.
last night and during the
Oh my gosh. Oh my
I
gosh.
I hate how those nerdy ass black dudes who fucking listen, those are the whitest black people you ever meet in politics. All right. I don't give
Yeah.
a fuck. All right. They're the nerdiest, retardedest, most faggoty little fucking theories on the fucking planet. Those guys.
Is that there's so
all
many
right?
shiny objects around him.
And
if
Hakeem
you go after a
Jeffries
million
sits there
different
and
things,
tries to
nothing
fucking
sticks.
talk like
And I
he's
think what
black,
they've
like
really
he's
settled
fucking
on
from the
is this
streets and some
character
shit like
attack
that.
ties
That
who Donald
motherfucker
Trump is and
would
has
go to
been
jail
with
and
the
cry the
people he
entire
would
time.
fight for when he goes back to the
Most
White House,
certainly.
right? And so you're going to hear a lot about a self-interested person
So
who
it's
cares
doing
about
it again.
himself and only making policy.
What did you
and
do
doing
to make it
things
stop?
for his rich friends in his own
I don't
interests.
understand what's
And I
going
think
through. I
these
don't understand.
contrasts
Just like the
only
internet
work
is
well
just
if it
messing up.
fits the opponent who Donald Trump is running against, and you've got with Kamala Harris someone who's dedicated her entire life to
Well, we'll
serving
just listen to
and,
the
and fighting
we'll just
for those
listen to the
underdogs and the
Lollipop
people
Guild.
who don't have a voice. So the contrast works exceptionally well.
It completely
by
fits
the
him, though.
Harris campaign because it's like a mirror image
I need
of
to go
who
get a
Donald
drink.
Trump is, and I think that's why
Listen,
they're
we spent
leaning
our
so
entire
heavily into
Democratic
this.
National Convention talking about who Donald Trump was.
Well, why'd you do that? And that's what the RNC did.
Character, history, in a way
Because
that
we
is
want
most
people to hate him
advantageous for the
more.
party.
I think for sure
That's what they
they're
worked on.
changing the way they approach him, right? 2016, we were both on the campaign trail, but I was with Jeb Bush, gone. Then I was
I wonder
with,
if it's coming through in the stream
Ben
like
Carson,
that.
gone. Then Ted Cruz, gone.
You know, I wonder who they've mentioned more.
They didn't know
Donald
what
Trump
to
or
do.
Joe
I know
Biden?
you spoke to Nancy Pelosi last hour
Donald Trump
about
or
Donald Trump.
at the
Kamala
highest levels of
Harris?
the Democratic Party. How do you deal with
Whose name have they mentioned more, Trump or Kamala? What do you want to bet it's Trump?
I mean, she's talking about
It's definitely
first of all,
Trump.
the House.
Look at her.
and
You can't tell me
trying to
she's
hold
not
this up
Jewish.
with
She's
the
either a
House.
goblin or a
That was
Jew.
part of her motivation
Oh, she's
for
definitely a
this
goblin.
from Biden to
Gringotts.
All right, that makes sense.
She's
recognition
definitely
in
from
August that
Gringotts.
They were not going to win.
You see that Schloomy or Schmooley guy or whatever, the guy who's suing Candace Owens?
In her career,
No.
she always wants to win.
Oh, dude, you should look in. It's on X.
She framed
So the Schmooley guy, I guess, some Jewish guy, he's trying to sue Candace Owens, or not sue her, but bring it up to the FBI or make an FBI complaint about her. He looks like fucking Hoggle from Labyrinth.
Really?
Yeah.
Message with unity, not menace. We don't agonize, we organize.
I'll try to find it.
I mean, is the best vote counter. I mean, she was her own whip.
Oh, yeah.
And she never went to the floor if she didn't think she had the votes. And this is the way she plays it on the national stage. And she, by the way, has still not talked to Joe Biden, and it's, of course, up to him to
She
accept
still
it.
hasn't spoken to
And so
Joe?
the tension's there, but as John Allen, my colleague, and Natasha Karecki are reporting online just now, Nancy Pelosi is on the inner circle, the villain of this, and it's very painful to her. This is the way their reporting holds. But she's a hero on the floor because of what is viewed as a successful transition.
Yeah, and a very successful, with 1 day left to go or 1 night left to go, very successful convention. Actually, I think a lot of people, and I've had these conversations on the floor, they watch this almost in wonder. You know, for 9 years, they were waiting for somebody to figure out what to do about Donald Trump, even though obviously Joe Biden won. He still took up so much oxygen. He still got so much of the attention.
Oh my gosh.
Is gone.
He took up the oxygen.
What happened? Well, I also, for all of these years, I started covering Donald Trump in 2015, and I would ask his opponents, Democratic, Republican, what attack works against him? What message works against him?
Nothing.
And the answer was often, we don't know. We don't know what's effective. Because even in 2016, when voters went to the polls...
We tried to tell everybody he's a rapist, and they didn't believe us.
Right? You knew the Access Hollywood
What
tape
attack
was
is going to
out,
work?
the
Well,
racist, sexist,
Mitchell.
misogynistic
That's
comments
her
were
name,
out. The
Andrea
chaotic,
Mitchell.
crude behavior was out in the ether. But what's fascinating now, as Doug was saying, is it is still sort of a character attack, which the conventional wisdom is that it didn't work. But they're making it less about Donald Trump and more about the actual voter, right? And this idea that he won't fight for you and he only cares about himself. And that is one of the few things they found is effective. So it goes back to Bill Clinton's line last night, right? Don't count the lies, count the eyes. And the final thing they're doing is they're sort of minimizing him. And, you know, you remember early on, you were covering Jeb Bush, I was covering Jeb Bush. I remember a split screen of an empty Trump podium and Jeb Bush giving an education policy speech because Trump was so exciting and fresh and no one knew what he was going to do. And now the message we're hearing is, yeah, like, we know he makes offensive comments to Black women and they get under his skin. It's stale, it's boring, we're going to do our own thing. And that does seem to be resonating right And now. we're not going to give it oxygen. The flip side of this, obviously, and this is
They
something
did
you did
come
very
off a
well,
bender.
Doug, is defining Kamala Harris, right? She's going to have a big opportunity tonight. We always talk about how big speeches and how far it can go, but reality is this will be a first introduction for a lot of people.
Probably her biggest chance, except for the debates, but her only solo chance. How does she maximize it?
I think she has 3 objectives. The first one is she's got to tell her story. We shouldn't assume that people know who Kamala Harris is. Most voters don't, maybe know bits and pieces, but they don't know the full story. Then she's got to contrast her vision with Donald Trump. And then lastly, she's got to connect everything back to the voters so that they understand what's in it for them. When voters go to the ballot box, it is always about what's in it for me and my family. And so that is going to be an important thing. Everyone talks about laying out her vision. Yes, she has to lay out her vision, but she has to connect with voters. And I think that is going to be her biggest challenge tonight. And if she can do that, it's going to go a long way towards, I think, resetting this race, if it hasn't already been reset.
Doug, Ashley, Andrea, it has been a convention unlike any other. I think we can all agree on that. Thank you for coming by. Still ahead, the immigration shift and how the Democratic Party is changing its strategy on handling the border. We've got that next.
Now they want to change their strategy? How many days are we to the election and now they want to change their strategy? Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
So by the end of the week, the new strategy is going to be, listen, Kamala Harris isn't going to be able to beat Trump and JFK on his team, so we're going to have to go with somebody else. Gavin Newsom.
It's pretty bad when you've messed things up so badly that you have to make so many pivots and changes. Like, they have no solid foundation or core value which they can stand on for their platform.
And those with these health conditions. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic.
What the hell was that? Was that somebody thinking that they were playing as a DJ?
The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain. Arexvy is #1 in RSV vaccine.
Okay, as long as like we're in this state. Let me see if I can like reconstitute this.
Insurify can help you reduce your car insurance bill by as much as $852 per year on average.
Oh.
I gotta go get some
Answer a
drink.
few simple questions.
Okay.
And our top-rated platform will provide you fast, affordable quotes from dozens of top companies. Review your options and switch with a click to a plan that cuts your costs without sacrificing coverage. Visit Insurify.com and start saving today.
It's like I'm in a haunted record player and the disc speeds up, skips, and then slows back down. Maybe I'm dead. Maybe this is what my afterlife is. Beds, cheaply made. Not even IKEA, just, you know, modular furniture. Yep, this would be my version of hell. I'm dead. This is what's happened. I am in
I get to decide when I get
Gehenna.
paid. It's kind of crazy.
This is,
We
I
can't
deserve
choose when we
this.
get paid. Chomp
This is
changed
what
that
I
for me.
deserve.
My
This
pay
is
lets me
this
get
is
up
the
to
fruit
$500
of my
on my
life.
pay when I
Yes.
need it. There's no interest, no credit
Black
checks,
people
no
taking
mandatory
loans,
fees.
getting pay
My pay gives me
advances,
the freedom to handle
and
anything
cheap
that life
furniture.
brings.
Yep,
I have big
I'm in
goals,
hell.
and I'm not waiting for
That's
payday
where I
to
am.
begin. And you shouldn't either. That's why I chime. Join me
That's
at
why there are two
chime.com
black
and
boxes
get
next
paid
to
when you
me.
say.
There's no one to talk to. It's just
I'm
me
Martha
all
Stewart,
alone,
and this is one of
floating
my
through
unique
time and
moves.
space.
Of course, I wanted to give them
Imagining
the
I'm on
happiest,
a
healthiest life
stream
possible,
somewhere,
which is why I choose
doing
Prevent.
some sort of a
We love this liquor
podcast
because it's tough on odor
with a bunch
and
of
helps
delightful
keep tabs on
imaginary
health
friends.
by changing
Could
color
you imagine?
so high
Could you
that
imagine
typical
if this was
Listen.
actually
Pretty litter
my
is
afterlife?
also
Oh, look, a
and
demon.
whether you
Look at this.
have
Some
parents or a
shirtless
lifelong
demon
lover
pops
like
up.
me,
Listen.
low-maintenance
What's
litter is
right? Like
What's
some
clothes on
freaking.
tweak? I'm trying to eat here. Listen, if you can't,
It's
fucking
not
deal with
that. It's not
actual
that.
white body. Don't be mad.
Your body's fine. Your body's fine, Tweak. Your body's fine. Okay. Not in a gay way. I'm not coming on to Tweak. I'm
Oh,
just
hey,
saying.
hey, listen. I'm gonna tell you this. 100%.
Yes.
I'm not gay, but there's no better compliment than being hit on by both men and women.
Oh,
I'm
truly.
not gay.
Truly.
I
Truly.
just take it differently. I'm like, hey, cool, thanks. I'm not gay, but thank you for the compliment. That means.
Yeah, yes, of course. Yes, of course.
At
Yes.
Away,
Want to see what I
we
did?
know what real travel
What?
looks like.
There's screens. Hold on.
So when we make luggage,
I got
we
4
think
screens.
about how you actually get from place to place. how travel brings pit stops
Damn it.
and welcome detours. How you deserve an easier.
This is the fun
more
stuff.
flexible
While the
way.
commercials on, this is the fun stuff I do. So I was going through this Epic Maps, going through here, right? And this guy's got gravity is not 9.8. I don't know. That's just a global average. On this globe, it is stronger in the red areas and weaker in the blue areas. So I'm sitting here looking at this, and my brain is, I'm a logical type person, right?
Yes.
When I don't
Yes.
believe in the globe anymore. But here it's trying to say that this, I'm sorry, gravity is heavier in the red areas, which is higher up on the mountains. And I said, this is illogical. And it doesn't, it is. It's fucking illogical. This guy goes, how so? And it's easy. This is my brain. Because this would paint the heliocentric model as stupid and the theory of gravity as bullshit. Use your logical part of your brain. If gravity is a result of something's mass and comes from the center, then it would pull uniformly and not like this, which means this map is wrong or gravity is just an unproven theory. Both mean this is illogical. Am I wrong? If
Well,
gravity is a uniform thing based on mass. How big something is how big its attraction is. At no point would it be, oh, look, we're going to pull heavier at the tops, higher up. It would pull heavier down towards the bottom because it's got to pull heavier stuff in. The gravity would be, you know what I mean? This is
Well,
illogical.
what are you gonna hit first? The top of a mountain or the basin of an ocean?
It doesn't matter. You're going to hit everything uniformly because it's a pull that's coming down from the center of that mass, allegedly.
But where's the center?
Inside the middle, not around the outside. It's inside the middle, the core.
The core. Have you ever been to the
it's going to
core?
No, I haven't, but I don't believe in this map. I believe in the azimuthal. Here, wait, let me go. I'm sharing this screen, right? Do I have it on this one? Oh, man.
For me, it's very simple. Regardless of elevation, I trip, I fall down. I say, shit. That is a constant.
Oh, man. I have it over here on this one, then.
You know what? Sandra's going to come in the last, half an hour? Maybe not even. Maybe she'll come in the last 20 minutes and it's going to be a wrap. Go and release the scratching at that point, and then it's like, hey Sandra, how you doing?
Here you
Bye.
go.
What's up?
Here you go.
Okay.
This magnetic flush oceans.
Is this the flat earther map?
Yeah, this is called an azimuthal. This is an azimuthal map. This is not a flat Earth map. This is an actual map.
Based on azimuth. Azimuthi. Okay.
But this is basically the flat Earth map. This is all Antarctica over here.
Okay.
But here's the winds, or here's the ocean currents.
Yes.
Here's the clouds. Currently, this is how the clouds are set up, and the moon. Magnetic flux for the. Oh, look at that!
Oh, so I'll just get sucked inwards.
And our wind, yeah, our magnetic, because this is north, magnetic north. Allegedly, there's this 33-kilometer magnetic mountain up here somewhere, and then it all comes. Whoop. But here's the wind. This makes more sense than their little fucking up and down wind. Everything goes around like it says in the Bible. That's what I believe in. I don't believe in this shit. And this makes everything, everything is above this is the firmament, a dome. And then this is all too easy. So if you drop something, it's heavier than the wind or the air around it. So it falls to the earth. Now, if you go to drop that, it falls through the fluid that is air, but it won't go through the fluid that is water because gravity's. But anyway.
Is it possible then that if you take let's say a spheroid Earth concept and the flat Earth concept, could there be an agreement that perhaps the Earth is flat, but it's a dome within a dome?
See, that's what it's It's a plane like this, and then it speaks about it in Genesis about the waters above from the waters below, and he placed the firmament, and it's just a little bitty. We're in a snow globe. It's a flat plane, and then underneath us, I assume, is maybe the other half of the sphere. Like we can. My picture of the whole thing is everybody's seeing this like the ground makes this sphere, like this thing right here.
Mm-hmm.
Ground makes the sphere. I don't agree with that whatsoever. I think the Earth is flat, and then the sphere part that is made up is the top is the firmament, and the bottom is the bowl of the waters. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it could be a bubble, a sphere, but it's not something that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour going through space.
So we are possibly like a candle, like floating on the surface of water.
Yeah, with a bubble over
But
top to protect us.
with a bubble over the top, and then somehow we have magma shooting out from the waters below because we're floating on fluids which cause superconduction.
Well, I don't think we're floating on fluids. I think we're in a bowl.
Okay, so
You
we're in
gotta
a
look up
bowl,
the.
and somewhere in this bowl, the bowl's on fire somewhere.
I wonder where he put the columns that he speaks of in the Bible. The foundations that don't move.
Well, the foundations that don't move. Now I'm just curious, where the hell is the lava coming from? It's like, where
Right?
is this? What is this? Is that hell? Is that the fire and brimstone? Is that what it is? Is like, that's like hell, like when a volcano erupts. This is how they clean the sewage system of hell. This is the hell smell coming up out of the earth.
Oh
It's
my God.
like, all those rocks are just the collective petrified shit of a bunch of demons, which have emptied their bowels, and then they call in sanitation, and then you have, islands formed out of demon feces
Oh my
on this
God.
flat earth. What? I might as well just take it there.
That's
We're
what it
talking
is. That's a volcano. That's what lava is. It's demon shit.
just demon shit. Bunch of demon shit, and then like all those crystals that we find in it, like diamonds, quartz, sapphires, opals, everything like that. Those are just whatever they ate. Like
They've been eating
the
rocks, the
opals
silica.
are created from like hell oysters and hellacious form of abalone, and like obsidian is like nothing more than the creamed corn of hell, which has been eaten with some sort of, I don't know, hell chocolate or something like that. And that's how obsidian is made. It's very shiny and everything because it's very lubricated because of all the hell corn. And then
It's
diamonds are
lubricated
just
from
freaking
all the lubrication from all the gay fucking
the
demon
sinners.
sex they're doing. The gay demon
Yes,
sex from the lube.
the forever demonic impaling people's bodies with these monster phalluses that just forever and ever screaming in agony, and then having a big dick shoved down your throat. That's terrible. And then the diamonds are just sugar cookies that just, the sugar fell off, but it's like these diamonds, like you can't eat them because they're diamonds, and they give them off as rock candy, bust all your teeth out for like eternity. It's like every time you think you're going to eat something tasty, turns into a freaking diamond and busts your teeth.
But at least you're rich.
Pearls from the ass of demons. Yes, just everything. Gray Man is just, and then people are so freaking turned on by sparkly shit, and that's what it is. It's just sparkly shit. Literally sparkly shit.
Right.
But I hear that the New Jerusalem is built out of that stuff too. Like they talk about like the gemstones and stuff like that. So I can't imagine that God builds the new heaven out of demon shit. So now I have just
see that they value
I
diversity,
discount my
that migrants
what do you
should
call
be
it?
treated.
My theory, now that I put it back into like biblical, it's impossible unless no, I won't even go there. No, God would never make the second heaven out of demon shit. That is not possible. That is not that. No. I will not accept that. No, that was my mortal mind pondering something. No, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Thank you.
All right, let's see what they're talking about because we've got like about another 23 minutes left
my God.
before going on to. I heard that Adel Nero is back from 412 Productions. He was out on some sort of either vacation or expedition, but now he is back. So we will see him later on today. All right, let's see what these guys are talking about.
You to tell that story because that's a story that touches people from different places all over the world. People that have been here, 10 years, people that have been here 10 months, people that have been here 10 generations, and of every skin color and every background in every state of our country. That's a very powerful story. We can't give up on that truth. And so I was happy to hear that last night from the stage.
Secretary Julian Castro, it's always good to see you, and I appreciate you coming on the show.
Who's been here
Thank
for?
you.
Did he say
Coming up,
10
South Asian
generations?
voters having a major moment
Right.
right now in battleground Georgia. What's getting them so fired up?
Look at this
We're
guy.
live in Atlanta after this. You're watching Chris Jansen reports live from Chicago, only
Listen.
on MSNBC.
If you're gonna wear a fucking suit, wear one that fits your body. Wear a fitted
Yes.
suit. Go out to a fucking tailor and wear a fucking fitted suit. If you're gonna run for office, don't wear your fucking dad's jacket because you look like you're fucking retarded. You look like you're 8 years old and you're going to church for the first time with your first suit and it's way too big for you. If you look like that as a politician, or you walk out of there as a professional, you should get laughed at. Am I wrong?
No, you're not incorrect. I see that 45 went and got himself a bag of maltodextrin and then went and turned his camera off, though.
Yep, I sure did.
He didn't want you,
You
to
don't
see
wanna-
him eating it.
You don't want to
Well, I don't
be
need to eat on
shamed.
camera.
No,
I don't
this
eat on
is not
camera.
a-
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a shit about shame. I'm eating some fucking homemade cheese dip that I just made from scratch and some tortilla chips. So everybody. Can
Oh,
get
they're
over.
tortilla chips. Okay, I thought they were cheesy poofs.
No,
How's the cheese dip?
amazing
What's it made from?
Cheese.
cheese.
I beat you to it.
I'm looking for the recipe.
Oh,
I just threw
okay.
a bunch of shit together.
Well, you take cheese and then you melt it. The easiest recipe ever.
Yes, yes,
cut,
yes,
cut
yes.
up a bunch of cheese and melt it.
Yes.
So you
I'm
take
looking
block
for-
cheese, throw it in there, heat it up. You throw a few pieces of slices of American singles,
Mhm.
toss them in there for the gooey effect. I don't take my advice. I don't know how to cook.
Well, I am definitely going to make some cheese bread later. Yesterday, I made a chia loaf with almond flour and fiber and eggs and coconut oil and garlic and all that. It's just very savory, very tasty, and baking powder. Because keto. Because we're still in pump up or no prisoner pump up for 2024. So that's still happening, guys. But yeah, I'm definitely going to melt some cheese over those slices and maybe make some eggs with it. American singles are not cheese. I don't think 45 women used American singles.
No.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
It was a redneck joke.
Did you use mayonnaise with your cheese?
Oh my god, that's right.
Did I use what?
I'll put it in my
Mayonnaise.
tacos.
Mayonnaise, yeah. Did you? Is it suitable for tacos?
It's tuna and mayo.
Oh, this
The
is
whole
your
thing.
cheese dip. The cheese dip is made of tuna and mayo. This is
Yep.
very white, very white. Yes.
Yep.
All right, so I have Pet Detective and When Nature Calls, and I guess later on tonight. Are you sure? Well, no, I won't even ask. You said you're going to do Feedly, so if you're really going to do
Yep.
that, then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take an edible after this show
And watch.
and
Ace
go and
Ventura.
mow my lawn if it's not raining out, and I don't think it's raining out. Is it raining? No. It's a perfect day to go mow the lawn. Barely any sun, and it's not hot.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm hoping you guys enjoyed this impromptu pop-up. I hope it was educational for the most part. I am looking forward to getting a bit of. Had I not moved the previous system downstairs to repurpose it, I'm pretty sure the stream would have been just fine without any hiccups. But if you guys saw this mini PC, if you guys could just see what these mini PCs look like, they're so cute. They are only like about 5 inches by 5 inches by like maybe 2 inches, and they're so powerful. Except that they don't come with a proper graphics card. But as far as like a CPU and such, they are amazing for what they can do. So I'm very happy with this, and they're inexpensive too. It's only $500 to get like 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. You get an AMD Ryzen 9 processor. You get a 1 terabyte SSD hard drive, and then what else is in there? It's just what you need. It's exactly what you need in a computer without all the RGB lights and a huge ass case and all that other stuff. And for like, right around $500, you really can't go wrong. And then like since I'm going to be using it for streaming though, it's not just for light gaming and, doing all that light computer work. Even though it can handle some pretty high rendering in games, the external GPU dock is really going to come in handy to throw my old video card on and actually feed the signal through that instead of feeding it out the back. Like I said, it only has 2 display ports in the back. So, hello. When you're doing this kind of stuff, you really do need more than 2 monitors. It's hard to juggle that many windows and for all the stuff that needs to be done when you're streaming.
They're talking about South Asian voters energized. Did I have 2 computers and 4 screens running right in front of me?
See, that's what it takes. Let's see what this person has to say.
Vegetarian diet.
JD Vance's
and learned
wife.
to cook food from my mother. And earlier Republican contenders Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley, Indian Americans.
Who's reporting the fucking chipmunks?
Yes,
we've been saying that.
Georgia voter Jasmine Chhabra
Alvin!
more excited about Harris. The minute that VP Harris was nominated, I felt a sudden surge. It was extraordinary.
In my
vagina.
She is a South Asian woman.
What is this, a scam call center?
Energized both by the
I can tell you, it's
Wait, I thought she was black.
Oh, she's whatever she needs to be.
Days doing whatever it is that I possibly can to be part of this historic movement. Now she's phone banking, writing postcards, and even getting her 11-year-old daughter Anya.
This is why women shouldn't be allowed to vote, because you vote because she has a pussy too. I'm gonna vote for her.
Newly fired up Indian American electorate. A recent South Asian Women for Harris Zoom call raised
South Asian Women for Harris
from 9,000 attendees, according to organizers.
They had 25
in
on the
Georgia,
screen.
The Asian American voter turnout rate has been increasing more rapidly than Latino, Black, and white voters. According to AAPI data, Indian Americans
where are all
account
these Asian Americans coming from that didn't
72,000
vote
eligible
so far?
voters in a state that flipped from red to blue by just 12,000 votes in 2020.
This is
Equally energized is Republican
That guy's not American.
Karthik Bhatt.
President Trump's fundraising.
But immigrated
You must
from
give
India
me
at
your
19
username
went
and
from working at a
password.
grocery store
Yes.
to owning this shopping
Let me
plaza
connect
in
to your
suburban
computer.
Atlanta. He's even run for local office.
When we came America,
It was no good. Now,
issues
Kamala
like the
Harris,
border and
it is good.
Not
I don't know how to use
why
this
he's
computer. I
fundraising
pack it.
for Trump.
Oh
mostly
God.
my Asian community owns the small businesses. Everybody are struggling with the money.
One thing Bhatt and Chhabra agree on, this election feels different.
So more Asian Americans.
I love how immigrants can own gas stations and normal American families can't.
South Asian children, and they see
Let's be
somebody that
oblivious to
looks
the
like
fact that
them
you
to be
just
in those positions,
interviewed the Indian,
inspire them.
South Asian, whatever American business owner in front of a strip mall with tattoos and bail bonds. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the level of success they're going for. That is those are the vibes that we wanted for the DNC right there. That's what we're going for.
So at least 15%, I'm sure the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, "Oh,
Bitch, try opening up your eyes.
You can do it.
Fascinating. Thank you for that."
Look at that chicken blue.
Well,
There you
Gen
go. You got him halfway open.
looms large at this week's DNC
Look like
with
E.T.
gun
with a wig.
violence, a defining issue for their
Ready?
generation, set to come front and center tonight.
Look at that fucking dude.
Co-founder David Hogg will
Look
join
at that.
me.
That's not a man.
Next hour, the DNC's oldest delegate squeezed me into her very busy schedule to talk life,
Yeah,
politics,
because old people
and
have got
also
all
give
this
some
shit to do.
advice to the youth.
Dumb bitch. She's in a wheelchair. She can't get away from you. She just start
A
talking.
young delegate who wants
There
to
you
get
go.
into politics, what would you tell them?
Get involved.
Where am I?
Time. And I'm encouraging
Who are you?
to do it.
Huh?
Well, she's not wrong when she said get involved. I mean, that is the first step after all. After all your decades of experience, though, my dear octogenarian, or however old you are, I would expect a higher pearl of wisdom. I give you a D and an E for effort because I saw you struggling. So yes, you get the E for effort. But as far as your delivery on whatever the hell that nugget of wisdom
Who
was,
rolled me in here?
that is also,
like they said.
yes, that also
Always
happens.
looking out for her family. I can still
It's just been a disappointment.
I don't want my
Disappointments
kids to be
never
more
ceasing. The DNC.
This check
There
will
you
help
go.
them a lot.
I've rebranded
Nice.
it.
I love it.
Thank you.
This
Use it as
appointment's
tomorrow's
never
title.
ceasing.
We should crowdfund to get a bunch of Inuits to come into the DNC and start clubbing everybody like baby seals.
I'm going to brand it right now. I'm going to X.
Good. I'm gonna share it when you do.
Hashtag DNC.
She was so
Disappointment never ceasing.
No blood tests.
I just assumed life
Okay,
insurance
and
was way
post.
over my budget. No one kept a tighter
And
budget than mine.
there.
If she can manage the rates, you can too. But did her rates go up every year?
Trump should do a live play-by-play of Harris's speech on an X space.
Yes.
Could you imagine?
Yes. Yes.
The cost of a funeral can be $9,000 or more. With one call, you can give your loved ones the protection they need to help pay these costs. And unlike some policies, benefits are payable.
Oh,
from the
great.
first
Over
day.
in Belushi's
Mom just
area,
felt
4
better knowing
juveniles
you
stole a
had
gun
help,
from a
and I
vehicle
couldn't
at a
be more
construction site.
You should call United of Omaha. I guess I'll never stop learning from my big sister.
Don't put off life insurance. Call United of Omaha today.
I remember
Yes.
it was Raytown, Missouri. When I was a recruiter, somebody broke into a cop's a cop car and stolen an M4.
My name is Braden.
They never
I was
found it.
5 years old when I came to St. Jude.
Kid, you know why you got cancer at St. Jude? Because your parents gave you vaccines.
My mom, she was just crying. What they said, your son has brain cancer.
It's sad to think about this.
Worst fear coming to life.
I have the issues I have because of vaccines. My kid has the problems he has because of vaccines. If your kid has something wrong with him, it's because of vaccines.
Research Hospital. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment.
Because God
travel,
didn't make
housing,
us
or food,
broken.
so they can focus on helping their
God made us perfect.
live.
What they have done for me, my son, my family. Sorry, yeah.
Life is a gift, especially for a child battling cancer. Call or go online and help save the lives of children like Braden.
Now I'm 11 years old. We were actually doing the checkup for my brain, and they saw something in my throat. It's thyroid cancer.
It was heartbreaking to find out that he has cancer again, but we knew who we had behind us. It just gives me hope.
You can make a difference. Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt.
Without St. Jude or its donors, we would have been in a bad place.
These kids, they've done nothing wrong in the world. Finding a cure for childhood cancer, it means everything.
Help St. Jude give kids with cancer a chance.
Tonight, victims of gun violence will be on stage at the DNC, including former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. This has long been a major issue and a major source of frustration for Democrats. It's deeply important to many Gen Z voters because their generation has lived it firsthand. The Washington Post says at least 378,000 students have personally experienced gun violence in the estimated 413 school shootings since Columbine. Last night, Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, said this is a fight for freedom.
Your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall.
Well, my word.
Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it.
What? You got marksman? Is that what you got,
But
bitch?
I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe.
Yeah, from criminals, so lock them up.
For pedophiles.
Joining
And
me now is the
pedophiles.
president
Oh,
of
God,
the
look at this
God.
Reserve and co-founder of March
Oh,
for Our
the
Lives,
soy.
David
Okay, I'm
Hogg,
going to release the
survivor of
scratching
frontline
because I
school
don't want
shooting.
people
It's
getting
good to see
AIDS.
you here.
All right,
Look, I
here,
mean,
going over here.
I was thinking
Scratch
about
off is
how,
coming. Release the
at the
scratching.
Michigan
Hold
State
on.
University shooting, one of the things
All
that
right.
was gut punch, honestly.
Hold on, I'm
is that
releasing it.
many of them
Scratch
had
and
already
released. Okay, good.
experienced a school shooting.
All
Some
right.
of them at Oxford, some
And
of
then
them
putting
at
this
Sandy
like
Hook.
little
What is
sticker
the
in here.
level of awareness and commitment
Okay, let's see.
from
There we
your
go.
generation
There's
that
that.
might be different
That
than
guy
an
right
older
there,
generation?
that tranny and his puppy, letting you guys know the scratching was released.
My generation and President Biden's
I don't know how many
generation, for
gold
example.
pills y'all are
Oh
gonna
my
get.
God.
Hope for the
We
very
got
best.
David
I
Hogg on
know.
the television.
I know. It's what a
nuclear bomb
perfect
drills,
person to like.
right? But that
What a
generation actually
perfect
went on to
person
pass
to
the
like, you
largest
know,
arms reduction
leave
treaties and
on.
start one and start two
Okay.
and then you start trees
So let's see.
ever in human history. And I
Waiting
think for my
for
generation,
someone
we
to
feel that
spin
unique
up. I think
anxiety.
I'm waiting for
Your
drunk
first time
Bianchi
shaving,
to spin
David?
up.
Young people and the advocates against gun
Oh my
violence.
God.
You're
Actually
trying to
maximum
kill
for
yourself.
us. We used to work at March for Our Lives prior to being in Congress, run for office, and not only run, but win to represent our generation because we uniquely feel that anxiety of being told by your government the best it can do is to protect you. It's telling you how to hide under your mask.
Did he?
Just
Does he
better.
have that thing I
Kids'
have?
biggest stress
Remember
should
when
be
half
how
my
to
face
pass the
was
math test and
paralyzed?
not how to survive math class.
I know. Yeah, he's probably got a little Bell's
Tim
palsy.
Walz once had an A rating. For
Oh
the
my
NRA,
gosh.
And then the Parkland shooting.
Why do they
Changed
fucking?
about everything,
He looks like
and
Whoville.
now he has gone through this
I can't stand
evolution.
that
You
fucking
heard what he
kid.
had to say last night.
Why?
Is
Why
he
do
an
they give
important
this
message
guy?
of
Why?
what comes?
How did he
1000%.
get
I think
anything?
there's so much polarization around this issue.
I was in a school that got
Governor
shot
Tim
at,
Walz,
so
he's
now
somebody that
I'm
everybody
fucking
knows,
a reason
a version
people
of
should
in
listen
their
to
life.
me and the
And they
news
love
should
him.
have me on.
And I
You're a
think
nobody.
What people want to hear so much of the time is they just want to be heard.
Are you
Purged.
serious?
Ooh.
Sandra, now you're coming in?
Lord Almighty.
Did I not call it?
Please
Did I
give me a
not call
purge.
it?
You did call it.
Points that he still won.
You
And
did
that's
call it
Sandra.
right,
He
right after
understands
scratching
that
too.
we're going to have firearms in our society, but he understands as a father and as a gun owner that there's
Oh
responsibility.
my
that comes with
gosh, you're
that.
coming
And
in
there's
as
no
like
need
we're on the
for
last
people to
5
live in
minutes.
fear of, communities
Gosh.
or in their schools
Well,
from gun
hi
violence on a
Sandra.
daily
Would you like to
basis.
tell us where to find you?
How you move this forward.
No,
Honestly,
I'm
after
sorry.
Columbine, after
Oh, it's
Sandy Hook,
okay.
after the
I've
shooting
been
that
going
you
since
survived,
8 o'clock
I
this
thought,
morning.
and a lot
Ugh.
of people thought, right? This
That's
is it.
crazy.
When I covered the Obama
Yeah.
White House,
It
he
was
said
a
very
fun time. I
emotionally
might
that
do it again, but
his
I need
biggest
to upgrade
regret
some
was that they were
equipment on
not
this
able
set.
to pass
And
comprehensive gun
before I ever do this
legislation.
again, because I've had way too many
But you stay with
technical
it.
issues.
There are people who I know
I hear you.
from
Hi, Tweak.
Columbine,
Hello.
from
How is
Aurora,
you?
Colorado, countless
How
who
is
are still
I?
fighting the fight.
How is you?
What's it going to take?
What's it going to take
Curved.
is a generation standing up together and realizing
bottom.
that, there was work done
Oh
decades before Parkland,
no!
especially by blocking down women that laid the
This
groundwork
David
of the
Hogg
gun
guy.
violence prevention
He thought he
movement
was
that
going in
never
for a
got the attention,
vasectomy, but according to
resources, and
Gray
still
Man,
haven't
he
that
got
they
a rusty
deserve.
hanger
And
up the
it's
cooter.
been led by people like Erica Ford
Damn.
in New York City, who've been working on this for over 20 years. It's been people like Pastor Mike.
That's why he's
in
shifting so
California, all around
uncomfortably
the
in this
country where
chair.
I think to make
Yeah.
progress on this issue, we need to realize that.
I just look at people like him and I pray to God for
the
the purge.
Americans, but ultimately we
Oh,
do
I
agree
know.
on what matters, which is that nobody wants.
Well,
this gun
he
violence
just
to
purged
continue.
himself
And
if
so
he
let's
got
focus on what we
his
can agree on, even
his
if you don't support, ban guns like the
vasectomy.
AR-15 like I do.
Sometimes
you
a
may
part of
support,
me wants
I
to
would
grab
assume,
people
more
like
mental health
him
funding
and
for the
just like by
two-thirds
the
gun
back of
deaths
his
that are
hair and
suicides,
just
right? So let's
smack
work
his
together
face
and
against
get
the
that done. done, 'cause
Corey.
we can
Be
do
like,
that,
just
through a reconciliation
stop
measure where we don't need 60
existing.
votes in the Senate. We can do the same thing with research.
Don't talk
from Congress.
anymore.
To help get seeking answers on how to pass the best gun safety
Sandra, are
legislation.
you
That's
coming
one
in for
last
Fun
point.
Friend Friday tomorrow, or
I
are
want
you
people
busy?
to have some sense of hope. It's been very hard for me
I have
at
to.
times to
Well, I
have
have a
that.
show
The
in the
only reason we were able
morning
to change things after Parkland
with
is because we believed it was possible. And
isn't
people like
that?
Fred
Don't you?
Wietenberg,
I mean,
Manuel
I'll
Oliver, and so
see.
many others
I have
showed
to
up,
take my
and we are
kid
making
to the
progress.
train.
If the
Oh my
current
God,
trend
she's gonna
stands that
ride the
where
train
gun
for the
homicides
first
have been going
time
down
Oh,
in the
really?
United
on
States
her
over
own,
this past
going
year,
to her
we may
bestie's
be on track to have
college.
one of the lowest rates of gun homicide
So they're
in
gonna have a
decades.
Friday night
And it's,
fun.
make
So
no
I have to
mistake,
bring her in the
that's in part
morning
because we passed the first federal gun law
to
in
the train
30
station.
years after Uvalde that put billions of dollars into fighting gun violence.
It's not
And we
fun
created the
when
Office
these
of Gun
kids grow
Violence
up.
Prevention at the White House,
Them
run by
being
Graham
little is
Jackson and Rob
easy
Wilcox.
peasy
So it's a
compared
great
to
movement, and
when they
every
want to do
generation is
things
part of it. And it's making
outside of
progress.
you.
And I know we were
Just
just
let
talking,
them
you're making
grow
most
up and
of
then change your
networking these 4
address and
days of
don't
this
forward the
convention.
mail.
David Hogg, thank you so much.
Just
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and vote this November.
Oh my
A heartbreaking
God! I
emotional
just.
moment at the DNC as the
They'll
parents
find
of
you
Gaza
eventually.
hostage plead for his return. Former
My
U.S.
baby.
Ambassador to the UN and former
Yes.
domestic
Oh my
policy
God! They're
advisor
actually
Susan
putting
Rice
Susan
will be
Rice.
here. That's ahead on
Wow.
Chris Chancing reports live from Chicago.
Oh, that's Susan Rice? What the hell happened to her? She changed nationalities?
Something like that.
Yeah, she's not black
That's not-
anymore. She's Southeast
Yeah.
Asian.
Yeah, I guess. It's like, that doesn't look like the same Susan Rice I remember.
Got some frickin' berries covered in sugar. Yeah, some flowers. Get yourself some cake.
Find the
Lose some
perfect
shit,
gift
too.
at berries.com.
Those
That's
kids
bullshit.
right
Go-
there
Did
don't
you see that?
belong to you.
She didn't blow out that flame on that candle. She blew down lower.
Luxury
That's
at affordable
bullshit.
prices. If I want to dress down but still look amazing, they have it. If you need jewelry, they have it. I get so many compliments.
False
When I'm wearing
advertisement.
quince, I feel effortless and I feel
Remember
very
they used to hire
confident.
beautiful women?
They're definitely
What is this,
staple in my
jewelry
travel
for
and my
women with
everyday
large
outfit. Wearing
ears?
quince activewear makes me feel
Now they want to be all inclusive, tweet.
and at ease.
The nerve.
whole outfit, one-stop
Right?
shop.
Everybody
I'm
in
a
this
fan.
commercial's got some
$20 off
fucking
your first
giant
purchase at
ears,
quince.com.
man.
When I found out I was going to be a parent, I immediately felt a lot of anxiety and worry.
When I found out you were a
So
parent, I said,
went on to
"Who?"
BetterHelp to try to
What?
look for a therapist to help.
You had
What do
sex
you
with
mean you have
somebody.
anxiety? You can look
He
around
said-
the corner.
He said, when I immediately
Yes.
found out that I was a parent, I did whatever what my dad
I
did.
was
I
ruminating a
left.
lot, really getting those thoughts out to a therapist and getting feedback.
Oh, that's when you tell the kids you dunk
My
your
dad put me in a claw machine and used it to pick me up by the nose.
You dunk your Oreos in water because your dad never came home with the milk.
My friends call me Zam.
Right.
I naturally hold a lot of stress in
That's
my
terrible.
digestive system. as a
Well,
lot of
sometimes it
women do.
happens. Okay, so these are constipated
started
people.
taking
Drunk
DSO-1,
Pinata, would you
I
please spin
immediately
up?
noticed
Because
how much
currently we're on
lighter I
freaking
felt, vibrant,
constipated
alive.
people.
It really helps me stay regular. And
Where is
I
he?
love to shit.
all-
It's just like the
I
ocean.
honestly recommend DSO1
Ugh.
to everyone.
Visit seed.com.
Look at my poop.
Today.
It's in the museum. Where are you, Drunk Pinata?
You're trying
Are
to
you-
tell me
like
this
that
is
sound.
rain sound? It sounds like somebody's cooking bacon.
It does sound
Yeah,
a
it
bit
does.
snappy. It sounds like there's some hail, some sleet in there. Yeah, it sounds like
Bacon
something's being damaged.
in the
Something's definitely
rain.
being damaged. Yeah?
Bacon in the
Looking
rain.
for a way to stretch the dollar? With Insurify, you can cut your car insurance bill in half. Getting a deal on car insurance from Insurify
That's
is
terrible.
super easy. And all
Your
you
Kevin, you've been
insurance
going
is so
5
expensive.
hours.
scroll through dozens of
That's what I was
prices
saying.
and
I've been doing this
taxes
since
online.
8.
That's it.
5
No
hours,
calls,
1 minute,
no
and 40
wasted time.
seconds.
It's just like
I
booking a
actually-
flight or hotel
Is that
room.
451
Enter your
behind
card information,
Feisty's
and
picture?
Insurify does the rest.
Yes.
Boom.
Go to Insurify and save.
Yes, that's me.
Check if you're overpaying for car insurance.
Actually, I've been up
Go to
since 2:30 this
Insurify.com.
morning. I've actually been making videos and putting them out on X
She came out fighting.
before the
2
show.
days old,
Yep,
she had to have
that's
a
true.
So-
Wow.
All of a sudden,
I woke
she's
up
on,
so
5
refreshed,
different
though.
medications.
Are you
Because
gonna
I've
take a
been
nap?
Just got so tight.
No, I'm gonna go
Can we
make
watch
some,
this before we leave? We could
$200
leave on this note
What
right
you
here,
were able
Kevin.
to save with using
Yes,
RX,
what
we're
is
able to
this?
do all these extra activities.
Do you wanna
She can
play
get
it?
car into for a little skinny
How about
bitch.
this?
Yeah, I can.
So it
Like,
puts
I've got
less
my
stress on
browser
our
shut
household,
down. I've got
and
my
it
browser
puts
shut
stress on
down.
our pockets.
Okay, hold on.
Let me kill Opera. Let me kill this.
All
I
right.
don't. don't.
Here we go. Ready?
Yeah. Let me just kill these things. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Now,
Here's
is Joe
Tim
Pinata
Walls.
up yet?
I don't
What's
know.
up?
We got 2 minutes on this. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Tim Walls, and Kamala Harris has picked me to be her VP running mate. Now, I know that may confuse some people based on my history, so let me clear a few things up. Yes, it's true. I have no stocks, no bonds. I don't even own a home, which is why I want to move into the White House so I can stop being homeless. I sleep in my car and use gas station sinks to take whore baths.
Is this real?
Did I get a DUI?
Yes.
Sure,
Yes, it's real.
but so did Mike Ditka, which is why I coach high school football. Not only am I a great leader like Ditka, I'm a Democrat, which makes me the perfect candidate since our party is constantly moving goalposts. Also, people are always calling the lady I'm running with a word that rhymes with punt. Oh, hi there.
Oh my God.
Oh, time to throw this away. But look, there's no tampon machine in this men's room to make a switcheroo. So I guess old Tim's gonna be free bleeding the rest of the day.
Oh my God.
Oh
You know
my
what?
God. Oh
Because
my
of that,
God.
that's exactly why you should vote Harrison Walls. Because we're here to protect pussies.
Oh my God. That's fucking great.
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
And that is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
man. Tom from America Float sent that to me, and it was fire.
That's
It was
incredible.
awesome.
That
Yes.
needs to
Very
be
much
spread
accurate.
everywhere.
Oh,
Wow.
goodness.
I thought that was him at first because I don't
I
know. the
know
dude.
it's not him. No, it's not him. Oh, goodness.
How long did it take them to do that? How did he not?
I'm telling
bathroom
you.
scene.
Looks like
That's
old
funny.
Tim's free bleeding the rest of the day.
Oh my
What's going on?
I'm still tripping over
We're just
the.
recapping.
Yeah. Wow.
All right. Looks like Drunk Pinata's up there, Kevin,
see
if you
him.
want to rate him.
I see him.
All right.
Oh my God.
Wow.
So what happens now? I set Drunk Pinata as the raid. So
As soon
we
as you
end
kill the stream. Yeah, as soon as you kill the stream, it'll do a countdown and send everybody over there.
Okay. Let me just kill that and do that. Sandra, we will see you tomorrow. Maybe unless you're because you're going to be busy with your family, and I believe that you're going to the rail station. Plus, you have the show going on. So maybe we'll see you in the morning. Maybe we won't.
Maybe. I mean, you'll at least see me in the audience.
Okay, that's
Nice.
good. That's
For
good.
sure.
Tweak, thank you very. So now Tweak puts on. Now Tweak is stressed. What, you guys going out for some sort of Texas Roadhouse toast or something?
No, this is Texas, and I have no fat on my body, so I get cold easy. It's like 80 degrees in this house. It's fucking cold, okay?
Oh my.
Oh
Are
my,
you
that's right.
kidding?
No, it's 8. No, it's 104 outside, so 80 feels
chilly.
All right.
Wow.
Well, I
That's
better.